Hello and welcome. I know many of you use this video to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Take a moment to get comfortable, relax, and let yourself unwind. Name of the story, The Crimson Mask. In the remote hills of northern Greece, where ancient ruins dotted the landscape like forgotten scars on the earth, an archaeological dig had been underway for several months. The team of researchers, led by Dr. Elena Mavros, had been unearthing relics from a long-forgotten civilization, one that had vanished centuries before the birth of Christ. They had found pottery, coins, and statues, all offering glimpses into a culture long extinguished by time. But it was the discovery of one object, one cursed, dreadful object, that would forever change the fate of those who encountered it. The excavation had taken place in a cave, hidden deep within a valley, shielded from the eyes of the outside world by thick, untamed forests. The cave's entrance, barely visible to anyone unfamiliar with the land, had only been found after weeks of relentless searching. Elena had believed it was nothing more than a natural formation, a hollow in the mountainside. But when her team entered, they found something far more disturbing. At the far end of the cave, amid layers of dirt and ash, lay an artifact unlike anything they had ever encountered. It was a mask, crimson red, cracked and weathered, with intricate symbols etched across its surface. The mask's design was both beautiful and grotesque, a delicate balance between artistry and something darker, something sinister. "I've never seen anything like it," Elena whispered, staring at the mask with a mixture of awe and fear. Her assistant, Maria, knelt beside her, examining the mask closely. This looks ancient, far older than anything we've found so far." The mask was made of a dark, polished stone, but its crimson hue seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of their torches. A cold shiver ran down Maria's spine as she reached out to touch it, her fingers brushing the surface. At that moment, something in the air shifted, subtle but undeniable. Elena felt it too, an eerie sensation, a prickle of something unnatural. "Don't touch it," Elena warned, her voice tight with unease. "We need to be careful with this. There's something about it. I can't explain it." But Maria had already lifted the mask from its resting place. As she did, a gust of cold wind rushed through the cave, extinguishing their torches for a brief moment. The shadows danced, and for a heartbeat, the cave seemed to pulse with life. Maria stared at the mask in her hands. What is this? It feels heavy, like it's pulling me in." Before Elena could react, Maria placed the mask on her face, her movements slow, almost deliberate. A strange, unsettling silence filled the cave. The air felt thicker now, more oppressive. "Maria!" Elena shouted, rushing forward to pull the mask off. But the moment her hands touched the mask, Maria let out a gasp, a scream so high-pitched, so raw, that it echoed through the cave like the wail of some unseen creature. Maria staggered back, her hands clutching her face as though the mask had fused with her skin. Her eyes were wide with terror, and she began to tremble violently. "Elena!" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I see them. The people. They're staring at me." "Maria, what are you talking about?" Elena asked, frantic now, her hands shaking as she tried to help her friend. "What are you seeing?" Maria's eyes darted around, her gaze frantic, as if something invisible was moving in the darkness. "The eyes, they follow me. They're watching me." Elena's heart raced. She grabbed the mask, pulling it off Maria's face, but the moment it left her friend's skin, Maria collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing in spasms. Elena knelt beside her, her pulse quickening as Maria gasped for breath, her face pale and covered in a thin sheen of sweat. "Maria, please stay with me," Elena whispered, her voice breaking. "What did you see?" Maria's lips parted, but the words that came from her mouth were not her own. They were a strange, guttural language, foreign and harsh. Elena recoiled, her mind struggling to make sense of the unearthly sounds that escaped her friend. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the convulsions stopped. Maria lay still, her breathing shallow, her eyes wide open but empty. She didn't respond when Elena called her name again. In the distance, Elena could hear the wind howling through the entrance of the cave. The temperature dropped rapidly, and an eerie chill gripped her spine. She stood up, looking down at the mask in her hands, her thoughts racing. There was no doubt in her mind that it was this cursed artifact that had done this to Maria. As she turned to her team, trying to make sense of the situation, she noticed the expression on their faces, confused, fearful, uncertain. They had all witnessed the strange events unfold before their eyes, and now they were afraid. "We need to leave," one of the archaeologists said, his voice trembling. "This place, it's not right." Elena nodded, her mind reeling. But even as she glanced around, trying to make sense of their situation, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, something ancient, something angry. Before anyone could speak again, there was a noise from the shadows at the far end of the cave, a soft rustling sound, followed by a low, guttural growl. Elena's blood ran cold. She had the sense that whatever had caused the horrors in this place was still here, waiting, watching. Her team was already backing away from the darkened end of the cave, their eyes wide with terror. "We need to go," Elena said, her voice tense, though she could hear the uncertainty creeping in. But as they started to move toward the exit, a chilling realization hit Elena. The mask, it had never left her hands. She hadn't even realized it, but her grip on it had tightened, as if something were urging her to keep it. She glanced down at it again. The mask seemed to pulse in her hands, almost alive. The symbols etched into its surface appeared to shift and writhe, the crimson hue deepening, glowing like the embers of a dying fire. Suddenly, she felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched, not just by her team, but by something far older, far more powerful. And then she heard it, the soft, mocking voice that seemed to come from nowhere, a whisper that chilled her to the bone. "Welcome to the mask's true power." The words echoed in Elena's mind, reverberating like a deep, dark hum. She tried to shake off the dread creeping up her spine, but the air in the cave had thickened, as though it were closing in around them, suffocating them with its weight. The rustling from the shadows grew louder, and a cold, unnatural wind swept through the cave, extinguishing what little light remained. Did anyone else hear that? Elena's voice was barely more than a whisper, her breath coming out in shallow gasps. One of her colleagues, an older man named George, nodded slowly, his face drained of color. "I heard it. It's coming from inside the mask. Whatever it is, it's not normal. It's not just a piece of history." The cave seemed to stretch before them, impossibly vast, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Each step they took toward the exit felt like it was in slow motion, the pull of the mask in Elena's hands growing stronger with every passing second. Maria, still unconscious, had been dragged by two other researchers to the safety of the entrance, but Elena couldn't shake the feeling that the mask was calling to her, like a whisper in the wind that beckoned her toward some unknown, unspeakable fate. "Elena, put it down!" George cried, his voice frantic. "It's cursed, can't you feel it? It's pulling you in." But Elena couldn't answer. Her hands trembled, but she couldn't release the mask. Her fingers clenched tighter, as if the mask had taken on a life of its own, its ancient power wrapping around her soul, pulling her deeper into its grip. Suddenly, there was a flash of movement from the far end of the cave. A figure, tall and thin, draped in shadows, emerged from the darkness. Elena froze, her breath caught in her throat. The figure was cloaked in tattered rags, its face obscured by a veil of blackness. But the mask, it wasn't just in her hands anymore. The figure wore a similar crimson mask, its cracked and weathered surface gleaming in the faint light. "Leave," the figure hissed, its voice like gravel being ground beneath a heavy stone. "You do not belong here." Elena's heart hammered in her chest. She wanted to speak, to ask what it meant, but the words wouldn't come. The figure took a step forward, and with each movement, the shadows seemed to grow darker, more suffocating. "We are the keepers," the figure continued, its voice distant and cold. "You have awoken us, and now you will suffer the consequences." The figure extended its hand, and as it did, the air around Elena grew colder, colder still. The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble, as though the very cave itself was alive. A piercing scream ripped through the air, followed by a series of otherworldly howls that filled the cave. Shadows shifted, swirling and coalescing into forms. Human figures, twisted and deformed, their faces obscured by masks just like the one in Elena's hands. The sound of their footsteps was a slow, methodical rhythm, like the ticking of a clock counting down to a final, inevitable moment. Elena could feel her body growing weaker with each passing second. The mask in her hands seemed to pulse, thrumming with energy, as though it were alive. She heard the whispers again, those same haunting, guttural words from earlier. "You cannot escape. You are one of us now." Her legs felt like lead, her mind clouded with fear. She couldn't think, couldn't move. It was as though her body was no longer her own. Every thought she had, every instinct, was clouded by the mask's sinister influence, its dark magic seeping into her very soul. In the distance, she saw her team, George, Maria, and the others, fleeing toward the entrance of the cave. But the figures in the shadows were closing in, surrounding them, their haunting presence making it impossible to escape. The cave's narrow entrance loomed in front of them, but the distance between freedom and the unknown seemed to stretch impossibly far. "Help! Please!" Maria screamed from the back, her voice raw and desperate. But the figures didn't hesitate. They surged forward, reaching out with skeletal hands, dragging Maria back into the darkness. The screams that followed were filled with terror and agony, cutting off abruptly as if swallowed by the very earth itself. "No!" Elena screamed, finally able to move, but her voice was drowned out by the terrifying cries echoing around her. Her team was lost, and she was alone. The mask, the cursed mask, seemed to pulse in her hands once again, its crimson surface seeming to shine brighter in the dark. Elena felt her grip tighten, unwillingly, desperately. She didn't want to wear it. She didn't want to be part of whatever cursed, dark fate awaited her. But she was no longer in control. The mask was. "Put it on," the whisper urged her. "Let us claim you." And then, against her will, she felt herself raising the mask toward her face. The whispers became louder, more insistent, drowning out every rational thought. She fought against it, struggling to release her grip, but it was as though an unseen force was guiding her, bending her will to its own. The mask's cold surface touched her skin, sending a shock of icy terror through her body. The world around her twisted, reality warping into something unrecognizable. Shadows danced around her, their forms shifting and contorting in unnatural ways. The faces of the figures, the keepers, were now clear, hollow eyes staring into her soul, their mouths open in silent screams of eternal torment. And then the visions came. Elena was no longer in the cave. She was standing in a place that was both familiar and foreign, a twisted reflection of the world she once knew. The sky above her was an unnatural shade of red, the sun a blackened, sickly orb hanging in the sky like a dying ember. The ground beneath her feet was cracked and desolate, like the surface of a barren wasteland. In the distance, she saw figures, dozens of them, all wearing crimson masks, all walking toward her, their faces hidden, their movements jerky and unnatural. The air around her smelled of rot and decay, the very essence of death clinging to the air like a blanket. As the figures drew closer, Elena could feel the weight of their gaze, the crushing pressure of their eyes on her. The whispers returned, louder now, filling her head, drowning out everything else. "Join us forever." Her heart raced, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She turned to run, but her legs betrayed her, moving with a mind of their own. The keepers were closing in, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. And then, just as quickly as the vision had come, it vanished. Elena was back in the cave, the mask still pressed to her face. But something was different. The air was thick with an overwhelming darkness, and she could hear the faint whispers of the keepers around her, their voices like a distant storm. "You are one of us now." Elena stumbled back, the mask still clutched in her hands, her mind reeling from the vision. The words of the keepers echoed in her head, reverberating through her skull like a relentless drumbeat. "You are one of us now." She blinked rapidly, trying to clear her thoughts, but the sensations, the oppressive weight of the cave, the cold air, the sense of dread, clung to her like a second skin. The whispers didn't stop. They filled every corner of her mind, swirling around her, urging her to accept what was happening. It was then that she realized something worse than the growing madness. The cave, the shadows, the keepers, they were alive. They weren't just figments of a vision. They weren't just memories of an ancient civilization. They were real. They were watching her, waiting. "Elena, please, you have to snap out of it." George's voice broke through the fog in her mind. He was standing a few feet away, eyes wide with terror, his hands trembling. "This thing, it's not just a mask. It's controlling you." She tried to speak, but her throat felt tight, constricted as though someone were squeezing the life out of her. The mask, it was pushing against her mind, urging her to don it once again. "Don't listen to it," George continued, his voice frantic. "We have to destroy it. It's the only way we'll survive." The words made sense, but Elena couldn't respond. She couldn't move. She could feel the mask's energy surging through her, as though it were part of her now, as though it had claimed her soul. Her body was no longer her own. "Elena!" George stepped forward, reaching out to grab her wrist, to pull the mask away. "We have to get out of here, now." But before Elena could react, the shadows around them stirred. The figures, those same distorted, twisted shapes, emerged from the darkness, moving with jerky, unnatural steps. They weren't human, not anymore. Their bodies were contorted, limbs stretched and bent in grotesque angles. The crimson masks they wore glowed faintly, an eerie light pulsing from within. They were the keepers, and they were coming for her. One of them reached out, its skeletal hand stretching toward Elena. She felt an icy grip seize her wrist, and with a scream, she snapped back to reality. But the terror didn't stop. The vision was still there, gnawing at the edges of her mind, threatening to consume her. "Let go," she cried, her voice a desperate plea. But the keeper's hand tightened, pulling her closer, its movements unrelenting. Its hollow eyes, dark, empty voids, stared into hers, and in that moment, Elena felt as if her very soul was being drained, pulled into the abyss. She could feel the mask pulling at her once again, a magnetic force she could not escape. George screamed, trying to fight off the approaching figures, but they were everywhere now. They were closing in, their hands reaching out, grasping for the living. The air grew heavier, colder, and the darkness pressed in from all sides, suffocating them. Elena's head throbbed with pain, her vision blurring. She could see the mask in her hands, its crimson surface shimmering with an unnatural light, its symbols twisting and writhing. The whispers returned, louder now, overwhelming her senses. "You are one of us," they repeated, their voices a chorus of agony and hunger. "Embrace the curse. Become one with us. Please stop." Elena cried, her voice breaking. But the words felt hollow, lost in the overwhelming darkness. Her hands shook uncontrollably, and without realizing it, she was raising the mask toward her face once again. She fought it. She tried to stop herself, but the mask, it had power, ancient and unstoppable. It was in her blood now, in her very bones. She could feel it taking root inside her, consuming her thoughts. "Elena!" George shouted, his voice raw with desperation. "Don't! You're not yourself. Fight it!" But the words were meaningless now. The mask, this ancient object of terror, had taken over, and Elena was no longer the woman she had been. She was something else, something older, something bound to the keepers and their eternal curse. As the mask touched her skin once again, she felt a wave of darkness crash over her, pulling her into a void, a world without light or hope. The last thing she heard was George's voice calling her name, but it was distant now, fading away like the last echoes of a dying dream. And then silence. The world she was in was not the cave anymore. The air was thick, suffocating, and the ground beneath her feet felt brittle like old bones. The sky above was a swirling, black void, and in the distance she could see the figures, twisted and deformed, moving toward her. Their crimson masks shone with an eerie, unnatural light, and their hollow eyes seemed to burn into her very soul. "Welcome," one of the figures whispered, its voice a raspy, haunting hiss. "You have joined us." Elena tried to speak, but her throat was dry, her body weak. She couldn't move. It was as if invisible chains had bound her, locking her in place. "Do not fight it," the figure said, its voice low and soothing, yet full of malice. "You are one with the keepers now. You will remain here, in this place, for eternity. The mask has chosen you." Elena's heart pounded in her chest. She could hear the voices of the others, George, Maria, the rest of her team, screaming in the distance, but their cries were quickly swallowed by the oppressive darkness that surrounded her. The keepers were everywhere now, their grotesque forms drawing closer, their hands outstretched toward her, pulling her deeper into the void. She could feel the mask tightening around her face, its grip on her soul growing stronger with each passing moment. "Embrace your fate," the figure said, stepping closer, its hand outstretched. "There is no escape. You belong to the mask now." Elena's thoughts began to fracture, splintering under the weight of the keeper's presence. She couldn't focus, couldn't separate the truth from the nightmare anymore. Every corner of her mind was engulfed in darkness, the whispers curling into her thoughts like tendrils of smoke. The mask, so cold against her face, pressed down on her, threatening to crush her skull, to invade her very consciousness. A hand, skeletal and thin, reached out toward her. The fingers, long and twisted, were like the branches of some ancient tree, gnarled and unyielding. The figure that held it was a hulking silhouette, cloaked in shadows that seemed to bleed into the air itself. "Elena," it rasped, its voice crackling like dying embers. "You are one of us. You always have been." She could barely speak, her throat so dry it felt as though it might shatter with every breath. Her lips parted, but only a hoarse whisper came out, swallowed immediately by the hollow sound of the keeper's voice. "No," she tried to force the word out, to resist. But the more she struggled, the tighter the mask seemed to pull against her, a vice that was slowly driving her to madness. The figure smiled, or at least Elena thought it did. It was impossible to be sure, for the mask was not one face. It was many, shifting, ever-changing, like a living thing. The eyes behind the mask gleamed with an ancient hunger, a terrible knowing that made Elena's stomach twist with nausea. "You cannot fight what has already been written," the keeper said. The words were chilling, spoken with the confidence of someone who knew the terrible truths of the world. "The mask binds us all. It is our beginning and our end." The ground beneath Elena trembled. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the jagged rocks, her hands still gripping the mask, unwilling to let go. She could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on her, as though the entire world had decided to stop turning and simply wait for her to be consumed by the curse that she had unleashed. Suddenly, the other keepers surrounded her, their movements fluid, ghostly. One by one, they knelt before her, their faces hidden behind the crimson masks, their hands reaching toward her as if in prayer. "Join us," they whispered, their voices a chorus of agony. "Be one with the keepers." And then, in an instant, everything changed. The world around Elena warped, bending in on itself like a broken mirror. The keepers disappeared into the darkness, their whispers trailing away into the void. Elena was left alone, her body racked with fear, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The mask, it wasn't just a thing, an object to wear. It was a gateway, a door to something far worse than anything she could have imagined. Elena, a voice called to her from the darkness. It was familiar, yet distant, and filled with a strange kind of sorrow. "George?" Elena's voice trembled, desperate. She could feel the remnants of her old self, the person she used to be, trying to break free, trying to hold on to any shred of humanity she had left. "Is that you?" The shadows parted before her, and George appeared, his face pale and filled with terror. He reached out to her, his hands trembling. "Elena, you need to fight it," he said, his voice filled with desperation. "This place, this mask, it's changing you. You have to resist. You can still break free." But the moment the words left his lips, Elena felt a sharp pain shoot through her head, a horrible pressure that made her vision blur. She fell to her knees, clutching her temples as if she could hold her mind together by sheer will alone. The whispers, the figures, the mask, it was all too much. It was closing in on her, suffocating her from every side. I can't," she choked out, her words slipping away like water through her fingers. "I can't break free." "You can." George's voice was fierce, his grip on her shoulder tightening. "You're stronger than this. You can fight it. We can get out of here together. Just take off the mask. Please, Elena." Elena's eyes welled with tears. Her vision was still fading, the edges of the world growing darker with each passing second. The mask, the terrible cursed mask, was still in her hands. The force pulling her toward it, urging her to wear it once again, was too great to resist. But George's voice, though strained and filled with anguish, broke through the fog. "Elena, please, don't let it take you. Not like this." Her fingers twitched, trembling with the weight of the decision. To take off the mask meant to defy everything, to risk everything. But to keep it on, to wear it forever, would mean to join the keepers, forever lost to this curse. For a moment, there was stillness. Silence hung in the air like the stillness before a storm. Then Elena made her choice. With a desperate cry, she ripped the mask from her face and threw it to the ground. The world around her seemed to shudder as the curse that had once clung to her shattered like glass, scattering into the darkness. But it wasn't over. The ground beneath her cracked open, and the cave began to tremble violently. The air was thick with an unnatural hum, and in the distance Elena could hear the unmistakable sound of the keepers, more and more of them, emerging from the shadows, their eyes burning with unholy fire. Too late, a voice echoed from the depths of the cave. It was the same voice that had called to her before, the voice of the first keeper. "You cannot escape. The mask will claim you, body and soul." Elena looked around, her heart pounding in her chest. The cave was collapsing, the very walls shaking as though the earth itself was alive and angry. And then, in the darkness, she saw them. The keepers were coming for her, their twisted forms closing in from all sides. George grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the exit, but it felt like they were moving in slow motion. The shadows surrounded them, the whispers louder now, the sound of footsteps drawing closer with each heartbeat. "No," Elena whispered, her voice barely audible, as she realized the terrible truth. There was no escape, and as the cave's entrance loomed ahead, the ground crumbling beneath their feet, Elena understood. She had been marked. The cave's entrance was close, so close that Elena could almost taste freedom, the air outside thick with the scent of damp earth and the promise of escape. But the keepers were closing in, their distorted forms flitting in and out of the shadows, their movements impossibly fast. It was as though time itself had slowed, the world around them bending and warping in a desperate attempt to trap them. "Elena!" George's voice was frantic, his grip tight on her arm, pulling her forward as the ground beneath them shook violently. "We're almost there. Just a little further." But Elena could feel it, feel the oppressive weight of the curse pressing down on her again. The whispers had returned, now deafening, swirling in her ears, pulling at her mind. "Join us," they hissed. "You cannot escape your fate. Don't listen." George shouted, his eyes wide with fear. "Fight it, Elena." She nodded, forcing herself to push the whispers aside, focusing on George's hand and the narrow gap of daylight that beckoned them forward. But as they reached the entrance, something shifted in the air, an unbearable pressure. The walls seemed to close in, squeezing the very life from her chest. A figure appeared before them, the first keeper. It stood there, its form tall and skeletal, shrouded in darkness, the crimson mask gleaming in the dim light. The keeper's eyes, hollow, ancient, bore into her, and in that instant, Elena felt her soul shudder. "You think you can escape?" The keeper's voice came, low and mocking. "You are bound to us. The mask calls you. You cannot outrun your destiny." "Elena, no!" George shouted, stepping forward, but the keeper raised a hand, and in that instant, George froze, his body stiffening as though caught in a trap. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. He was silenced by the mask's power. "No!" Elena cried, the horror of what was happening crashing over her. She struggled, trying to break free of the grip the keeper had on George. She couldn't let it happen. Not now. The keeper didn't speak again, but it didn't need to. With a single motion, its other hand reached toward her, and the air around her thickened with an unnatural force. Elena felt her knees buckle, her body drawn forward, despite every ounce of resistance she could summon. The mask, now lost to the shadows of the cave, was calling to her, its power surging through her veins. "No," she whispered, her hands shaking as she reached for George, but she was pulled forward, dragged toward the keeper. "Please don't." The keeper's mouth, hidden beneath the mask, seemed to grin, an eerie, toothless smile that twisted Elena's insides. "You belong to us," it crooned, its voice echoing like a funeral bell. "There is no escape." Elena felt something break within her, a shattering of her very soul. Her fingers were still reaching out for George, but her body was growing weaker, heavier, as if the keeper was draining her, pulling her spirit toward the abyss. In a final desperate attempt, Elena screamed. A primal cry, a plea for help, for salvation. But as the words left her lips, the ground beneath her began to tremble more violently. The cave's walls cracked, and the entire structure seemed to groan with the weight of its ancient power. The keeper's grip tightened, pulling her closer, the darkness around her growing, swallowing everything. And then, as if a switch had been flipped, the world exploded. A burst of light, blinding, overwhelming, flared around them, a brilliant pulse that sent shockwaves through the cave. Elena felt herself torn from the keeper's grasp, her body hurtling through the air as though she were weightless. The light did not last long, but in the brief moments it held, everything changed. When the brightness faded and her senses returned, Elena found herself lying in the dirt, the cool breeze of the outside world washing over her face. Her body ached, and her mind spun as though it had been pulled through a whirlwind. She was gasping for air, her lungs burning. "Elena," a voice called softly, and her heart skipped a beat. She turned her head, and there, kneeling beside her, was George. He was alive, his face pale but free from the terror that had gripped him moments ago. His hand was outstretched toward her, and his eyes were wide with concern. "George," she gasped, reaching up, the relief flooding through her. You're okay?" "I think so," he replied, his voice strained but steady. "But we're not out of danger yet. We need to move. Now." Elena struggled to her feet, and together they stumbled away from the cave. The sunlight, warm and real, seemed like a distant memory, but they were moving toward it, toward safety. But as they walked, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The cave, the mask, the keepers, they had all been real. The curse had been real. And as the whispers began again, faint at first but unmistakable, Elena knew they were not truly free. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble once more, and the air seemed to darken, thick with the presence of something evil, something ancient, creeping up on them. "We're not safe," Elena whispered, the fear creeping into her voice. George looked at her, and for the first time, Elena saw the same terror reflected in his eyes. He didn't say anything at first, but then he whispered, "No, we're not." From the depths of the cave, from the very earth itself, a figure emerged. Another keeper, and behind it, others followed. Their hollow eyes were fixed on Elena, and the air around them seemed to pulse with their power, ancient and unyielding. The keepers were back, and this time they would not let them go. The air grew thick, suffocating with an oppressive, unnatural heat. Elena's heart pounded in her chest, every muscle in her body screaming to run, but her legs felt like they were made of stone, paralyzed by the sight of the figures emerging from the shadows. The keepers, more than before, surrounded them, their eyes glowing with an unsettling, ethereal light. "Elena, we need to move," George whispered urgently, his voice shaky, barely audible over the rising hum of the cave's dark energy. But Elena couldn't tear her eyes away from the keepers. Their faces, those crimson masks twisted with ancient symbols, gleamed in the dim light, their expressions eternally fixed, frozen in agony or hunger, she couldn't tell. The whispering, too, was louder now, reverberating through the air around her, slithering into her ears, telling her to kneel, to submit, to embrace the curse that had already claimed so many before her. "Why are you doing this?" Elena asked, her voice barely more than a breath, desperate, pleading. "What do you want from us?" The first keeper, its tall, skeletal form looming over her, tilted its head slowly, the hollow eyes behind the mask flickering with malevolent interest. "You are ours," the voice rasped, its words heavy with inevitability. "The mask has chosen you. There is no escape. It has bound your soul, and you will remain ours forever." "No," Elena whispered, shaking her head furiously. She could feel her chest tightening with fear, her hands trembling as she took a step backward. "I'm not. I won't." "You will," the keeper interrupted, its voice an eerie blend of cold finality and cruel amusement. "It is already too late. Once the mask touches your skin, it is part of you, and you are part of it. There is no undoing what has been done." George's hand was still gripping hers, but she could feel him shaking as well. He was just as terrified as she was, perhaps more so, and the realization made her heart ache. They were both trapped in this nightmare. The keepers wouldn't let them go. The mask wouldn't let them go. "You can still join us," the keeper continued, stepping forward slowly, its long, gnarled fingers reaching out, like claws in the darkness. "Accept your fate, and you will be freed from the suffering that comes from defiance. Embrace the curse and become one of us. The endless night, the eternal silence. We will all be one." The air around them grew colder, and Elena could feel a chill creeping into her bones, a deep, gnawing cold that made her wish she could tear the life from the very ground beneath her. She looked at George, and for a moment, she saw the same terror in his eyes. They had come so far, fought so hard to survive, but it was clear now that the curse was inescapable. But there was one thing Elena was sure of. She wasn't going to die here. Not like this. "No," she said again, this time with more strength, her voice steadier. "I won't. I won't let you take us." George's grip tightened on her hand. "What are we going to do?" he asked, his voice trembling. "I don't know," Elena replied, her mind racing. She could feel the weight of the mask's curse tugging at her, its power trying to claim her, trying to pull her back into its grip. But she couldn't let it. Not now. "Maybe there's another way out," she whispered, more to herself than George, but it gave her a spark of hope, a glimmer of defiance. If she could just find a way to break the curse, to sever the link between the mask and herself, maybe, just maybe, they could escape. But the keepers were closing in. The space between them grew smaller with each heartbeat, their shapes shifting, distorting in the dark like something out of a fevered dream. Elena felt herself pulled forward, her body moving against her will. She struggled, but it was as if the air itself was thick with an invisible force, trapping her in place. She felt the ground tremble beneath her feet, and suddenly she knew. The mask had called them back. It was feeding on her fear, on her desperation, and it was using the keepers to finish what it had started. Elena's breath caught in her throat. She had to act fast, or they would be lost forever. "George," she gasped, her voice breaking through the haze of terror. "The mask, find the mask. We can't let it stay here. It's what's binding them to us." George looked at her, his eyes wide, and for a split second, Elena saw the same realization in his gaze. "But how? It's gone, Elena. But before he could finish, the first keeper's voice rose again, cutting through the air like a razor. "You cannot fight it," it said, its voice almost sweet now, as though savoring the moment. "The mask's power is too strong. You cannot defy us." Elena's pulse raced. No, she wouldn't let the keeper have the last word. Without thinking, Elena took a step forward, and with all the strength she could muster, she pushed George aside, forcing herself to charge toward the keeper. "Get away from us," she screamed, her voice raw with fury. The keeper's hand shot out to stop her, but Elena ducked, narrowly avoiding its grasp. She barely heard George's shout behind her as she reached out, her fingers brushing against the remnants of the cursed mask, now lying just ahead, its crimson surface gleaming in the dim light. She grabbed it, her fingers seizing it with a surge of determination, a flicker of hope in the pit of her stomach. The moment her hands made contact with the mask, the world seemed to explode with light, a pulse of power so intense it sent her to her knees. She could feel the curse trying to rip her apart from the inside, but she fought it, focusing all her energy into her grip on the mask. The keepers howled in the distance, their voices a cacophony of rage, but Elena held on, refusing to let go. This was her fight. This was her chance. With every ounce of will she had left, Elena forced herself to stand, her body trembling, her hands shaking, but the mask, its power, began to fade slowly, agonizingly, as though it were being drawn into her very soul. "Elena, no!" George cried, but she couldn't stop. She couldn't let them win. The keepers were closing in, but Elena stood tall, the mask's curse starting to break. And then, just as the darkness seemed to swallow her whole, she knew. The battle wasn't over. The world around Elena seemed to warp again, the darkness pressing in on all sides. But the grip she had on the mask remained firm, steady, even as the whispers became louder, more insistent, clawing at her mind like 1,000 hungry voices. The keepers' movements were a blur, their twisted figures shifting in and out of the shadows, closing in on her and George with each passing second. But something was different now. Elena could feel it. Something was changing. The curse was weakening. The mask pulsed in her hands, its crimson surface almost alive, as if it were struggling to maintain its hold over her. Her body trembled with the force of it, but she clenched her fists, forcing herself to stay focused, to keep the mask in her grasp. The ground beneath her seemed to vibrate with a low hum, the very earth trembling in response to the mask's power. "Elena!" George shouted again, his voice frantic. "What are you doing? You can't." But Elena didn't hear him. The mask was calling to her, yes, but not in the same way it had before. This time it was different. The mask was trying to resist her, fighting against the will she had summoned to break its hold, and yet she could feel its grip slipping. "No," she muttered to herself, her breath ragged. "I won't let you." The keepers were almost upon them now. The first keeper was closest, its twisted form looming in the flickering shadows, the hollow eyes staring down at her with a kind of disdain. "You think you can fight us?" it crooned, its voice dripping with contempt. "You are nothing. You cannot break the curse. The mask has chosen you. You will wear it forever." Elena's heart raced, but she wasn't backing down. She couldn't. The power of the mask was fading, flickering like a dying ember, and she could feel it. The keepers, their whispers, the very weight of the curse, it was all unraveling bit by bit. With a final, defiant shout, Elena slammed the mask into the ground. The air around her trembled violently, as though the very force of the earth itself had responded. The cave shook, and the ground cracked beneath her feet. The keeper's hissing shrieks rose to a fever pitch, the sound of thousands of voices echoing in her mind. But Elena fought through the noise, her resolve stronger than ever. The mask, now pressed against the ground, let out a final, unearthly shriek. It was as though the very fabric of reality was being torn, the curse unraveling, snapping like a thread. The darkness that had clung to her soul, to her every thought, began to fade, seeping into the earth beneath her, drawn away by the power of her will. The keepers howled in rage, their forms flickering as they began to dissipate, their power waning with each passing moment. "Elena!" George cried, his voice shaking with relief. He grabbed her arm, pulling her away from the mask, his grip tight, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. "We have to go. We have to get out of here." She nodded, but her eyes remained fixed on the fading mask, which now lay silent and still. The glow of its crimson surface was fading, its power slipping away like water through her fingers. It was over, but Elena didn't feel relief. She felt emptiness. She turned her gaze to George, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she truly saw him. His face, pale and drawn with fear, his eyes wide with confusion and horror. He was safe, yes, but the price had been high. Too high. We need to get out of here," she murmured, her voice hoarse, barely above a whisper. She didn't know where they would go, or what came next. The world outside the cave felt distant, like an unreachable dream. Everything had changed. Everything. She turned to leave, but just as she took her first step, a voice, a deep, hollow voice, called out from the shadows behind them. "You may have won this battle, but the war is not over." Elena froze. Her blood ran cold. She turned slowly, fear creeping back into her chest. The keepers, those twisted figures, had not completely disappeared. There, standing just beyond the threshold of the cave's entrance, was one more figure. It was the last keeper, the one who had spoken to her at the beginning, the one whose voice had echoed in her mind, the one who had promised that she could not escape. And now, here it stood, its crimson mask glowing with a faint, malevolent light. "Elena," the keeper rasped, its voice as cold as death. "You may think you have freed yourself, but the curse is eternal. The mask is eternal, and one day it will call to you again. The darkness will never leave you." The keeper stepped forward, its long, skeletal fingers twitching, as though beckoning her to come closer. "You will return," it said, its voice sending chills down her spine. "The mask will claim you. It always does." Elena took a step back, her breath quickening, her mind racing. No, she had to get away. She had to leave. She had fought so hard, had struggled to escape this nightmare, and now this was the final test. George was beside her, his hand gripping hers tightly, but even he seemed unsure, his gaze flickering between Elena and the keeper. "We can't let it win," Elena said through gritted teeth, her eyes fixed on the last keeper. "We won't let it." The keeper's hollow eyes flickered. "We will fail. All who defy the mask eventually fail. It is only a matter of time." With those words hanging in the air, the keeper vanished, dissipating like smoke, leaving only the faintest trace of its presence in the shadows. Elena stood there, her body shaking, her mind racing. She wasn't free. Not yet. But one thing was certain. The curse, the mask, it would always find a way to return. The forest outside the cave was eerily silent, the trees standing still like ancient sentinels watching over their domain. The air felt thick, as though the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Elena, still gripping George's hand tightly, felt the weight of the keeper's words settling in her chest like a heavy stone. They had thought they had escaped, but now it felt as though they were only stepping into a new chapter of the same nightmare. "We need to get somewhere safe," George said, his voice strained, though there was a hint of determination in it now. "We can't just stand here, Elena. Whatever happens next, We need to be ready." She nodded, though her mind was a tangled mess of fear and confusion. The forest around them seemed to close in as they moved forward, each step heavier than the last. The shadows cast by the trees grew longer, twisting in unnatural ways, as if something was lurking just out of sight. "You heard it too, didn't you?" Elena asked softly, her voice almost breaking. "The keeper. It said the mask would return." George didn't answer right away. His face was pale, his lips pressed into a tight line, but his grip on her hand tightened even more. "I know. I heard it, but we can't let it consume us. We have to keep moving. We have to stay strong." But how? How could she stay strong when every step they took felt like a descent into something far darker? The air was thick with dread, as though the trees themselves were whispering to each other, their branches swaying in time with an unseen rhythm. Elena couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed, that something was watching them from the depths of the forest, waiting for them to falter. "We can't run forever," Elena said, her voice trembling. "The mask, the curse. It's always going to be with us, isn't it?" George paused, looking at her with a mix of concern and determination. "We don't know that for sure," he said. "Maybe there's a way to break it. Maybe we can find a way to destroy the mask for good." But even as he spoke, Elena felt a chill run down her spine, as though something was tugging at her soul, drawing her toward the very thing they were trying to escape. The mask. It was calling to her again, its power still lingering in the air, just out of reach. They moved through the forest, the path narrowing and twisting until they reached the edge of a small clearing. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an eerie glow on the ground, and Elena felt a strange sense of déjà vu. She had been here before, hadn't she? Or maybe it was just her mind playing tricks on her, but something about this place felt familiar. "Elena," George whispered, his voice low and urgent. "Look." Elena turned to follow his gaze, and her heart sank as she saw what he was pointing at. At the far end of the clearing, nestled between the trees, was a structure, ancient, weathered, and covered in vines. It looked like a temple of some kind, its stone walls cracked and worn, but there was no mistaking the symbols etched into its surface. Symbols that matched the ones on the mask. "Elena," George's voice broke through her thoughts, filled with a deep unease. "What do you think it is?" She didn't have an answer. She didn't know, but there was no denying that they were drawn to it. The mask, the keepers, the curse, it had all led them here to this place. And whether they liked it or not, it seemed that this was where they were meant to go. "We have to find out," Elena said, her voice steady, though her heart was racing. "We have to know what this place is. It might hold the answers we need." They moved toward the temple, the air growing colder with each step. The stones beneath their feet seemed to pulse with a strange energy, and Elena felt a tightening in her chest, as though the walls of the forest were closing in on them. As they reached the entrance, Elena hesitated. The doorway was dark, the shadows within deep and foreboding, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was waiting for them inside. "This is it," George said softly, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "Whatever happens next, we face it together." Elena nodded, taking a deep breath. With one final glance at the moonlit clearing behind them, she stepped into the darkness. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of ancient stone. The walls were lined with faded carvings, each one depicting scenes that seemed to shift and writhe as her eyes lingered on them. Figures in tattered robes, clutching the same crimson masks, their faces twisted in agony. And there, in the center of the room, a pedestal. Elena's breath caught in her throat. On the pedestal lay another mask, even older than the one they had encountered in the cave. Its surface was cracked, its color darker, almost black, with deep red veins running through it, pulsing like blood. It was as if the mask itself was alive, waiting for someone to claim it. "No," Elena whispered, taking a step back. "Not again." But even as she spoke, she felt the pull of the mask, the same pull she had felt when the first one had called to her. It was irresistible, like a force of nature, and it was dragging her toward it. "Elena!" George shouted, grabbing her arm, trying to pull her back. "Don't!" But it was too late. The moment Elena's hand brushed against the surface of the mask, the ground trembled, and a loud, ear-splitting crack echoed through the chamber. The air turned cold, and the whispers, those haunting, insistent whispers, began again, louder than before. "Elena," the voice hissed, low and guttural. "You are ours. Forever." The walls of the temple seemed to pulse with life, the carvings on the stone twisting and writhing, coming to life in front of her eyes. The figures with their crimson masks reached out from the stone, their mouths moving as they whispered the same chilling words. Elena's vision blurred, and for a moment, she thought she saw a shadow, a figure standing in the doorway, watching them. It was tall, its face obscured by a mask, but she could feel its presence, an ancient, malevolent force. And then, just as quickly, the figure vanished. "Elena, we need to leave," George pleaded, his grip tightening around her arm. "Now!" But Elena stood frozen, her eyes locked on the mask. The whispers were growing louder, and the power of the curse was suffocating her. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could only feel the mask's call, its hunger. "Elena," George said again, his voice filled with panic. "Please, let's go. We have to." But the mask had already claimed her. The world around Elena seemed to blur, fading into a haze of shadows and whispers. She could feel the mask pulling at her, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. The air around her grew thick, pressing in from all sides, and she stumbled, disoriented, as if the very space within the temple was bending and warping around her. "George," she gasped, her voice strained, barely a whisper as she reached out for him, but her hand trembled as it brushed against his. The grip on her arm loosened, and in an instant, she was no longer sure where he stood. Her vision swam with black spots, and she had to fight to keep her mind from slipping entirely into the darkness. George's voice sounded distant, like a faraway echo, though he was right beside her. "Elena, don't let it take you. Fight it." But how could she? How could she fight something that felt so much a part of her, something that was woven into the very fabric of her being? She could feel it, could feel the curse pulsing within her, and it was all-encompassing. The whispers grew louder, the voices of the keepers and countless others who had fallen victim to the mask filling her mind. "You are ours. Forever." It wasn't just the mask, though. There was something else now, something darker. The shadow in the doorway, the one she had glimpsed only a moment ago, was no longer a fleeting figure. It stood before her, its form tall and imposing, but its face was hidden by a mask that seemed to shimmer and ripple, as though it was made of liquid night. Elena couldn't tear her eyes away from it. Who are you?" Elena's voice cracked, her throat dry as she struggled to make sense of what was happening. The shadowed figure said nothing, only watching her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. But the whispers didn't stop. They didn't let up. They only grew louder, more insistent. The room around her was no longer still. The carvings on the walls, once mere depictions of ancient rituals, now seemed alive. The stone figures reached out, their hands stretching from the walls as if to claim her. She could feel their cold touch, their fingers brushing against her skin, and she recoiled in horror, but her body felt heavy, sluggish, like it didn't belong to her anymore. "Elena!" George shouted again, his voice cutting through the suffocating fog of dread. "Fight it! You have to fight!" But her mind was slipping, and the darkness, the curse, was swallowing her whole. The world around her seemed to crumble, the walls of the temple warping and distorting as if reality itself was bending. The shadow before her stepped closer, its presence overwhelming, like a cold, suffocating wind. And then finally it spoke. Its voice was low, rasping, like the sound of stone scraping against stone. "The mask has chosen you, Elena. You cannot escape." She shook her head violently, trying to clear her thoughts, trying to break free of the pull that was dragging her deeper into the darkness. "No," she whispered, barely able to hear her own voice. I won't. I won't let it. But as she spoke, the mask in her hand pulsed with dark energy. The crimson veins on its surface throbbed, and the whispering voices surged, filling her ears with a maddening symphony of sound. The power of the curse seemed to tighten around her, an unbreakable chain pulling her deeper and deeper into the abyss. You will wear the mask. You will become one with us. Elena, please. George was at her side now, his hands gripping her shoulders, trying desperately to pull her away from the mask. But the moment his fingers brushed against it, his body jerked back with a violent force, as though an unseen hand had struck him. He stumbled, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with horror. It's too strong, he muttered, his voice shaking. We can't fight it. It's already inside of you. But Elena wouldn't give up. She couldn't. Not after everything they had been through. Not after they had come this far. Her hands trembled, her fingers cold as they clutched the mask tighter. She felt its power coursing through her, felt the overwhelming pull, but she gritted her teeth and fought back with everything she had. This wasn't just about surviving. This was about breaking the curse, breaking free. The air around them thickened, and the shadows in the temple grew darker still, closing in like a living thing. The mask in her hands felt hotter, burning against her skin, and she could feel the eyes of the keepers watching her, their hollow, empty stares burrowing into her very soul. Please, Elena whispered, her voice ragged. Help me. Please, help me. But it wasn't George's voice that answered her. It wasn't anyone's voice at all. Instead, the whispers grew louder, more frantic, and they began to form words. Words that cut through her mind like a knife. You cannot escape. The mask will always find you. It will claim you body and soul. You're a part of it now. There is no turning back. And in that moment, Elena understood. The mask wasn't just a cursed object. It was a part of something much older, something ancient, something that had been waiting, hidden in the darkness, for centuries. It wasn't just a force of evil. It was a manifestation of something beyond comprehension, a force that had consumed countless souls over time, and now it was her turn. She could feel it. The darkness was inside her, and it wasn't going to let her go. Elena! George cried, his voice desperate, but his words seemed to fade, swallowed by the deafening whispers that consumed her. The mask pulsed in her hands, its crimson veins now throbbing with an unnatural, rhythmic beat, as though it were alive. The darkness seemed to press in closer, suffocating her. The walls of the temple twisted, the shadows growing longer, more oppressive. Elena, listen to me, George shouted, but it was no use. His words were lost in the cacophony of voices, the shrieks, the whispers, the maddening chorus of souls that had all been claimed by the mask. And then suddenly the air went still. A deafening silence enveloped the room, and the whispers stopped, leaving only the distant sound of Elena's heartbeat in the eerie quiet. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes wide with horror, her mind reeling. The shadow in the doorway was gone. The temple had become deathly quiet, as though it were holding its breath. But Elena knew. She knew that this was only the beginning. The silence that followed was almost unbearable. Elena's heartbeat thudded in her ears, and every breath she took felt heavier than the last. The mask, still in her trembling hands, seemed to pulse with a quiet, relentless energy, as though it were alive, waiting for her to make the next move. It was like a dark promise, one that had been made long before her arrival, and now she was tied to it, bound by its curse. George, her voice was barely a whisper, cracked and fragile, as she slowly turned toward him. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear, but there was something else in them now, something that wasn't there before. A cold understanding had settled in his gaze, and it made her stomach twist. George, we have to get out of here, she said, her words coming out in a desperate rush. We have to leave before it's too late. But George didn't move. He stood there, frozen, his gaze fixed on her as though he were seeing her for the first time. Slowly, he shook his head, the expression on his face unreadable. "No," he said softly. I can't leave you." Elena blinked, her mind struggling to keep up with the words. "What do you mean?" "George, you have to listen to me. We need to go. Now." But George's eyes were no longer on her face. They were fixed on the mask in her hands, and in that moment, Elena realized with a sinking feeling that he wasn't afraid of the mask. No, it was something else. Something far worse. "Elena, I can feel it," he murmured, his voice distant and hollow. "The mask. It's inside me too. It's pulling me." She shook her head, a surge of panic washing over her. No, you're wrong. It hasn't claimed you. You're still you." But his expression, the empty look in his eyes, told her otherwise. She could see it now, in the way his body stood rigid, unmoving, as though he were no longer fully present, as though something inside him had already given in. "George, please," Elena cried, taking a step toward him, but he didn't react. His eyes remained locked on the mask, his lips slightly parted as though he were listening to something that only he could hear. "It's calling to me." His voice was barely audible, like a faraway whisper in the back of her mind. And then it hit her, the horrible, terrifying truth. The mask wasn't just an object. It wasn't just a cursed relic. It was a force, a dark and malevolent presence that fed on fear, on desperation, on souls who dared to get too close. And now, it had set its sights on George. "Elena," he whispered again, his voice barely recognizable. "It's too late." "No, George?" She screamed, shaking him violently, but there was no response. His body remained stiff, his eyes distant, lost in a world that no longer seemed real. The mask, it had already claimed him. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She was alone, completely alone in this cursed temple, with nothing but the weight of the mask pressing down on her. "You are ours." The voice in her head was louder now, more insistent, and Elena could feel the mask's grip tightening around her soul. She could feel it in every part of her body, in the way her chest tightened, in the way her hands trembled as the mask began to glow, the crimson veins pulsing with an unnatural rhythm. She tried to move away, tried to pull herself from its grip, but her body wouldn't obey. Her legs were rooted to the spot, her hands glued to the mask as though it were part of her now, an extension of her own body. She could feel the coldness of it sinking deep into her skin, into her very bones, and it was dragging her down into the darkness. "George," she whispered, her voice breaking, but there was no answer. Only the soft, distant sound of his breath, shallow and cold. She could feel the presence around her now, growing stronger, more oppressive. The shadowy figure, the one she had seen in the doorway, was back, its form looming in the corner of her vision. She could see its outline, but its face was still hidden beneath that shifting, liquid mask. It was watching her, waiting for her to break, to give in. She couldn't give in. Not now. Not when everything depended on her. "Elena, you are ours now. Forever." The words rang in her mind, louder and more insistent than ever. The mask, it wanted her body and soul. It wanted to consume her, to strip her of everything that made her who she was, and make her a part of its twisted, eternal darkness. But she wouldn't let it. With every ounce of strength she had left, Elena fought against the pull of the mask. She gritted her teeth, pushing against the force that sought to drag her down, trying to break free, trying to think of a way out. She had to fight. She had to find a way to end this before it was too late. But as she struggled, the shadowy figure stepped closer, its form shifting with unnatural speed. It was upon her in an instant, and before she could react, it was holding her by the shoulders, its grip cold and unyielding. "You cannot escape," it hissed, its voice low and guttural, like the sound of dead leaves being crushed beneath a boot. "You are ours, Elena. You always have been." The words sent a shiver through her, but she refused to let it take her. She clenched her fists, summoning the last remnants of her strength, and with a single desperate movement, she ripped the mask from her face, throwing it to the ground with all her might. The moment the mask left her hands, the air seemed to crackle with energy. The walls of the temple shuddered, the ground beneath her feet trembling, as though the very foundation of the world was beginning to break apart. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The shadows receded, the whispers ceased, and the oppressive weight that had been pressing on her chest lifted. The temple, once so alive with dark energy, was now still, utterly, eerily still. Elena, George's voice, weak and raw, broke the silence. She turned to him, her heart pounding in her chest, and saw him standing there, his eyes wide with confusion and fear. He looked lost, like a man waking from a nightmare, his body trembling as though he had just emerged from the darkest of dreams. "Elena, what happened?" His voice was hoarse, but there was no mistaking the relief in it. I don't know what just." Before he could finish, Elena looked down at the mask on the ground. It was silent now, its once pulsing crimson veins dimmed, as though the life had been drained from it. The curse, it seemed, had momentarily faded. But Elena knew, deep in her gut, that it wasn't over. She had only bought them a moment's peace. "George," she whispered, her voice trembling with both fear and resolve. "We need to destroy it, once and for all." But even as she said the words, a cold chill ran down her spine. She knew, as much as she hated to admit it, that the battle was far from over. Elena's heart hammered in her chest as she stared down at the mask, her breath coming in short, shallow bursts. The air in the temple had shifted, becoming lighter, almost breathable again, but there was no comfort in that. She could still feel it, feel the curse waiting, lurking just beneath the surface. She had torn it from her face, but she knew the mask wasn't finished with her. Not by a long shot. The whispers, though faint, still lingered at the edges of her mind, like a soft, persistent hum that wouldn't let her forget. The mask, as silent as it seemed now, had only paused, waiting for the right moment to strike again. "Elena," George whispered, stepping closer, his voice trembling, almost as though he were afraid to say her name. "We can't stay here. We need to leave. Please, let's just leave this place." But Elena didn't move. She couldn't. Her gaze was fixed on the mask, the once glowing crimson veins now dull and lifeless. There was something in its stillness that was worse than its pulsing, worse than the whispers. It was like a predator that had momentarily stopped its pursuit, watching, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. "Elena," George's voice shook her from her thoughts, but she didn't know how to answer him. Part of her wanted to run, to escape, to put as much distance between herself and this nightmare as possible. But another part, a darker, more terrifying part, knew that she couldn't leave it behind. The mask had already claimed too much of her. And if they left, if they just walked away and hoped it was over, she knew the mask would follow. "Elena!" George's hand touched her arm, snapping her back to the present. She glanced up, startled, to see him looking at her, his face filled with desperation. "Please, I'm scared. I don't know what's happening, but I feel it. I feel it too." The weight of his words settled into her chest like a stone. He felt it too. The darkness, the curse. It wasn't just her. They were both trapped, both entangled in this ancient nightmare. She turned back to the mask, her heart racing. There had to be a way to destroy it, a way to break its hold for good. But how? She couldn't think straight. Her mind was still reeling from everything they had just experienced, and the eerie silence of the temple was almost worse than the oppressive whispers. The stillness felt like the calm before a storm. "Elena," George said again, his voice softer this time, though it carried an edge of pleading. "We can't fight this. We can't. It's too strong." She didn't respond immediately. She couldn't. What was there to say? The truth was, she didn't know what to do either. Every instinct in her screamed at her to run, to escape, to let the mask go and hope that it would forget them. But she knew better. The mask didn't forget. It didn't let go. It was relentless. "Elena," George's voice cracked. Please, Please, just come with me. We'll leave together. We'll find a way out. But Elena shook her head. She felt the words rising up in her throat, bitter and hollow. No, George. We can't. If we leave now, we're just giving it a chance to take us again. It won't stop, and we won't be able to run forever. George looked at her, his face pale and drawn. But if we stay here, his voice faltered, and for the first time, Elena saw the fear in his eyes, raw and unfiltered. I know, she whispered. The weight of what she was about to say hit her like a wave, but it had to be said. But we have no choice. We have to destroy it, George. It's the only way. She could see the doubt in his eyes, the hesitation, but beneath it, there was something else. Something dark, something almost resigned. He didn't want to give up. Neither of them did. But the mask had already taken so much from them. What if we can't? He asked, his voice barely audible, barely a whisper. Elena didn't have an answer for that. She didn't know if they could destroy it, or if they were too late. All she knew was that they had to try. If they didn't, if they walked away now, the mask would follow them, would haunt them until it had claimed them completely. She took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. She had to be strong. For both of them. We have to try, she said, her voice steady but filled with dread. We have no other choice. The air in the temple seemed to grow heavier again, the oppressive weight of the curse pressing down on them. Elena glanced at George, who was still standing close, his face pale with fear but no longer entirely absent of hope. He nodded, though his hand was shaking as he reached for her arm. Together, they turned back toward the mask, lying motionless on the floor between them. The silence was deafening as they approached it, their steps slow, cautious, as if each one might trigger the curse anew. Elena knelt down, her eyes locked on the mask, as though it might spring to life at any moment. She hesitated for only a moment before reaching out. The cool surface of the mask seemed to burn against her skin, sending a shockwave of ice through her veins. The crimson veins, which had once pulsed with life, were now still lifeless, but she could still feel it, feel the malevolent presence lurking just beneath its surface. She clenched her teeth and lifted the mask, her hands trembling as it seemed to grow heavier, its power threatening to pull her back in. Elena, wait, George whispered, his voice tight with fear. What if it's too dangerous? What if? She turned to him sharply, cutting him off. We don't have a choice. If we don't end this now, it will never stop. But as she said those words, something shifted. The mask trembled in her hands, and for the briefest of moments, Elena thought she saw something, someone, moving in the shadows. A figure, tall and dark, looming just out of sight. She gasped, her heart skipping a beat, but when she blinked, the figure was gone. Just a trick of the light, or was it? Elena, George whispered, his voice trembling with terror. Do you feel that? She didn't need to answer. She could feel it too. The air was thick, like something was closing in on them, suffocating them. Something was coming. The air felt electric, thick with an unseen presence that seemed to close in from every direction. Elena held the mask tighter, the cold surface pressing against her palms like a dead weight, as though it was alive and it was pulling at her, urging her to succumb to its power. Her breath was shallow, each exhale seeming to echo too loudly in the temple's oppressive silence. George was beside her, his presence a shaky comfort, though he too felt the change. His eyes were wide with terror, but there was something more now, something like recognition or acceptance in his gaze, as if he were beginning to understand that they were past the point of no return. We need to destroy it, Elena repeated, her voice tight with the strain of holding back the panic threatening to break free. She could feel the mask's grip on her soul deepening, like tendrils of darkness crawling into her very being. It wasn't just a possession of the body anymore. It was a possession of the mind, the spirit. But how? How could they destroy something that felt so ancient, so beyond their understanding? Her gaze flicked to the walls of the temple, the faint etchings in the stone that seemed to move, shifting in her peripheral vision. She saw them now, the strange, swirling symbols carved deep into the rock. Her mind struggled to focus, to make sense of them. The mask was connected to these symbols. She could feel it. They had to be. "George, help me," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Look at the walls. There must be something we can use." George nodded, his face ashen. He stepped away from her, his eyes scanning the walls of the ancient temple. "What are we looking for?" he asked, his voice trembling with doubt, but also the hint of a growing determination. "The markings," Elena said. "They're connected to the mask somehow. We need to find something, anything that can stop it." George moved closer to the wall, his fingers grazing over the etchings. They were old, so old that the edges had worn down from centuries of time, but some parts were still faintly visible, glowing with an eerie, faint light. "I don't understand these symbols," he said, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Neither do I," Elena admitted, "but we have to try." As they both moved along the walls, the shadows seemed to stretch, twisting in unnatural ways, like living things reaching out to ensnare them. Elena felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The presence in the room was growing stronger, more oppressive. It was as though the temple itself was coming alive, reacting to their movements, to their search. She stopped in front of a large, carved panel, its surface marked by a series of concentric circles, intersected by jagged lines. Her heart raced. This was it. She could feel it, the pulse beneath the stone, the connection between the mask and the symbols. Her hands trembled as she placed her palm flat against the cold stone, willing herself to understand what it was trying to tell her. A soft hum resonated beneath her touch, the air around her thickening, swirling with dark energy. The whispers returned, louder now, the voices becoming clear, filling her mind. "You cannot stop us. You cannot stop the mask." Elena gasped, her heart pounding. She could hear them, hear the voices in her head, each one different, speaking in an ancient tongue she couldn't understand. They were everywhere now, surrounding her, filling her senses with their malevolent whispers. She jerked her hand back, shaking her head as if to clear the voices away, but they persisted. The walls seemed to close in, and the shadows stretched, lengthening, until they loomed over her like monstrous, writhing creatures. "Elena!" George cried, his voice filled with panic. "What's happening? What did you do?" She turned to him, fear tightening her chest, but before she could answer, a loud, cracking sound reverberated through the room, echoing off the stone walls. The ground beneath their feet shuddered, and the temple groaned, as though it were coming to life, awakening from an ancient slumber. "Get back!" Elena shouted, grabbing George's arm and pulling him away from the wall. But it was too late. The panel where she had placed her hand began to glow, the symbols shifting and rearranging themselves, twisting and turning in impossible directions. The entire room was vibrating now, the air alive with dark energy that seemed to surge in waves, threatening to drown them both. Elena felt the mask pulse in her hands, the crimson veins once again flaring to life, casting a sickly, red light that filled the room. Her breath caught in her throat as the shadows in the room seemed to draw together, coalescing into a single, solid mass. And then the figure emerged. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form shifting, amorphous, as though it were made from the shadows themselves. Its face was a twisted, contorted version of the mask, an exaggerated, grotesque mockery of human features, frozen in a permanent expression of agony. Its eyes were dark pits, endless and empty, staring into her soul. "Elena!" "George!" The voice came from the figure's mouth, but it wasn't a voice at all. It was more of a thought, a presence, filling her mind, whispering to her. The figure raised a hand, its long fingers curling in the air, and Elena felt the temperature in the room plummet. A cold wind howled through the temple, and the walls seemed to bend inward, closing in on them. She staggered back, but the figure moved with impossibly swift speed, its long shadow stretching to envelop her. "No!" Elena screamed, fighting against the pull of the darkness, but the figure's shadow reached out, latching onto her, pulling her toward it. George shouted in horror, but his voice was drowned out by the roar of the wind and the deep, guttural sound that came from the figure's throat. Elena's vision began to blur, her mind swimming in a sea of darkness and dread. And then, as suddenly as it had all started, the figure stopped. The shadows recoiled, retreating into the corners of the room, and the oppressive air seemed to dissipate, leaving only the faintest trace of coldness in the air. The figure was gone, but Elena knew it hadn't left. Not truly. It was still there, somewhere, waiting, watching. And the mask, it was still in her hands, still pulsing with that unholy energy, still calling to her. Elena! Elena, are you okay? George's voice broke through the fog in her mind, and she blinked, looking around as if waking from a dream. She turned to him, her face pale, her body trembling with fear. "We have to end this," she whispered, her voice barely audible, "before it's too late." But as the words left her lips, the mask began to pulse again, and Elena could feel the darkness closing in once more. The world seemed to spin around Elena as the mask's pulsing intensified. She could feel it, deep within her chest, the heartbeat of the curse, the relentless force pulling at her very soul. Her hands gripped the mask, but no matter how tightly she held it, it felt as though it were slipping away from her, as if it were a part of her now, fused to her in ways she couldn't understand. "Elena!" George's voice trembled as he reached out to her, his face pale with fear. "Please, we have to get out of here. This place, it's wrong. It's all wrong." But Elena couldn't respond. She could barely think. The whispers in her mind were deafening now, louder than they had ever been, filling her head with images, with voices, with visions that weren't her own. They were so vivid, so real, that she had trouble distinguishing where the nightmare ended and reality began. She saw a dark, twisted figure, its face obscured by shadows, standing at the edge of the temple. It raised its hand, and Elena felt the air grow heavier, suffocating, as though the figure was calling to her. Its voice, ancient and powerful, echoed in her mind. "You cannot escape. The mask is yours. You are ours." A cold, bone-chilling laugh rang out, reverberating through the walls, and Elena felt the mask in her hands burn with an icy, consuming heat. She cried out, but the sound was lost in the growing storm of visions and whispers, each one more horrific than the last. "Elena!" George's voice cut through the haze, his hands grasping her shoulders, shaking her. "Snap out of it! We can't stay here. This place will kill us." The words didn't register. All she could see were the visions, the faces, the ancient gods and monsters, their eyes dark and endless, their mouths twisted into grotesque smiles. Their voices called to her, urging her to give in, to surrender to the mask. "We are the curse. You are the chosen one." The darkness surged forward, pressing against her, suffocating her thoughts, drowning her in terror. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to her knees, still clutching the mask, unable to tear her hands away. It was like the mask was part of her now, the curse embedded so deep within her that it was impossible to separate the two. George knelt beside her, his hands trembling as he reached out to touch her, but the moment his fingers brushed her skin, a shock of cold shot through him, sending him reeling backward. He gasped, staring at her with wide eyes. "Elena!" he cried, his voice breaking with desperation. "What's happening to you?" But Elena couldn't respond. Her eyes were wide with terror, her body frozen in place, as though something was taking control of her, pulling her deeper into its grasp. The whispers were louder now, overwhelming her senses, drowning out everything else. She could feel the power of the mask coursing through her veins, filling her with a sense of darkness, of dread, like a black pit opening up inside her chest. And then she saw it, the figure again, standing at the edge of the temple, its face still hidden in shadow. But this time, it wasn't just standing. It was moving toward her, its form shifting, blurring, as though it were made of the very darkness itself. "Elena, you have to fight it." George cried, his voice frantic. "We can't let it take you. Please." But Elena couldn't hear him anymore. The mask was speaking to her now, its voice whispering inside her mind, urging her to embrace the darkness. "You are one with us now. There is no escape. The curse is eternal." The figure reached out, its hand stretching toward her, and Elena felt her body move without her command. She couldn't stop it, her arms raised, the mask in her hands, as if it were guiding her, pulling her toward the figure. She could feel the cold, the suffocating darkness as the figure's hand closed around hers. And then everything stopped. The figure, the shadows, the voices, they all faded into silence. Elena's body went limp, the mask slipping from her grasp. She could feel her breath returning, the pressure lifting from her chest, but her mind was still clouded, still swimming in the remnants of the curse. "Elena!" George's voice was soft, trembling, like he was afraid to speak. He reached out cautiously, touching her arm. Are you okay?" She didn't answer immediately. Her body felt heavy, like she was sinking into the earth itself. It was as though she had been through something terrible, something beyond her understanding. The world around her was quiet now, too quiet, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that it was far from over. She whispered, her voice hoarse. "I don't know. It feels like I'm still trapped in it. The mask, it's not gone. It's still here." Her words hung in the air, and George's eyes widened in fear. "But it stopped, didn't it? The darkness, didn't it stop?" Elena shook her head weakly. "No. The mask, it's still with me. I can feel it waiting." George's face drained of color, and he took a step back, his gaze darting around the temple, as if expecting something to leap out from the shadows at any moment. "We have to get out of here," he said, his voice shaky. "We have to leave now." But Elena didn't move. She couldn't. Something inside her held her in place, like invisible chains pulling her back. She wasn't free, not yet. The curse wasn't finished with her. "Elena," George said, his voice growing more urgent. "Please, let's go. We can find a way to destroy it. We can still." But Elena cut him off, her voice barely above a whisper. "We can't run forever, George. The mask will find us. It always does." She felt the weight of the mask in her hands again, though it wasn't there. The cursed artifact had already claimed her mind. It was with her in her, and no matter how far she ran, no matter where she went, she would always be connected to it. It would follow her, haunt her, until there was nothing left but the darkness. And she would never be free. The weight of Elena's words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, like the very atmosphere around them had changed. The temple, once silent, now seemed alive, its walls closing in as though the stone itself were breathing. Elena's heart raced, but her legs felt like lead, her body frozen in place. The mask had claimed her, and she wasn't sure if it had already won, if there was any escaping it now. George stood beside her, his face pale with disbelief. "Elena," he whispered, reaching out tentatively, but his hand hesitated, as if he feared touching her would trigger something worse. "We can't just give up. We can't let it take you." But her eyes, dark and distant, met his, and in them, he saw a flicker of something he hadn't seen before, an emptiness. Something had changed in her, something irreversible. Her face was gaunt, her skin sickly pale, and the trembling of her hands was no longer from fear but from something far deeper, something far darker. "I can feel it," Elena whispered, her voice distant, hollow. "I can feel it inside me, George. It's not just the mask anymore. It's me. It's everything." The whispers from the mask had faded, but their presence lingered in her mind, like a shadow she couldn't shake. She could feel them, those ancient voices, swirling beneath her thoughts, urging her to let go, to give in. "You are one with the curse," they whispered. "You are the mask. The mask is you." George stepped back, his face filled with helplessness. "What happened, Elena? You're not the same. Please tell me what's going on." "I don't know," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. It's like the mask is part of me. I can't control it. It's taking over, and I don't know how much longer I can fight it. Her body began to tremble again, her fingers tightening involuntarily around the mask that had nearly consumed her. George watched her, his eyes desperate. He had never seen Elena like this, never imagined that something so insidious could crawl its way into her soul, breaking her from the inside. "We need to find a way out," he said, his voice trembling. "We need to leave this place. There has to be something, anything, that can stop it." But Elena shook her head, her expression grim. "It's too late. The mask, it's not just here. It's everywhere, George. We can't escape it. We're already too far gone." George wanted to argue, wanted to believe that there was still hope. But deep down, something in him knew she was right. The mask had already taken root inside of her, and there was no going back. Whatever ancient evil had been sealed in that cursed artifact, it had now found a vessel in Elena. The ground beneath them trembled again, the walls of the temple groaning as though something far more ancient, far more powerful, was awakening deep within the earth. The once dormant whispers returned, louder now, more insistent. "You cannot run from your fate. You cannot escape the mask. It is the end." The temple shook again, and the air turned cold, biting and harsh. It felt as though the very bones of the earth were cracking, breaking open. The stone around them splintered, sending debris scattering across the floor. Elena clutched the mask tightly to her chest, her body racked with a violent shiver as though the curse were trying to tear her apart from within. "Elena, we need to go. Now!" George shouted, grabbing her by the arm, but she didn't move. Her eyes remained distant, unfocused, as though she were seeing something beyond him, something beyond the world around them. But then, with sudden clarity, her gaze snapped back to him. "I can't," she said, her voice low and steady. "I can't leave. It won't let me." George's heart skipped a beat as he realized the truth. Elena wasn't just trapped by the mask. The mask had become her. The dark force that had claimed the mask centuries ago had now claimed her soul. She was no longer the Elena he knew, no longer the woman he loved. She was something else, something far darker, far more twisted. "No," George whispered, shaking his head, his throat closing with grief. "No, you're still in there. You're still Elena. You can fight this." But Elena's face was unreadable now, her features cold and lifeless, like the mask itself had drained the warmth from her very soul. "I am the mask now," she whispered, her voice devoid of emotion. "And the mask is me." The temple seemed to respond to her words, the shadows around them deepening, curling like living things. The walls groaned, the floor beneath them shifting. The temple was no longer just a structure. It was a living entity, one that had waited for this moment, for the moment when the curse would be fulfilled. George could feel the air closing in around him, the darkness pressing down from all sides. The temple was no longer a place of ancient power. It was a tomb, a prison, a place where the curse would never die. "Elena," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I can't lose you. Please fight it. I love you." For the briefest moment, Elena's eyes flickered with something that seemed almost like recognition. But it was fleeting, gone in an instant, replaced by the cold, empty stare that had consumed her. She raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, as though it was no longer her own. The mask shimmered in the pale, flickering light, its crimson veins pulsing. "I'm sorry," Elena said softly, her voice a distant echo of the woman she had once been. "There's nothing left to fight." And with that, she raised the mask to her face. George's heart stopped. He reached out, but it was too late. Elena pressed the mask against her skin, and the moment it touched her face, everything went dark. The screams came, loud, terrifying screams that seemed to come from everywhere at once, swirling through the temple, echoing through the very bones of the earth. George stumbled back, his eyes wide with horror, as the mask's power surged. The walls of the temple cracked and shattered, and the air was filled with an unearthly wail. as if the very temple itself was mourning the final, irreversible change. George fell to his knees, unable to move, his breath caught in his throat. There was no escape now. The curse had claimed them both, and the mask had won. And as the darkness swallowed him whole, he could hear one final whisper, a voice, faint but unmistakable, coming from the depths of Elena's eyes. The mask lives on. The darkness enveloped them completely, the walls of the temple crumbling, as if the very foundation of the earth were giving way. George's breath came in sharp gasps, his chest tight as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. Elena, his Elena, had vanished. The woman he loved was now part of the curse, consumed by the ancient mask. And now, as the temple shook violently, he understood. The curse had never been about just the mask. It was about what the mask represented. The power to claim, to control, to transform. To turn a soul into something unrecognizable, something monstrous. The stone beneath him cracked open, and George was thrown forward, his arms outstretched in a futile attempt to break his fall. He hit the ground hard, his body slamming against the jagged rocks as the floor buckled beneath him. His head spun, and for a moment, all he could hear was the ringing in his ears, a dull, continuous hum that drowned out everything else. When the world stopped spinning, he realized the air had changed. It was cold now, colder than before, a biting chill that sank into his bones. The temple was no longer simply a ruin, it was alive. The darkness seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, the shadows thickening as if they were forming something terrible. George tried to push himself up, but his legs refused to cooperate. They felt like they were made of lead, heavy and unyielding. Panic gripped his chest as he struggled to move, to run, but there was nowhere to run. The temple had become a labyrinth of twisting corridors and shifting walls, and the ground beneath him seemed to be constantly changing. "Elena!" he cried out, his voice hoarse, echoing through the vast emptiness of the temple. "Please don't do this. Come back!" But the only response was the oppressive silence, a silence so deep it seemed to smother him. A faint sound reached his ears, faint whispers like a distant chant, growing louder with every passing second. The voices, there were more of them now, a chorus of voices that seemed to stretch beyond time and space. The words they spoke were foreign, their meaning lost in the depth of the darkness. "You are bound, George, just as she is. You will not escape." The ground trembled beneath him, and the walls seemed to close in, the shadows growing longer, more threatening. It felt as though the very air had thickened, suffocating him with a presence he couldn't see, but could feel all around him. Suddenly, the mask appeared again. It wasn't in Elena's hands. It wasn't even in the temple's depths. No, it was in George's mind, a vision that bloomed unbidden, flooding his thoughts with images of twisted, distorted faces, faces he recognized yet couldn't place. They were watching him, waiting for something. The mask was watching him too. "You are chosen," it whispered, its voice like 1,000 voices blended into one. "You too will wear the mask. You will be our vessel." "No!" George screamed, covering his ears, trying to block out the voices, the curse. "I won't." But even as the words left his mouth, he felt the ground shift beneath him. His body trembled, a cold sweat forming on his skin as the pressure around him increased, the darkness closing in on him, suffocating him. The mask wasn't just a curse. It was a force, a presence that lived and breathed. And it was coming for him, just as it had come for Elena. In the distance, George saw something move, something shifting in the shadows. He couldn't make out what it was, but it was coming closer, growing more distinct with each passing second. The air grew heavier, and the whispers in his mind grew louder. "It's not over, George. You will join us, too." He turned, desperate to escape, but the labyrinthine walls of the temple seemed to shift, reforming, blocking every exit. There was nowhere left to go, and then he saw it. A figure, tall, thin, its face obscured by a dark, flowing cloak. The figure's movements were slow, deliberate, as though it had all the time in the world. and as it drew closer, George could feel the weight of its presence pressing down on him. The figure reached up, pulling back its hood, and George gasped as the face was revealed. It wasn't human, not fully. The eyes were dark, hollow pits, and its skin was stretched tight over bone, as though it had been worn too long. Its mouth was a jagged line, a rictus grin that stretched too wide, showing sharp, inhuman teeth. But what terrified George the most were the eyes. They weren't empty. They were filled with something ancient, something that had lived for centuries. You have seen the mask. The figure spoke, its voice rasping, as though its very words were etched into the stone of the temple. And now you will wear it. You will join us. Forever. George stumbled backward, his legs giving out beneath him as the figure reached forward, its cold, bony hand outstretched. He scrambled away, his heart pounding in his chest, but the darkness pressed in from all sides. There was no escape. He could hear the mask calling to him, feel it pulling at his soul, its presence wrapping around him like a shroud. The whispers, the voices, they were everywhere, inside his mind, in his veins, in the air itself. There was no escaping it. And then, in the distance, he heard Elena's voice. Her whisper was faint, barely audible, but it was there. George, it's too late. The mask is us. The figure reached down, its hand closing around George's wrist, and he screamed, the sound echoing through the temple. But even as the cry left his lips, the temple fell silent once again, the whispers fading into nothingness. The figure leaned down, its face inches from George's, its eyes dark and endless. Join us, it repeated, its voice a cold, suffocating whisper that filled George's entire being. And then, before he could scream again, the figure pressed the mask against his face. The world went black. The world was nothing but darkness now. No light, no sound. George's mind spun in endless circles, fighting against the grip of the mask. It felt as though time had stopped, the very fabric of reality warping and twisting around him. He couldn't move. His body felt heavy, as though it were made of stone. His mind was trapped in a sea of fog, struggling to break free. And then slowly the fog began to lift. A vision formed before his eyes, an image that was at once familiar and alien. It was the temple, but it wasn't like before. The walls were cracked, the stone crumbling, and shadows moved across the floor, shifting in unnatural ways. The air was thick with a sense of malice, a heavy presence that made his skin crawl. He was standing in the center of the room, but something was different. His hands were cold, too cold, and his fingers twitched as though they no longer belonged to him. He looked down at them, and for a moment, his breath caught in his throat. They were covered in cracks, like the very skin was peeling away, revealing something underneath. His nails were long and sharp, like claws. His heart raced, panic rising in his chest. What had happened to him? What had the mask done? But before he could think further, the whispers returned. Faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent. You are one of us now. You are the mask. You are the curse. The words were a constant buzz in his mind, a reminder of the inescapable truth. He had become what he feared most. He was no longer George. He was something else. The mask had claimed him, body and soul. The vision shifted again, this time showing Elena. But it wasn't Elena as he remembered her. Her face was gaunt, her eyes hollow and empty, and her skin was stretched tight over her bones, just like the figure that had touched him. She was standing in front of him, but her movements were stiff, unnatural, as though she were being controlled by something else. Elena, George thought, his heart aching at the sight of her. What have they done to you? But Elena's eyes, empty and lifeless, turned toward him, and for a moment he thought he saw something familiar, flicker in them. A brief spark of recognition. George, she whispered, her voice barely a breath, lost in the overwhelming silence of the temple. Is it really you? He reached out, desperate to touch her, to bring her back. But as his hand moved toward her, she recoiled, her body jerking back as though afraid of him. No, you can't be here, she whispered, her voice trembling with fear. You're not George anymore. What are you talking about? He begged, his voice cracking. I'm still me. Elena, please. But she shook her head, tears glistening in her hollow eyes. No, you're not. You're the mask now. You can't fight it. You'll never be free. The words pierced him like a knife, and for the first time since the mask had taken him, George felt a flicker of something, guilt, regret, like he had lost something precious and could never get it back. Please, Elena, he whispered, his voice raw with emotion. I'll fight it. I'll do anything. We can get out of here. We can still escape. But Elena didn't respond. Instead, she turned her back on him, her body stiff and unnatural as she began to walk away. And as she did, the darkness of the temple grew, the shadows crawling over the walls and the floor, closing in on George. It's too late, the whispers in his mind taunted. There is no escaping the mask. You belong to it now. George watched helplessly as Elena disappeared into the shadows, her form fading until there was nothing left. The mask's power, its presence, seemed to grow stronger with every passing moment. He could feel it inside him, a dark force twisting and pulling at his very soul. But even in the face of all this, a part of him still refused to give in. The fight was still there, buried deep beneath the mask's influence. He wasn't just a victim. He wasn't just a vessel. He was George, and he wouldn't let the mask define him. Suddenly, the vision of Elena reappeared, but this time, she was standing in front of him, her face twisted in agony. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, her body contorted in pain. Help me, George, she cried, her voice breaking. Please help me. George's heart shattered at the sight, and for a moment he reached out toward her, his fingers trembling. Elena, I'm here. I'm so sorry. I'll fix this. I swear. But the moment his fingers touched her, she screamed louder, her face distorting into a grotesque mask of agony. Her body began to break apart, her skin tearing open as something dark and writhing crawled from within her. The shadows that had once been part of the temple began to surge forward, enveloping her, consuming her. No! George cried out, pulling his hand back as the darkness swallowed Elena whole. Her screams echoed in his mind, growing louder, more frantic, until they became one with the mask's whispers. And then, just like that, it was over. Elena was gone. The darkness was gone. The temple was gone. All that remained was George and the mask. He was alone. You are the mask, the whispers chanted, growing louder, overwhelming his thoughts. You are the curse, forever and always. George fell to his knees, his hands shaking as he touched his face, feeling the cold, smooth surface of the mask. He tried to pull it off, but it was no use. The mask had fused with him, its essence intertwined with his own. It wasn't just on his face anymore. It was part of him. Tears filled his eyes, but they were cold, bitter tears. He had lost everything, Elena, his humanity, his soul. The mask had taken it all. And as the darkness closed in around him once more, George finally understood. There was no escaping the mask. Not now. Not ever. The curse was eternal. The silence was suffocating, pressing down on George with the weight of 1,000 years. He remained on his knees, unmoving, as the blackness around him seemed to pulse in rhythm with the beating of his heart. He couldn't escape. The mask had consumed him, body and soul, and there was nothing left of the man he once was. He was a hollow shell, a vessel for the curse that now controlled his every thought. But then, amidst the suffocating silence, there was a faint sound. A whisper, so soft that George almost didn't hear it. At first, he thought it was just another part of the mask's influence, another trick to pull him deeper into its grasp. But no, this was different. This was familiar. George, the whisper grew louder, a voice he had once known well, Elena's voice. But it wasn't the same. It was distant, like an echo from another time, another place. Her voice was broken, fragmented, as if calling to him from beyond some invisible barrier. George, Please. His heart skipped a beat. He had heard it. It was real. Elena's voice. Please. The whisper continued, desperate, filled with an anguish that sent a shiver through George's body. You can still save me. Save her? Save her from what? She had already been consumed by the curse, torn apart by the mask. What was left to save? But the voice, Elena's voice, persisted, growing more insistent with every passing second. Save me, George. You're not like them. You can fight this. You can still break free. His hands trembled as he reached up to touch the mask again, the cold, smooth surface against his skin. A part of him wanted to rip it off, to tear it away and throw it into the darkness. But he knew it wouldn't be that easy. The mask had become a part of him, just as the curse had. It was woven into his very being. Still, Elena's voice continued to echo in his mind, a faint thread of hope among the overwhelming darkness. He tried to focus on her words, tried to block out the whispers of the mask, the ancient force that had consumed them both. You're still George. You're still human. Don't let it take you. George's heart beat faster, his breath shallow as he struggled to hold on to whatever humanity remained within him. He could feel it slipping away, fading with each passing second, but the voice of Elena, was his anchor. It was the only thing that reminded him of who he was, of who he had once been. Help me, Elena, he whispered, his voice hoarse, barely audible in the oppressive silence. I don't know what to do. I'm trapped. But her voice answered, faint but clear, as though she were standing just beyond his reach. You have to face it, George. You have to face the mask. The mask. George's hand clenched into a fist, and for a moment, he felt something stir deep within him. A surge of defiance, of will. He could still feel the mask's presence, a constant weight on his mind, but it was no longer as overpowering as it had been. Elena's voice gave him strength, a flicker of resistance against the darkness that had taken hold of him. He closed his eyes, his fingers trembling as they pressed against the edges of the mask. The whispers in his mind grew louder, more insistent, as if warning him to stop, to give in. But George pushed back against the voices, focusing on the faint, distant memory of Elena's face. Her smile, the way her eyes sparkled when she laughed. You can do this, her voice whispered again. You're not lost. Not yet. With a surge of strength, George gripped the mask harder, his fingers digging into the stone-like surface. The whispers screamed at him, louder now, trying to drown out Elena's voice, trying to make him give in. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. He took a deep breath, focusing on the one thing that remained inside him. The memory of the woman he had loved, the woman who had been taken by the mask. If he could remember her, if he could hold on to that love, maybe, just maybe, he could fight back. And then, with all the strength he could muster, George did the unthinkable. He ripped the mask from his face. A scream tore through the temple, a sound that echoed through the stone walls, reverberating in his bones. The darkness around him screamed as well, a force so powerful it nearly knocked him off his feet. But he held on to the mask, clenching it tightly in his hands as if it were the last thread of hope. The room seemed to shift, the walls collapsing in on themselves, the temple crumbling as if it were nothing more than a mirage. The ground beneath George's feet trembled, and for a moment he thought he might fall. But he stood his ground. His breath came in ragged gasps as the whispers faded, the grip of the curse loosening, just enough for him to feel the world around him again. The mask in his hands was cold, its surface smooth and unyielding, but it no longer held the same power. It was a relic, an object that had lost its hold over him. You cannot escape, the mask whispered one last time, its voice fading into the distance. But George didn't listen. He wasn't the mask. He was George, and he had fought back. The vision of Elena appeared before him again, her face softening as she looked at him, her eyes filled with warmth. You did it, she whispered, her voice gentle, like a balm to his broken soul. You saved us. You saved me. For the first time since the curse had taken hold, George felt a glimmer of peace, a flicker of hope. The darkness around him was receding, the weight on his chest lifting. He could feel Elena's presence, a gentle warmth that filled the emptiness. And though the curse was still there, still lingering in the corners of his mind, George knew that he wasn't alone. He had broken free, for now at least. The peace that had settled over George was fragile, like a thin veil stretched across a storm. His mind was still reeling, his senses heightened by the battle he had just fought against the curse, against the mask. Elena's voice, her presence, still lingered in the air, but it was fading, like a dream dissolving with the morning light. He didn't know how much time had passed since he had torn the mask from his face, but he could feel the darkness lurking, just out of sight, waiting for its chance to return. He couldn't let that happen. Not again. George's eyes scanned the crumbling remains of the temple, the once majestic structure, now a crumbling ruin. The shadows that had clung to the walls like living things were retreating, but there was something else, something more terrifying, that filled the space now. The silence was suffocating, oppressive. It was as though the very air had thickened, turned into something unnatural, something poisonous. The mask still lay in his hands, its surface cold and lifeless. It had lost its power, but it still felt heavy, as though it were alive in its own way. George couldn't bring himself to look at it. He had seen what it could do. He knew it would never truly be gone. But even as he stood there, holding the mask, a movement caught his eye. A figure, tall and thin, draped in shadows, was standing in the distance, watching him. George's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, he thought he might lose his nerve. He had fought so hard to escape the curse, to break free from its hold, and now it seemed to be waiting for him to make the next move. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It simply watched him, its presence a heavy weight on the air. For a moment, George thought he imagined it, that it was just another trick of the mask, a manifestation of his fears. But no, this figure, whatever it was real. "Who are you?" George called out, his voice hoarse, still raw from the struggle. The figure didn't respond, but its presence seemed to grow stronger, more oppressive. The shadows around it writhed like living things, twisting and curling around the edges of the stone. George stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. The figure was not alone. Out of the darkness, more shapes began to emerge. Figures, shadows of twisted forms, their faces hidden in the dark. They were the ones who had once worn the mask, the ones who had been claimed by its curse. They had become part of it, trapped in the endless cycle, their souls twisted and broken. And now, they were reaching for him, pulling themselves toward him, as though they could sense the faintest trace of humanity still left within him. "No!" George shouted, stepping back, his hands still gripping the mask tightly. He felt its weight in his hands, the power that had once consumed him, now a reminder of the dark force that had nearly destroyed him. The figures crept closer, their movements slow, deliberate. They were just like Elena had been, twisted, broken versions of the people they once were, their faces a grotesque mask of agony and despair. They reached out toward him, their hands groping, clawing at the air, desperate for him to join them, to become one with the curse. "You're not like them," Elena's voice whispered in his mind, her words echoing in his thoughts. "You're stronger than this." George's breath quickened, his pulse pounding in his ears as the figures closed in. He could hear their whispers, their voices blending together in a cacophony of torment. The mask had power, but it was not invincible. He had torn it off once. He could do it again. He gritted his teeth, his fingers tightening around the mask, holding it up like a shield. He had to resist. He had to fight. He couldn't let them pull him back into the darkness. The figures halted for a moment, as if sensing his resistance, as if they were waiting for him to make the next move. But George didn't hesitate. He had already made his choice. He had already broken free once, and he would do it again. With a roar of defiance, he flung the mask across the room, watching as it tumbled through the air, its surface gleaming in the dim light of the crumbling temple. The figures reached for it, their eyes, if they could be called eyes, focusing on the mask with an intensity that made George's stomach turn. But he didn't wait. He ran, his legs moving faster than he had ever moved before, his body driven by pure adrenaline. The temple seemed to shift, its walls closing in around him, the very air thick with the presence of the cursed souls that haunted it. But George didn't stop. He couldn't. The figures were behind him, their whispers growing louder, more insistent, urging him to give in, to let them claim him. But he refused. You cannot escape. You belong to the mask. You belong to us. The whispers filled his mind, overwhelming him, but George pushed them aside. He had to keep moving. He couldn't look back. He couldn't stop. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked, and George stumbled, falling to his knees. His breath came in sharp gasps as he looked around, the walls of the temple buckling and shifting, the darkness closing in on him. He had run out of time. He had run out of space. And then, just as the figures reached out toward him, just as he felt their cold, skeletal hands brushing against his skin, there was a flash of light. A blinding, brilliant light that filled the temple, pushing back the darkness, pushing back the figures. George shielded his eyes, the light burning his vision, but he could feel the change. The darkness was retreating. The figures were vanishing. The mask, he could feel it, even from across the room, was no longer a force. It was powerless. The light grew brighter, more intense, until it consumed everything. The light burned away the darkness, a brilliant wave of radiance that swept across the crumbling temple, dissolving the twisted figures and shattering the cursed air that had filled the space. George could feel it in his very bones, the mask's hold, the grip of the curse, loosening, fading like a bad dream in the light of day. His heart hammered in his chest as he tried to stand, his legs shaky, his body still trembling from the ordeal. The light seemed to pulse, and as it did, George realized the world around him was changing. The temple was no longer just a ruin, its walls cracking and crumbling. Now they were whole again, ancient, yes, but restored. The stone gleamed in the light, and the air felt different, cleaner. It wasn't the oppressive, suffocating air of the cursed place he had been trapped in. It was something else entirely, something lighter. He looked around, and there, in the center of the room, was the mask. It lay on the stone floor, no longer glowing with dark energy, no longer exuding the malevolent force that had once pulled him into its thrall. Now it was nothing more than a hollow relic. Its power was gone. For a moment, George simply stared at it. His heart ached, a sickening pang of fear and relief washing over him in waves. The temptation to return to it, to reclaim it and finally end the nightmare, was still there. But something deep within him, something stronger than the pull of the mask, told him that the nightmare had already ended. It had to end. With slow, deliberate steps, he moved toward the mask. The closer he got, the more the air seemed to hum with energy, though it was no longer the oppressive energy of the curse. It was different now, almost peaceful. As he reached down, George picked the mask up, feeling its cold surface in his hands once more. This time it felt empty. The connection he had once felt, the bond between him and the mask, was gone. It was no longer a living thing, no longer a parasite that clung to him. It was just an object, a hollow artifact of an ancient evil that had been silenced, perhaps forever. He turned the mask over in his hands, examining it. The intricate carvings, the strange symbols etched into its surface, now they didn't seem so threatening. They were just markings, meaningless without the curse that had once imbued them with power. And yet, as George stared at the mask, a deep sense of finality washed over him. It was over. He had survived. He had fought back. The curse, the mask, the horror, it was all in the past now. But something nagged at him, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. The voices were gone. The darkness was gone. Elena's presence, her whisper, was fading. But there was still a quiet tug in his chest, a deep sense of loss. Even with the curse gone, he couldn't help but feel that something essential had been taken from him. As if sensing his uncertainty, a soft breeze blew through the temple, brushing against his face. He didn't know where it had come from, but it felt like a sign. The wind carried a faint scent, something familiar, something he couldn't quite place. It made him close his eyes for a moment, breathing it in. "Thank you," a voice whispered, so soft it could have been a memory. George's eyes shot open. His heart skipped a beat. "Is that Elena?" he asked, his voice trembling. But there was no answer, no response, just the gentle, almost imperceptible rustling of the wind. He looked around, but the temple was empty. No figures, no shadows, nothing to indicate that anyone else was there. Only the mask in his hands and the quiet, soft hum of the restored temple. The tug in his chest lingered, a feeling of profound loss mixed with the faintest thread of hope. Maybe, just maybe, there was something left, something beyond the curse. Something he couldn't yet understand. But for now, the nightmare was over. George turned and walked toward the temple's entrance, the weight of the mask still heavy in his hands, but its power gone. The light around him seemed to grow brighter, lifting the oppressive darkness that had once consumed him. It was still there, that faint feeling of loss, but it was no longer the suffocating force that had kept him trapped for so long. He stepped out of the temple and into the world beyond, the sun rising in the distance. The world seemed unchanged, but to George, it felt as if everything had shifted. He wasn't the same man who had entered the temple days, weeks ago. The man who had walked in had been broken, lost in the depths of the mask's curse. But the man who walked out was different. He was whole. He was free. The mask's grip was gone, and with it, the dark nightmare it had brought. But the journey wasn't over. Not yet, for even though the curse had been lifted, even though the mask had lost its power, there was still a lingering question in George's mind. What had truly happened in that temple? What had he experienced? And where was Elena now? He knew one thing for certain. He hadn't truly escaped. Not yet. The world outside was different now, changed by the mask, by the curse, by the horrors that had unfolded within those walls. And as George walked further into the light, a part of him knew that his journey wasn't finished. The darkness wasn't gone. Not completely. It was waiting, and it always would be. George stepped out of the temple, the world outside starkly different from the crumbling, cursed space he had just left behind. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden hue across the landscape. The air was fresh, the faint scent of earth and grass filling his lungs. For a moment, it felt almost normal, almost like nothing had happened. But as George walked further, the sensation of peace began to slip away. It wasn't just the nagging feeling in his chest that wouldn't go away, or the weight of the mask still clutched tightly in his hands. It was the eerie quiet that surrounded him. No birds chirped, no rustling of trees. The world felt too still, as if holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. He couldn't shake the feeling that the end of one nightmare only signaled the beginning of another. The world around him was different, but George couldn't tell if it was him who had changed or if the world itself had been altered by his encounter with the mask. The light was brighter, the colors sharper, and yet there was a sense of unease, a feeling that the calm was only temporary. He continued walking, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Elena's voice had whispered in his mind just before he left the temple. "Thank you." But that was all. No more guidance, no more presence. It was as if she too had been swallowed by the shadows. "Where are you, Elena?" he muttered under his breath. His words felt empty in the vast silence, swallowed by the stillness that surrounded him. With each step, the sense of isolation grew stronger. He wanted answers. He needed to understand what had happened, what he had truly escaped. The mask might have lost its power, but the questions it had left behind lingered, gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, George noticed something in the distance. A shape, standing at the edge of a small grove of trees. His heart leaped into his chest. He couldn't tell if it was his mind playing tricks on him, or if the figure was real, but he had to know. He quickened his pace, his feet moving faster than before. The figure remained stationary, like a dark silhouette against the fading light. As he approached, the shape became clearer, a woman, standing motionless in the clearing. "Elena!" George called out, his voice desperate. He was so close now, the air around him vibrating with tension. The woman turned slowly, her face still hidden in shadow. George's breath caught in his throat. She was familiar, but something was wrong. Her eyes, wide, hollow, and dark, met his. A cold shiver ran down his spine as recognition slowly dawned on him. This wasn't Elena. It couldn't be. The figure stepped forward, her feet making no sound as they brushed against the grass. She was taller than Elena, her presence imposing, her form shrouded in darkness. Her skin was pale, too pale, like something that had been washed clean of life. The shadows clung to her, swirling around her form, and her eyes, those deep, hollow eyes, seemed to swallow the light. Who are you?" George asked, his voice trembling. The figure didn't answer at first. Instead, she tilted her head, as if considering him, before she spoke, her voice cold and echoing. "You've come too far," she said, the words resonating in the still air. "You've broken the mask, freed yourself, but you failed to see the truth." George took a step back, his heart racing. "The truth? What do you mean? Who are you?" The woman's lips twisted into a cruel smile, a smile that was empty, devoid of any real warmth. "You freed yourself from the curse, but you are not free. The mask may have lost its power, but the curse is still inside you. It is in all of us." George's blood ran cold. The mask had been destroyed. He had torn it from his face. He had escaped. He should be free. But the woman's words felt like a slap, a cold reminder of what he had never truly escaped. The curse had always been more than just the mask. It was the whispers, the shadows, the ancient evil that had consumed everything in its path. The mask had merely been its vessel. "No," George whispered, shaking his head. "No, I broke it. I escaped. I'm free." She laughed, the sound hollow and distant, like an echo from a far-off place. "You think you can escape it? You think you can just tear away the mask and leave it all behind? It's inside you now, and it always will be." George's heart thudded in his chest, and for the first time since he had left the temple, he felt the full weight of the curse's lingering presence. It wasn't just the mask. It was the fear, the darkness. It was in his mind, in his very soul. He had only driven it into the corners of his being, but it hadn't gone away. It would never go away. The woman took a step closer, her form shifting and flickering, like a mirage in the fading light. "You've freed your body, but you've not freed your soul. You cannot run from the darkness, George. It knows you. It has always known you." A cold dread washed over him, and George stumbled back. He could feel it, the tugging at the edges of his mind, the cold fingers of the curse creeping back into his thoughts. The whispers, the shadows, it was all returning, like a flood breaking through a dam. "No," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I won't let it." The woman's form flickered again, her features distorting, becoming even more monstrous than before. Her eyes, those empty, soulless eyes, stared into his, and George could see the truth. She wasn't just a figure in the shadows. She was the mask's curse incarnate. "You cannot escape what is inside you," she said, her voice a cold, relentless whisper. "It will consume you, as it has consumed all who came before you." And as George turned and fled into the darkening woods, he felt the weight of those words hanging over him. George ran, his feet pounding against the earth as the shadows seemed to stretch out toward him, eager to reclaim him, to drag him back into the nightmare he had thought he had escaped. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest tight with panic. Every step felt heavier, as though the ground beneath him was pulling him down, trying to keep him tethered to the darkness that still clung to his soul. The woman's voice echoed in his mind, relentless and cold. "It knows you. It has always known you." The words rattled in his skull, refusing to be shaken. The curse, he had broken the mask, but the curse had never been bound to the mask. It had been bound to him, to everyone who had ever dared to wear it, to everyone who had touched its evil. He stumbled, tripping over a root that jutted out of the earth, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He had to keep moving. His thoughts were a whirlwind, but they all circled around one thing: the mask. The woman. The curse. It was inside him. He had felt it. He knew it. But the mask, why had he thought it was over? The mask wasn't just an object. It was a conduit, a key to a darker power. It had been waiting, patiently, for someone to break its seal. Someone like him. He didn't know how long he had been running. The world around him had become a blur of trees and shadows, the darkened woods closing in, suffocating him with their silent, oppressive presence. The sun had fully disappeared, leaving only the pale glow of the moon to guide his way, but it only made the darkness more intense, more oppressive. With each step, George could feel the presence of the curse tightening around him. He could almost hear it, a low hum in his ears, like the distant sound of something ancient, something hungry. He could feel the darkness pressing in, pulling at him, urging him to give in, to let it take him. He pushed harder, his legs burning, his mind screaming for him to stop, to face the truth. But he couldn't. He refused to face it. He couldn't accept it. A figure appeared before him, emerging from the shadows. A figure that was both familiar and alien at the same time. The woman. Her face was no longer shrouded in darkness, but in the moonlight, her features were distorted, monstrous, her eyes hollow pits that seemed to stare right into his soul. "You cannot outrun it, George," she said, her voice smooth, like the slide of ice over skin. "You cannot escape what is inside you. The mask has already claimed you." George's pulse quickened as he tried to back away, but his feet felt frozen to the ground, as though the very earth beneath him had turned to stone. His hands trembled, still clutching the mask. He hadn't realized it, but somehow he had brought it with him, still in his grasp. The woman smiled, a twisted, malicious smile that chilled him to his core. "You're holding on to it, George. You're holding on to the thing that will destroy you." "No," George whispered, shaking his head. He couldn't stop. He wouldn't let it happen. He wouldn't let the curse win. The woman reached out, her cold fingers brushing against his arm, and in that instant, the world seemed to freeze. Time stretched, and the darkness thickened, swallowing the moonlight. The trees around them warped, twisting, becoming something alive, something hungry. "I know what you're feeling," she murmured, her voice low, almost sympathetic. "The curse calls to you. It's inside you now, in every heartbeat, in every breath. You can't escape it, George. It won't let you." The words sliced through him like a knife. He could feel the truth in them, deep in his chest, the weight of the mask, the weight of the curse, pressing down on him. He had tried to fight it. He had tried to break free. But now, standing in the heart of the darkness, he realized he had never truly been free. The curse was a part of him, like a shadow that would never leave, no matter how far he ran. The woman's form flickered, her image shifting between human and something far darker, more twisted. Her eyes bored into him, and for a moment George saw something beyond them, something terrible, something ancient. He could feel the curse wrapping around him, sinking into his skin, into his soul. "You can try to fight," she said, her voice now a whisper that seemed to come from all directions. "But it will always find you. The darkness is a part of you now." George's vision blurred, and the world around him began to twist, the shadows stretching and distorting, like the walls of reality itself were bending. His heart raced, his hands shaking as he fought to hold on to the mask, to keep it from consuming him. But the more he held it, the more it felt like it was pulling him under, like the weight of it was too much to bear. A voice broke through the haze, a soft whisper, familiar and comforting. "Don't give in, George. You're stronger than this. It was Elena. George's head snapped up, his breath catching in his throat. Elena? Is that you? But the figure before him only smiled, that same cruel, empty smile. Elena is gone, George. She's part of the curse now, like you. Like everyone who has ever touched the mask. No! George shouted, his voice trembling with fear and defiance. He refused to believe it. He refused to believe that Elena was gone, that she was part of the curse. He had to fight. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and the shadows seemed to swallow him whole. The ground beneath George's feet shattered, splintering like dry wood, and he fell to his knees, his body trembling. The darkness around him seemed to close in tighter, a suffocating grip around his chest that made it harder to breathe. He could feel the weight of the mask in his hands, colder than it had ever been before, its presence oppressive and unbearable. No, he gasped, his voice hoarse. I won't let it take me. I won't become like them. The woman, no, the embodiment of the curse, smiled at him, her eyes gleaming with cold malice. She was no longer just a figure in the shadows. She was the darkness, the mask's true form, the curse made flesh. Resistance is futile, she whispered, her voice wrapping around him like tendrils of ice. You think you can outrun it? You think you can escape what is inside you? You're already lost. George's mind was spinning, the remnants of his strength fading with every passing second. His hands clenched tighter around the mask, and he felt it, the pull of the curse, a slow, insidious tug at the very core of his being. The visions were coming back, the twisted images of Elena's face, her voice, all distorted by the darkness that had consumed her. He could hear her faint whispers in his mind, a haunting melody that seemed to grow louder the longer he resisted. Please, George whispered, his voice cracking. Please, Elena, help me. The curse only responded with silence, a deafening, suffocating silence that filled his ears. The figure before him, the woman, stepped closer, her long, dark hair swirling like smoke around her face. The air felt heavy, thick with a power that threatened to overwhelm him. You still believe there is a way out, she said, her voice dripping with mockery. But you've already made your choice. The moment you touched the mask, you sealed your fate. It was always a part of you. George's chest tightened, and he gasped for air. The darkness around him pressed down harder, as if it were crushing him from all sides. He tried to stand, to move, but his body was frozen, unable to obey his commands. His hands still gripped the mask, but it felt as though it were slipping away from him, as though it were pulling him into the very heart of the curse. No, he cried out, his voice rising in desperation. I will not let you take me. I will not let the darkness win. For a fleeting moment, there was a pause. The world seemed to hold its breath, the shadows hesitating, as though unsure whether to engulf him completely. And in that moment of stillness, George felt something deep inside him, a flicker of defiance, a spark of hope. He didn't know where it came from, but it was there, burning brightly in the pit of his stomach. With a guttural roar, George pushed himself to his feet, his body protesting with every movement. The mask was still in his hands, but now it felt different. It no longer weighed him down. Instead, it felt like a relic, an object of power that he could wield, if only he could control it. The darkness around him seemed to recoil, the shadows retreating just a little, as though they feared his newfound resolve. Get away from me, George shouted, his voice raw with fury. I won't be your prisoner. The woman, no longer just a shadow, stepped back, her expression flickering for a brief moment with something resembling fear. But it was fleeting, like the last remnants of a dying storm. You don't understand, she said, her voice colder than ice. You cannot escape. It is too late. The mask has claimed you. No, George retorted, his hands shaking as he raised the mask high above his head. You're wrong. The mask doesn't control me. I control it. In that moment, the mask pulsed with a strange energy, a surge of power that shot through George's veins. The shadows in the clearing seemed to recoil, the air thick with the force of his defiance. The woman's eyes narrowed, her lips curling into a sneer. "You're a fool," she spat, but George didn't hear her. He didn't care. All that mattered was the power he had finally found within himself. The curse, the mask, the darkness, it had all been consuming him, but now he could feel it. He could feel the pulse of his own will, his own strength. The world around him shifted, the trees bending and cracking as though caught in a violent wind. The shadows seemed to writhe, twisting and contorting, but George stood firm. The mask was his now, not the other way around. He would not be a puppet to its power any longer. The woman let out a scream, a sound of pure fury and desperation, but it was drowned out by the roar of energy that erupted from the mask. The curse was losing its grip, retreating, as the light within the mask pushed against the darkness. George felt his heart hammering in his chest, the energy within him building to a crescendo. The woman's form was beginning to fade, her features flickering like a flame about to be snuffed out. But before she disappeared completely, she turned to him one last time, her eyes filled with hatred. "You think you've won," she said, her voice barely a whisper now, "but you'll never be free. Not completely." With those final words, the woman dissolved into the air, leaving nothing behind but the fading remnants of the curse. George stood alone in the clearing, the mask still gripped tightly in his hands. The darkness had retreated, but he knew it wasn't truly gone. It was still there, lingering in the depths of his soul, waiting. But for now, he was free. For now, he had won. As the last whispers of the curse faded into the night, George stood still in the clearing, the weight of the mask heavy in his hands. The air was clear now, the oppressive darkness lifting, but the silence that followed felt both peaceful and unsettling at the same time. The world around him had returned to normal, or at least what he could recognize as normal. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, the faint glow of the moon casting a soft light across the land. But inside George, everything had changed. He had fought the curse. He had broken the mask's hold on him, at least for now. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't truly escaped it. It was a part of him now, like a shadow that would always follow. He didn't know if he would ever be rid of it, but for the first time in what felt like forever, he didn't feel its grip tightening around his chest. With a weary breath, George slowly made his way back toward the edge of the clearing, the mask still clutched tightly in his hands. The night was eerily calm, the once oppressive weight now replaced with an uneasy quiet. As he walked, he cast a final glance over his shoulder, half expecting to see the woman, or the shadows, returning to claim him. But there was nothing. It was over. For now. George's footsteps grew slower as he made his way back home, the mask in his hands now feeling more like a burden than an artifact of power. It had given him strength, but it had also taken so much from him. And though he could feel the darkness slipping away, he knew that it was never truly gone. It would always be there, lurking just beneath the surface. The journey had changed him. The mask had changed him. And though he had survived, the scars would remain forever. As George disappeared into the distance, the moonlight flickered once more, casting a final shadow over the land. The mask was no longer a symbol of power. It was a reminder of the darkness that always waits, biding its time, ready to consume those who dare to seek its touch. The curse, though defeated, was never truly gone. It would always return, in some form, in some way. Because some things, some evils, are too ancient to be fully destroyed. And in the end, they always find their way back. And that's the end of this story. Name of the next story, The Missing Hour. Sarah sat at her kitchen table, staring at the clock on the wall. The ticking sound seemed louder than usual, almost deafening, as though it were mocking her. She blinked and glanced at her phone. 10:23 a.m. Her eyes flickered back to the wall clock. She swore she had looked at it only moments ago, and it had said 10:24 a.m. A frown creased her brow as she reached for the clock. It was an old-fashioned timepiece, one her grandmother had passed down to her. The polished brass surface gleamed in the light, but there was something off about it today. It wasn't the first time Sarah had noticed strange things happening with the clock. It seemed to lose time occasionally, but today something felt different. She reset the clock, her fingers brushing the worn hands as she adjusted them to the correct time. 10:23 a.m. again. "Okay, this is getting weird," she muttered under her breath, shaking her head as she made her way back to the living room. Sarah was always a creature of habit, and time had always been something she clung to. Every morning, she followed the same routine, a comfort that gave her a sense of control. She reached for a cup of coffee, the warm steam curling around her face, and took a slow sip. It had been an uneventful morning. The weather was dull, gray clouds hung low outside the window, and the street was empty. Yet, the sense of unease lingered. When Sarah returned to the kitchen, her gaze automatically fell back on the clock. Her heart skipped a beat. It was 10:24 a.m. again. How could that be? She had just set it to 10:23. She stared at the hands, her mouth going dry. Was she losing her mind? With a deep breath, she approached the clock once more, intending to adjust it again. But as she reached for the brass hands, a strange pressure in the air made her pause. The atmosphere felt heavy, like something invisible was closing in on her. Her fingers hovered over the clock's face. She shivered, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Without thinking, she pulled her hand back, stepping away. The feeling didn't make sense. It was just a clock, after all. But why did it feel as if something sinister was at play? "Maybe I'm just tired," Sarah murmured to herself. She hadn't slept well the night before, plagued by a series of unsettling dreams. Perhaps that was all this was, the aftermath of a restless night. But then the clock ticked again, and again, and again. Every time she glanced at it, the hand seemed to move ever so slightly, never quite right. Always a few seconds too fast or too slow. The time seemed off by just a minute each time. She opened the clock and checked the battery, but it was fine. The mechanism, in fact, appeared to be running smoothly. Her breath caught in her throat as she checked her phone again. 10:25 a.m. This couldn't be happening. "Okay, Sarah, get a grip," she whispered, rubbing her eyes. "You're just being paranoid." "It's fine." But as she spoke those words, the unsettling sensation in the pit of her stomach refused to subside. A low hum began to fill the room, a vibration in the air that Sarah could feel under her skin. The clock ticked again. The sound of it was so sharp, so precise. But this time, the hands of the clock didn't just twitch, they shifted. "Wait a minute," Sarah muttered. "That's not right." Her eyes widened. The clock had jumped forward by an entire hour. It was now 11:25 a.m. She glanced back at her phone. Still 10:25 a.m. "No way," Sarah whispered, stepping back from the kitchen counter. She felt dizzy, her head spinning as she tried to comprehend what was happening. She had seen it move. She had seen it jump ahead. A surge of panic rushed through her as she frantically checked the clock once more. It was stuck on 11:25 now, the hands frozen in place, as though mocking her attempts to understand. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door startled her. Her heart raced, and she hurried to answer it. Who could that be? Opening the door, she found her neighbor, Mrs. Harris, standing on the porch. Mrs. Harris was an elderly woman with wisps of gray hair and thick glasses that made her eyes appear twice their normal size. She was holding a small package wrapped in plain brown paper. "Hello, dear," Mrs. Harris greeted with a smile. "I think this was left at my doorstep by mistake." "It's for you." "Oh, thank you," Sarah said, still shaken. She took the package from the older woman's hands, forcing a smile despite the unease creeping in. "I appreciate it." "No problem," Mrs. Harris said, nodding before turning to leave. "Stay safe now, dear. It's not the best day for a walk." Sarah watched Mrs. Harris go back into her house, closing the door behind her. What did she mean by that? It was just an ordinary day, wasn't it? The package was small, wrapped simply, with no indication of who it was from. Sarah's hands trembled slightly as she tore at the paper, revealing a sleek black box with a digital clock on the front. The numbers blinked in an eerie green hue. 10:24 a.m. What? The time again. She stared at it, unsure whether to be terrified or curious. This had to be some sort of mistake, some weird coincidence. But everything felt wrong now. The air, the quiet in her home, even the small clicking of the clock seemed louder. She set the new clock down on the counter, watching it tick, waiting for it to shift like the old one had. But nothing happened. It just kept ticking in place, as though mocking her all over again. She looked back at her old clock, still frozen at 11:25. And that's when it hit her. Time hadn't just reset, it had skipped. A chill ran down her spine. Sarah stared at both clocks, her mind racing. There was no way she was imagining this. The old clock, still showing 11:25, had somehow skipped ahead, while the new clock was now locked on 10:24. The world felt off, like she was caught in some kind of twisted riddle she couldn't solve. Her hands trembled as she reached for her phone again, her breath shallow. The time read 10:26 a.m. This was impossible. With a shaky sigh, Sarah sat down at the kitchen table, her eyes bouncing between the two clocks. What was happening? She was starting to feel like she was losing touch with reality. Was she in some sort of time loop? The thought seemed absurd, but then she remembered the warning from Mrs. Harris, how she had said it wasn't the best day for a walk. Was it possible that Mrs. Harris knew something? Maybe she had seen something that Sarah hadn't? She had to find out. Standing up quickly, Sarah grabbed her coat and went outside, her shoes tapping lightly on the floor as she stepped out onto the porch. The air outside was colder than it should have been, and the wind rustled through the trees, sending leaves scattering across the yard. The streets were quiet, too quiet. There wasn't a single car in sight, not a soul walking down the street. It was as if the world had been emptied out, leaving only her to witness this strange, distorted day. She hurried down the steps and made her way toward Mrs. Harris's house. As she walked, she glanced up at the sky, which was unnaturally overcast. The clouds seemed to hang lower than they had before, casting everything in a dim, washed-out light. Her heart began to pound in her chest. Something felt wrong, like a shadow had fallen over the world, blotting out everything familiar. She reached Mrs. Harris's house and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing the elderly woman standing there, her face as expressionless as before. "Oh," Mrs. Harris said, her tone flat. "You're back. I was wondering when you would return. What's going on?" Sarah blurted out, her voice shaking. I need to know if you've noticed anything strange." Mrs. Harris seemed to peer at her through the glasses, her lips parting slightly, as though she were considering the question. Then she nodded slowly, almost imperceptibly. "Time does strange things here," she murmured. "It doesn't behave like it should. You've noticed it, haven't you?" Sarah felt her throat tighten as the realization dawned on her. The clocks, they keep changing. It's like everything's resetting. Mrs. Harris's expression shifted, a brief flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. She stepped aside and motioned for Sarah to enter. "Come inside. It's not safe out there," Mrs. Harris said, her voice quiet and cautious. Reluctantly, Sarah stepped inside. The house smelled faintly of lavender and something earthy, a scent that was both comforting and suffocating. Mrs. Harris led her to the sitting room, where she took a seat in the armchair by the window. The walls were lined with old bookshelves, each shelf crammed with dusty volumes. "You've been caught in the loop, dear," Mrs. Harris said, her voice low. "And if you don't break it, it will consume you." Sarah's heart sank. A loop? That was exactly what it felt like. But how could she break it? How could she escape? "I don't understand," Sarah said, her voice cracking. "How do I stop this? How do I make it stop?" Mrs. Harris looked at her, her expression unreadable. "It's not something you can stop, child. Not easily, anyway. Time doesn't obey our rules here." "What do you mean?" Sarah asked, her hands clutching the edge of the chair as she leaned forward. "How did this happen?" Mrs. Harris hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "It's a place, you see. A place where time behaves differently. Once it starts slipping, there's no way to control it. You're trapped in the cycle now, just like the rest of us." Sarah's mind raced. Trapped? How could that be? She didn't remember coming here, didn't remember anything strange happening before. It all started with that clock, the old one, and now everything was unraveling around her. "Why didn't you warn me?" Sarah's voice was shaky. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Mrs. Harris leaned forward, her voice becoming softer, almost as if she were confiding in her. "I couldn't. Not until I was sure you were ready to hear it. You'll find your way out, eventually. But not without consequences." "Consequences?" Sarah repeated, her voice trembling. "What do you mean by that?" "You'll see," Mrs. Harris said with a cryptic smile. "Just keep watching the clocks, dear. Keep track of the time. And when it all resets again, you'll know what to do." Sarah didn't understand, but as she stared at Mrs. Harris, she knew one thing for certain. She couldn't trust her anymore. There was something dark in those eyes, something that wasn't telling the full truth. Sarah stood abruptly, her body shaking with a mix of fear and confusion. I don't know what's going on here, but I need to leave. I need to get back." Mrs. Harris didn't try to stop her, only nodded as Sarah hurried back out of the house. The moment the door closed behind her, the world outside seemed even quieter, as if it had swallowed up all sound. Sarah's breath came in shallow gasps as she ran back toward her house, her mind spinning. What was Mrs. Harris talking about? Trapped? A time loop? Could any of this be real? She reached the front door and stopped, her hand frozen over the knob. Something in the air had changed. She could feel it. The clock inside ticked again. She opened the door and stepped back into the house. She stared at the clock, which now read 10:24 again. Sarah's heart skipped a beat as the time reset again, the same eerie 10:24 staring back at her from the clock. It was as if she hadn't even left, as if nothing had changed since she first noticed the time slipping. Her entire world felt fractured, like she was living in a dream that was slowly turning nightmarish. The house, too, seemed different now. The air felt heavier, the shadows in the corners of the room deeper. The ticking of the clock was louder than before, like it was closing in on her, the sound becoming a constant pulse in her ears. She slammed the door shut behind her and leaned against it, trying to steady her breath. She looked back at the two clocks in the kitchen, the old brass one and the new digital one. The brass one read 10:24, just like the others. They were all synced now, as if mocking her attempt to fight the passage of time. Was this what Mrs. Harris had meant by the loop? She felt a chill creep up her spine. She knew deep down that she couldn't ignore it any longer. She had to figure out how to break free. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door again. Sarah's eyes widened. She hadn't heard anyone approach, hadn't seen anyone out the window. Hesitantly, she made her way to the door, every step feeling like it was echoing in the silent house. She opened it slowly, revealing a figure standing on the porch. It was Mrs. Harris again, but this time, her expression was different. There was no kindness in her eyes, only a coldness, a knowing stare that made Sarah's skin crawl. "I told you to watch the clocks," Mrs. Harris said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Didn't I? I don't understand," Sarah muttered, backing away from the door, her throat dry. "I don't understand any of this." "You will," Mrs. Harris said, stepping into the house without waiting for an invitation. "You will understand soon enough. The loop is part of it, part of her. Her?" Sarah stammered, her mind racing. She couldn't follow. What was Mrs. Harris talking about? But Mrs. Harris only smiled, a knowing, unsettling smile. "Don't worry, dear. You'll meet her soon. And when you do, you'll see that time. Time is never what it seems. With a sudden movement, she reached for the clock on the kitchen counter. Sarah didn't have time to stop her. Mrs. Harris twisted the hands of the clock, pushing them backward, resetting it again. But this time, something was different. The air around them shifted as the hands clicked, as though the house itself was breathing. Sarah's heart began to race, her entire body tensing as she tried to understand what was happening. "What did you do?" she whispered. Mrs. Harris stood motionless, her eyes not leaving the clock. "The loop isn't just time, child. It's a place that has no past and no future. It only exists in this moment, and once you're inside, well, there's no way out unless you break it." "Break it?" Sarah repeated, a knot forming in her stomach. How? How do I break it?" Mrs. Harris chuckled darkly. "Oh, you'll know. It's not something you can plan, not something you can understand in your waking state. But you'll understand when it happens." A sudden rush of noise filled the room, a deep, vibrating hum that seemed to shake the walls. Sarah looked up, her breath caught in her throat. The lights flickered and then went out, plunging the room into darkness. The tick of the clock, sharp, rhythmic, and maddening, was the only sound. "Listen to it." Mrs. Harris's voice echoed through the dark room, the only guide in the silent void. "Listen to the rhythm. It's calling you." "I don't hear anything," Sarah said, her voice barely audible. Her hands shook as she fumbled for her phone, hoping the light would help, but it flickered out just as quickly. She was completely blind now in the dark house, unable to hear anything except the ticking. "That's because you're not ready," Mrs. Harris whispered, her voice coming from all around her, a terrifying echo. "Not ready to hear what it really means." The air thickened, like a pressure had descended upon the room, pushing against Sarah's chest. She gasped for breath, her pulse quickening as the room seemed to shift around her. The familiar corners of her home were now warped, like something was distorting the space itself. Time wasn't just moving oddly, it was bending. Suddenly, Sarah felt a cold hand on her arm, and she spun around, gasping in terror. But there was no one there. The room was empty again, the oppressive hum fading into silence. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the feeling of being watched never left her. As though every second was stretching out, becoming a thing of its own, pulling her deeper into the loop. Sarah backed away from the kitchen, stumbling into the hallway. Her footsteps echoed in the stillness. The clocks in the house were still ticking, their sound never ceasing, growing louder with each passing second. With a trembling hand, she touched the walls as though to ground herself. They felt wrong, slick and cold under her fingertips, like the fabric of the house itself was tearing. But she couldn't stay here. She couldn't stand the pressure any longer. The house felt like it was alive, shifting around her, and the walls seemed to pulse with a life of their own. She turned and ran toward the door, but as she reached for the handle, a voice, clear and sharp, cut through the air, freezing her in place. "Not yet, Sarah." Mrs. Harris's voice echoed once again, though she was nowhere to be seen. "You're not done yet." Sarah's heart slammed against her ribs. Her breathing was shallow, her legs unsteady beneath her. There was something in the air, something almost alive, and she could feel it closing in. I don't understand." Sarah cried out, her voice cracking in desperation. But Mrs. Harris's laughter filled the room, hollow and cold, as though it was coming from every direction at once. "You will," she said softly. "Soon enough. You'll understand everything. And then you'll be ready." Sarah reached for the door once more, but this time it wouldn't open. Sarah twisted the door handle, her heart pounding in her chest, but it wouldn't budge. It was as though the door itself had become a part of the house, locked away from her, a barrier keeping her trapped inside. She pulled harder, gritting her teeth in frustration. The door was solid, immovable. A chill swept over her, creeping along her skin like icy fingers. She backed away from the door, her breathing quick and shallow. The silence in the house was deafening, and yet the ticking of the clocks, loud, relentless, and oppressive, rang in her ears like the heartbeat of the house itself. "You're not ready to leave," Mrs. Harris's voice echoed again, cold and unnerving. It sounded as if it was coming from every corner of the room, bouncing off the walls surrounding Sarah. "Time doesn't let you go that easily." The air in the house seemed to warp and bend around her, distorting the familiar shapes of the room. The walls stretched in odd directions, and the shadows clung to the corners like they had a life of their own. The clocks ticked in unison, their relentless march mocking her, as though time itself was mocking her struggle. Sarah's mind raced. She had to get out. She had to escape this loop, but every time she thought she understood what was happening, it slipped away like sand through her fingers. Suddenly, the clock stopped. For the briefest moment, the silence was absolute. Sarah stood frozen in place, listening to the eerie quiet. The ticking had stopped, and the house seemed to hold its breath. Then slowly, the hands of the clocks began to move again. But this time, it wasn't like before. The hands jerked forward, rapidly ticking through minutes and hours at an unnatural speed. It was as though time itself was speeding up, dragging her along in its wake, forcing her to watch it unfold. She tried to step back, but the walls felt too close, the space shrinking around her, as if she were being pulled into the vortex of time itself. The air grew colder, and she shivered. It felt like the room was getting darker, the shadows closing in tighter. The clocks weren't just ticking now, they were echoing, ringing in her ears, becoming more distorted with each passing second. Suddenly a voice, sharp and clear, cut through the chaos, and Sarah froze. "Sarah," it called, the sound lingering in the air like a whisper from the depths of the dark. "It's time." She spun around, her eyes wide with panic, but there was no one there. The house was empty, yet the voice continued, reverberating off the walls. "You've been here before," the voice said, low and insistent. "This is not the first time. This is not the last." Sarah's breath hitched as the realization hit her. She wasn't just trapped in a time loop. She had been here before. Somehow the house had shifted, but she had already walked this path. The clocks, the shadows, the voice, it was all repeating. "Come to me," the voice urged again, and this time there was a sense of urgency. "You've heard it before. You will hear it again. It will never stop until you listen." Her mind raced. She wanted to scream, to run, but the air felt thick, as though every movement she made was being watched, measured. Her own heartbeat echoed in her ears, drowning out everything else. The clock's ticking resumed, louder and faster. Sarah couldn't take it anymore. She turned toward the hallway, wanting to escape the oppressive atmosphere, but as she walked, the hallway seemed to stretch endlessly. It was as though the space itself had distorted, bending in on her, making her feel as if she were walking in circles. No matter how many steps she took, she could never reach the end. Time was closing in on her. "Don't run," the voice whispered again, this time closer, almost like it was inside her head. "It won't help. You cannot escape." Tears stung Sarah's eyes. She stopped, looking around the hallway. There was nowhere to go. The walls seemed to pulse with each tick of the clock, as if the house was alive, and its heartbeat was getting faster. She could feel the pressure of it, the sense that the house was suffocating her. The clock stopped again. The sudden silence was deafening, more unnerving than the ticking had been. Sarah stood still, her breath coming in shallow gasps. What was happening? The clock should be ticking. Time should be moving forward, but everything had come to a halt. The voice returned, this time louder, more insistent. "Sarah, it's not time to leave yet." A sharp pain shot through her head. Her vision blurred as the room around her seemed to collapse in on itself. She staggered back, clutching her head as the pressure in her skull built up, threatening to crack her mind open. "No," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "Please, no more." The pain grew, a deep, stabbing ache that radiated from her temples to the back of her skull. It was as if someone was inside her mind, twisting and turning the very fabric of her thoughts. And then, everything stopped. The pain, the pressure, the distorted reality. It all vanished in an instant, leaving behind a cold, eerie calm. Sarah collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath, as if she had just emerged from underwater. The world around her felt different, clearer, yet somehow more distorted at the same time. She glanced around, the shadows still lurking in the corners, the clocks now completely silent. But then she realized something had changed. The clocks were no longer in sync. One of them, the old brass one, was now frozen at 10:24. The digital clock, however, was blinking erratically, as though struggling to keep up with the flow of time. And as she stared at the clocks, she knew in the pit of her stomach, that time was no longer just slipping away. It was being torn apart. Sarah's hands shook as she stood up, her legs weak. She glanced around the room, but the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow darker, more defined. There was something waiting in the darkness, watching. The air seemed to thicken again, and Sarah felt the pressure closing in on her once more. The voice, cold and unforgiving, returned in a whisper. "You can't break it, Sarah," it hissed. "Time doesn't let go that easily." The weight of the voice hung in the air, suffocating Sarah. Every inch of her being screamed to escape, but the room felt like a cage, the walls pressing in from every side. She felt trapped, not just by the house, but by the very fabric of reality itself. Time, once a constant companion, was now a shifting, malleable force, something she couldn't comprehend. The ticking of the clocks resumed, but this time it was erratic, like the sound of 1,000 heartbeats colliding together in a chaotic rhythm. Sarah's hands clenched into fists as she tried to steady herself, the noise overwhelming her. It was like she could feel the passage of time, no longer just something abstract, but something alive, something watching her, waiting. She turned to the window, desperate for some kind of escape, but the view outside only added to the sense of unreality. The sky was an unnatural shade of gray, the clouds swirling, as though they too were caught in the same endless loop. The trees in the yard seemed to sway in slow motion, frozen halfway between one movement and the next. It was as if the world outside had become as disjointed as the clocks inside. Sarah backed away from the window, her chest tight with fear. Her thoughts were jumbled, like they couldn't find a way to connect anymore. She had to break the loop. She had to get out before it consumed her completely. But how? The house felt like it was alive now, its every creak and groan sending ripples of dread through her. She could almost feel the walls breathing, the floor shifting beneath her feet. It was as though the very space around her was changing, bending and warping, each breath she took causing the room to stretch in ways it shouldn't. With trembling hands, Sarah touched the nearest wall, her fingers brushing against the cold surface. It felt smooth, almost slick to the touch, like something unnatural was hiding beneath the surface. She yanked her hand back, her heart racing. The voice spoke again, this time louder, more insistent. "You're still here, still trapped." The walls seemed to pulse, as if the house was alive, listening to the voice. Sarah wanted to scream, to run, but her body was frozen, as though the house had rooted her in place. She could feel her thoughts spinning out of control, her mind growing more and more frantic with each passing second. "Why me?" she whispered to the empty room. "Why am I the one caught in this?" The ticking of the clocks continued, but it was no longer synchronized. The sound felt fractured, like it was coming from different directions, warping into something indistinguishable. It was maddening. The lights flickered again, casting the room into darkness for a brief moment. When they flickered back on, everything was different. The room had shifted. The walls were no longer the same, the furniture slightly altered, as if time itself had rearranged the space while she wasn't looking. It felt like an eternity had passed, and yet Sarah knew it hadn't. She looked at the clocks, her stomach twisting. The brass one still showed 10:24, but the digital clock was now flashing, its numbers jumping erratically, faster and faster, as if trying to catch up with the pace of her thoughts. Time itself was becoming a blur, speeding and warping in ways she couldn't understand. A sudden, sharp pain shot through her head again, more intense than before. It felt like a vice had clamped around her skull, and she staggered back, clutching her temples. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. "You can't escape," the voice whispered, its tone now hollow and mocking. "Time will always catch you." Her vision blurred as she fell to her knees, the pressure in her mind building, suffocating her. The room around her seemed to tilt, everything spinning faster and faster. The clocks, the walls, the very air, everything was collapsing, all at once, pulling her deeper into the loop. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. The pain in her head intensified, and she felt as though her very consciousness was being torn apart. Then, in a sudden flash of clarity, everything stopped. The pain vanished, the clocks froze, and the room fell silent. Sarah's chest heaved with exhaustion, and she gasped for air, the weight of everything crashing down on her. She was no longer sure where she was, no longer sure what was real. It was as though the house had reset itself, as though she had been thrown back to the beginning, only everything was slightly different now. The clocks were still, the room was still, but there was something fundamentally wrong about it all. She could feel it in the air, the sense of something watching her, waiting for her to make the wrong move. And then the voice spoke again. "You've been here before. You'll be here again." Sarah slowly turned her head toward the source of the voice, but there was no one there. The room was empty, as it had always been. Her breath quickened. She couldn't stay here. She had to find a way out, any way out. But how? She had tried everything. Every path she had taken had led her right back to the same place. The clocks, the walls, the shadows, they all mocked her now. They all whispered the same thing. Trapped? Sarah's mind raced. She had to do something, anything. But every thought felt like it was slipping away from her, as though she was forgetting pieces of herself with each passing moment. She took a step forward, her legs shaky, but the floor beneath her felt different now. It wasn't solid. It was shifting, bending, like it was made of something soft and pliable. She stumbled, her heart hammering in her chest. The air grew thicker, heavier, and the shadows seemed to stretch out toward her, growing longer, reaching for her. The clocks ticked again, but it was a strange, distorted ticking, like the sound was coming from deep within the house, echoing through the walls. Something was coming, something that would make her understand the true nature of the loop. But Sarah was no longer sure if she wanted to know. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as the shadows seemed to pull closer, their edges sharp and dark, creeping toward her like hungry fingers. The sound of the ticking grew louder, the sharp clicks sending vibrations through her bones. It was as if the clocks had become a heartbeat, and with every tick, the house itself was drawing her in, consuming her little by little. Her mind swirled with confusion and fear. The air around her felt colder, each breath she took feeling heavier than the last. She could almost feel the presence of something behind her, something just out of sight, but when she turned, there was nothing there. The house was silent once again, except for the ticking, relentless, unforgiving. She stumbled backward, her eyes darting around the room, desperate to find something that made sense. The walls, the furniture, even the windows, all of it seemed to pulse, to breathe with the rhythm of time. Every step she took felt like she was walking on the edge of something vast, something beyond comprehension, and with each movement, the house seemed to close in tighter, suffocating her. The ticking, it was too much. It was like it was consuming her thoughts, erasing the lines between what was real and what was not. She stumbled towards the door, hands trembling as she reached for the handle again. It still wouldn't open. The door, like everything else, was a part of the loop, a trap that would not let her escape. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw it, a figure in the shadows, a silhouette just barely visible. Her heart skipped a beat. Was it Mrs. Harris? Was it someone else? The figure stepped forward slowly, deliberately, and as it did, Sarah felt a shift in the air, a weight that pressed down on her chest. It was a woman, her features obscured in the dim light, her clothes torn and ragged, as though she had been here for a very long time. She didn't speak at first. She just stood there, watching Sarah with an intensity that made Sarah's skin crawl. Finally, the woman's voice broke the silence, low and rasping. "You're not supposed to be here." The words were chilling, as if they were meant to be a warning. Sarah's blood ran cold. Who are you?" she whispered, taking a cautious step backward. Her mind raced, trying to place the figure, but nothing made sense. The woman didn't answer right away. Instead, she took another slow step forward, and Sarah instinctively took another step back. "You shouldn't have come," the woman repeated, her voice growing softer and more hollow. "This place, it changes you. It becomes you. And once you're inside, you never leave." A sudden flash of memory hit Sarah, the loop, but it was more than just the clocks. The woman in front of her seemed to belong to the house, as though she had always been here, an ancient part of the very fabric that twisted time around them. The woman stepped closer still, her face becoming clearer in the dim light. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, the irises almost black with fear. Sarah took in a sharp breath. The woman's features were gaunt, hollow, as though she had been trapped here for far longer than Sarah could comprehend. "I've seen you before," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper, her pulse racing. "I've seen you in the shadows." The woman's lips curled into a faint smile, if it could even be called that, twisted and wrong. "You've seen all of us, child. Every one of us who has wandered too far into the loop. We never leave." Sarah took another step back, her back hitting the wall. Her mind was screaming for her to run, to escape, but every instinct she had told her that there was nowhere to go. The woman's words echoed in her mind, and she realized with a sinking feeling that she was not the first. She wouldn't be the last. "You're a part of it now," the woman whispered. "We all are." As the woman's figure came into full view, Sarah's stomach churned with horror. Her clothes were ragged, tattered, but it was her eyes, those eyes, that sent a wave of dread through Sarah's chest. There was no soul behind them, just emptiness. "We're all trapped here, all of us who failed to break the loop." Sarah could feel the room around her shift again. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows thickening as the ticking grew louder, a relentless pulse that reverberated through her entire body. The woman's words rang in her ears. "You're part of it now." A shiver ran down Sarah's spine. She tried to move, to break free, but her legs felt like they were made of stone. Her mind screamed for her to act, to do something, but the oppressive force of the house had locked her in place. "No," Sarah said hoarsely, her voice trembling with the weight of her fear. "I'm not like you. I won't be trapped here." The woman's eyes narrowed. "You don't understand. It's not a choice. It's a part of you now. You'll learn. And when you do, you'll stop trying to run." The ticking grew louder, closer. The woman raised her hand, pointing toward the clock on the wall, the one that had been stuck at 10:24 since Sarah had first noticed it. It was ticking again, but it was no longer just a sound. The clock had become something more. It was a presence, pulling at Sarah, tugging at her thoughts. It was like the very fabric of reality had become tangled around it. "No one gets out," the woman murmured, her voice growing distant, her features fading as if she were becoming a part of the shadows herself. "And if you think you can—" She stopped, her voice trailing off, and for a moment, Sarah thought she saw something change in the woman's eyes, something almost like pity. But it was fleeting, gone as quickly as it had appeared. Then the woman vanished, melting into the shadows as if she had never been there. Sarah stood frozen in the darkness, her breath quick and shallow, her heart pounding. The ticking of the clock was now deafening, a chaotic rhythm that filled the room and seemed to echo inside her mind. She was alone again, but she knew deep in her bones that she wasn't. She could feel the presence of the loop, of the house, closing in on her once more. Time wasn't just a measurement. It was alive. The ticking grew faster. The shadows grew darker. And then, The clock stopped once again. The silence that followed was suffocating, the oppressive weight of the house pressing down on her chest. She didn't know how much longer she could stand it, how long she could fight it, but deep down, Sarah knew. The loop wasn't just waiting for her to break it, it was waiting for her to join it. The silence that filled the room was almost suffocating. It pressed in on Sarah, wrapping itself around her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Her mind reeled from the strange woman's words, each one like a needle, burrowing deeper into her thoughts. "You're part of it now." She shook her head, trying to force those words from her mind, but they clung to her like a shadow. The house, the clocks, the presence she felt, they were all part of something larger than she could understand. Something that wanted her, something that had been waiting for her. She was no longer sure where the house ended and she began. The lines were blurring, and then, as if the silence had been a breath held too long, the clocks began ticking again, but this time it was different. The rhythm wasn't chaotic. It was deliberate, synchronized. Each tick of the clocks felt like a pulse, beating in time with her own heart. A sudden flash of motion caught her eye. Something darted across the room. She whipped around, her breath catching in her throat. There was nothing there. She wasn't sure if she had imagined it or if the house itself was playing tricks on her. But she could feel it. Something was watching her. Watching from the corners, from the shadows, from beyond the walls. The room felt wrong. It had always felt wrong, but now it felt alive, as if the house was not just a place but a thing that had its own thoughts, its own will. It seemed to know her fears, her weaknesses, and it used them against her. She stumbled back to the window, pressing her hands against the cool glass, peering outside. But the world outside was just as distorted as the room. The sky had turned an unsettling shade of purple, and the trees seemed to twist, their branches bent in unnatural angles. There was no wind, no movement, just a static, frozen scene, like a photograph that had been held too long in one place. The world beyond the window was as trapped as she was. Her gaze fell back to the clock on the wall, the brass one that had started this all. It was ticking again, the second hand sweeping in slow, deliberate movements. Time, as though it was its own creature, pulsing through the room, through her, controlling everything. She stepped back from the window, feeling the air grow colder. The sensation was different now. She could feel it in her bones, in her skin. The weight of the house was pressing harder on her, pushing her closer to something she couldn't define. It was then that she realized something else, something that made her blood run cold. The clocks were no longer counting time as she had known it. No, they were counting her movements, her thoughts, her fear. The ticking, it wasn't just a sound anymore. It was an indicator, an observer, marking every step she took, every second she hesitated. Suddenly, the air felt thicker, as though the very space around her was closing in. Sarah's breath came in ragged gasps, her eyes darting around the room. It was almost as if the house was folding in on itself, each corner and each shadow pushing closer, suffocating her. She tried to turn toward the door again, but as her hand touched the handle, a sharp pain coursed through her body, starting at her fingertips and traveling up her arm. She cried out, stumbling back, shaking her head as if trying to shake off the pain. Her body felt wrong. It wasn't just the house anymore. It was her. She was changing. Every movement felt slow, every sensation exaggerated. Her skin tingled with static electricity. The house seemed to hum with energy, as though it were feeding on her, shaping her into something it could control. Then, in the corner of her vision, she saw it again, a flicker of movement, fast and fleeting. She turned sharply, but once again there was nothing. Her heart raced as the shadows seemed to stretch further, twisting in the corners of the room, watching her, waiting. The ticking of the clocks grew louder again, but now it wasn't just the clocks. It was her thoughts. Every second that passed seemed to echo in her mind. It felt like there was no escape from the passage of time. It wasn't just a matter of being trapped in a house. It was as though she was becoming a part of it, part of the time, part of the loop. "No," she whispered, her voice shaking. "No, this isn't real." But even as she said the words, a part of her knew that it was. The woman's warning echoed again in her mind. "You're part of it now." The sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, came from behind her. Sarah froze, her heart pounding. She didn't need to turn around. She could feel the presence. It was there, moving toward her, each step measured and deliberate, just like the ticking of the clocks. Her head spun, and she felt as though the walls were closing in on her. The shadows seemed to merge with the floor, with the walls, becoming one with the room itself. Time had stopped, but only for a moment. A heartbeat, a second, and then a voice. "I told you." The voice was soft, soothing, yet laced with something sinister, something familiar. "You can't escape." Sarah turned, her eyes wild. The woman from earlier stood before her again, her face pale and twisted, her eyes empty, hollow. She was still wearing the same ragged clothes, her figure gaunt, like someone who had been trapped for far too long. "You're part of it now," the woman repeated, her voice low, almost tender. "There's no way out. You belong to it now. You are it." Sarah shook her head, her breathing frantic. "No, I won't be like you. I'm not like this. I won't be." The woman's lips twisted into a faint smile. "You will be. You already are." Her hands reached out, and Sarah could feel the pull, like something was latching onto her very being. Her body, her mind, they were slipping away, becoming part of the loop. Time, the house, the shadows, they were consuming her, and no matter how much she fought, no matter how hard she tried, there was no escaping it. The ticking grew louder. Each second felt like a weight, pressing down on her. "You will become a part of the loop," the woman whispered. And with that, the room fell into darkness once again. The darkness was all-encompassing, as if Sarah had been swallowed by the very shadows that had been creeping around her. There was no light, no sound, only the oppressive weight of silence pressing down on her chest. She tried to scream, to cry out, but no sound escaped her lips. She could feel her heart racing, the panic building within her, but it was as though her body was no longer hers to control. She was floating, suspended in the void, surrounded by the sound of her own breath echoing in the emptiness. Time had stopped, and yet it hadn't. The clocks, their ticking was still there, faint but present, weaving through the silence like a thread of madness. She could feel it, feel the pulse of time, feel the pressure of its march, even though the world around her seemed frozen in place. The darkness was thickening, curling around her like a living thing, like it was waiting for something, something that was just out of reach. Sarah tried to move, to break free, but every movement felt sluggish, as though her body was stuck in some kind of viscous liquid, fighting against her at every turn. Then, without warning, the darkness splintered. A crack, like a fracture in the fabric of reality, appeared before her. A thin sliver of light spilled through, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw something, a glimpse of something familiar, something that might offer her an escape. She reached toward it, desperate, her fingers brushing against the crack in the darkness. It was warm, the light behind it radiating an almost inviting glow. She thought she heard a voice too, faint but clear, as though someone were calling her name. "Sarah!" It was soft, like a whisper on the wind, but it carried with it an undeniable sense of urgency. A voice she hadn't heard before, yet somehow, it felt like it was calling her from somewhere deep inside her own mind. "Sarah!" She followed the voice, moving closer to the crack of light. But just as her fingers touched the edge of it, the light blinked out, vanishing into the thick darkness once more. The voice was gone, replaced by the relentless ticking of the clocks that seemed to surround her, closing in on her once again. "No," she gasped, stepping back. "No, no, no." The crack reappeared, but this time, it wasn't just light, it was the reflection of a face. Sarah gasped as she saw herself, staring back at her through the crack. Her own eyes, wide with fear, locked onto hers. But something was wrong. The reflection was distorted, like a warped version of her own face, twisted by some unseen force. Her heart skipped a beat. Was that really her? Or was it something else? She couldn't tell anymore. The longer she stared, the more the reflection seemed to shift, as though the cracks in reality were pulling at her, unraveling her, and pulling her into the void. "You're becoming one of us," the reflection whispered, its voice a distorted version of her own, hollow and empty. "There's no going back." Sarah stumbled backward, her chest tightening as she tried to tear her eyes away from the reflection. She felt dizzy, disoriented, as though the room was spinning around her, twisting in ways she couldn't understand. The ticking was louder now, almost deafening. The shadows seemed to press in on her, pushing her toward the crack in the darkness, the warped reflection that called to her, drawing her in with its haunting, familiar voice. "You belong here now," it said, the words echoing through her mind. "You're part of it. You've always been part of it." "No," Sarah whispered, shaking her head. "I won't be." But the words felt hollow. She wasn't sure if she even believed them anymore. The longer she stood there, the harder it became to distinguish between the truth and the lies, between what was real and what had been twisted by the house. The reflection, her reflection, smiled then, a twisted, mocking grin that sent a chill through her body. The smile stretched unnaturally, like it was ripping at the edges of her face, pulling at her very essence. "Time doesn't let go," the reflection whispered. "It doesn't release. It keeps you." Sarah reached out toward the crack again, her fingers trembling, desperate to break free from this nightmare. She felt the pull of the reflection, the way it was becoming more and more like her, until she couldn't tell where she ended and the reflection began. Then, just as she was about to touch it again, the darkness ripped open wider, swallowing the crack and the reflection whole. She screamed, but the scream was muffled by the overwhelming silence that returned. For a moment, everything was still. Everything was quiet. But then, there it was again, the ticking. The clocks began again, slow and deliberate, but now it was different. The ticking no longer felt like a sound. It felt like a presence, like something was moving around her, beneath her skin, inside her mind. Sarah staggered backward, trying to comprehend what was happening. She could feel her pulse quickening, the rush of panic flooding through her veins. The house was alive. The clocks were alive, and it was all closing in on her. The room felt smaller, the shadows thicker. Time was shifting again, bending in on itself. She tried to move, but the ground beneath her feet felt unstable, as though the very fabric of reality was disintegrating around her. "You're trapped," a voice said. It was familiar, yet foreign. A low whisper just behind her ear. "You can't leave. Not now. Not ever." Sarah spun around, but there was no one there. No one except for the shadows, shifting in the corners of the room, their shapes indistinguishable, like they were waiting for her. "You're part of the loop now," the voice said again, more insistent this time. "There's no escape." A cold chill ran through Sarah's body. She felt her strength drain, her legs growing weak beneath her. The house was consuming her. It was pulling her into its depths, dragging her down, and no matter how hard she fought, she couldn't break free. And then, as the ticking grew louder, more insistent, the room began to pulse. The shadows seemed to grow, to stretch out like dark tendrils, and Sarah realized that she was no longer in control. She was no longer herself. The woman's warning echoed in her mind, the sound almost drowned out by the deafening tick of the clocks. "You're part of it now." And Sarah understood. She had always been part of it. She had always been meant to be here. The room shifted again, and this time she didn't resist. She couldn't. She was becoming one with the house, one with the shadows. And when the clock stopped, when the silence returned, she would be lost forever. The clocks ticked louder, their rhythmic sound crashing in Sarah's ears, drowning out everything else. It was a constant, insistent noise that pierced her skull, filled every crevice of her mind. She couldn't think beyond the ticking, couldn't focus on anything except that sound. It became her world, her only reality. And then, as the minutes dragged on in their torturous loop, something shifted. The room that had once been so familiar now seemed alien foreign. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with each pulse of time, as though the house itself was alive, aware of her. The shadows that had once been distant now seemed closer, pressing against her skin, against her very soul. Sarah tried to speak, to scream, but the words caught in her throat, suffocating her before they could form. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move. She was paralyzed by the weight of the house, by the weight of time. She was trapped in a cycle she couldn't escape. The loops had already begun to bleed into one another. Each reset was different, each one altering the world around her just slightly, just enough to confuse her, to make her question what was real. Her reflection appeared again, just like before, but now it wasn't only in the crack. It was in the corners of the room, in the shadows, in the glass of the broken lamp on the floor. Everywhere she looked, she saw herself, but distorted, twisted, always just a little off. "No," Sarah whimpered, backing into a corner, her mind reeling. "This isn't me." But even as she said it, the reflection smiled, its features shifting, like a puzzle missing pieces. Her eyes, glared back at her, empty and hollow. "You are," the reflection said, its voice no longer hers, but something darker, deeper. "You've always been part of the loop. There's no escaping now. We're one." Sarah's breath quickened. Her mind raced as the darkness pressed in from all sides. It was inside her now. It had always been inside her, just waiting for the moment when she would understand the truth. She wasn't just trapped in the house. She wasn't just stuck in time. She was time. She was the loop, just as much as the house was. The room twisted again, and Sarah stumbled as the floor seemed to warp beneath her feet. The walls began to bend, the ceiling shifting upward as though stretching away from her. Time was unraveling, the very fabric of reality tearing apart as the clocks continued their relentless ticking. It felt like her skin was being pulled, stretched thin over the bones of something wrong. She could feel her mind splintering, each moment pulling her further away from herself, from the person she had been. She was becoming part of the house, part of the loop. The air around her grew thick, suffocating. She tried to move, but her limbs felt heavy, like they no longer belonged to her. She looked at her hands, expecting to see her own fingers, but they were strange, twisted, unfamiliar. Her nails had turned black, like something had seeped into her very being. "Please," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't want this. I don't want to be like you." The reflection in the corner tilted its head, its smile widening. "It's too late," it said, its voice a haunting, mocking echo of her own. "You've always been here. You've always been part of it." Sarah felt her heart begin to race again, the panic rising as she tried to pull herself away from the mirror-like image of herself, but there was no escape. The reflection was everywhere now, stretching out, engulfing the room, until she couldn't tell where she ended and it began. The clocks kept ticking. The noise was deafening. Each tick, each talk, seemed to punctuate the silence, marking the passage of time, marking the erosion of her sanity. Then the light flickered briefly before dying altogether. The house was plunged into darkness once again. Sarah gasped, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she stumbled forward, her hands reaching out, trying to find something to hold on to. But the darkness was absolute. There was no sense of direction, no sense of space, just the endless, oppressive blackness. And then there was a voice. It was the same voice she had heard earlier, soft and insistent, but now it was accompanied by something else, something that made her skin crawl. There was a presence behind her, something that was breathing, something that wasn't human. The voice wasn't speaking anymore. It was whispering, like it was in her ear, like it was right next to her. "Sarah," the voice murmured, the syllables stretched and distorted. "You're mine now. You belong to the loop. There's no going back. You never left." She turned toward the voice, but there was nothing there. Nothing except the darkness. It had no form, no shape, just a feeling, a presence, something that was all around her, pressing against her, suffocating her. The air was thick with it, the very atmosphere heavy with the weight of time itself. It was closing in on her, pulling her in. She couldn't escape it. She couldn't escape the house. She couldn't escape the loop. And then the ticking started again. Louder this time. Closer. It was deafening, the sound of time itself crashing down on her, tearing her apart from the inside. The clocks were everywhere, all of them synchronized, all of them counting down to a single horrible moment. But she didn't know what that moment was. All she knew was that it was coming for her. It was already here. The walls were closing in again, the shadows stretching, pulling at her. She could feel them, feel their fingers curling around her, pulling her deeper into the dark. Her body trembled, but she couldn't move. Her mind was shrouded in a fog of fear and confusion, and she couldn't even tell if she was still alive. She could feel herself slipping. Her body, her thoughts, they were dissolving, breaking apart, becoming one with the house. The clocks kept ticking, each beat a reminder of her fate, of her inevitability. And then, through the blackness, she saw something. A flicker, a flash of light. The crack, the same crack that had appeared before, when the reflection had haunted her. But now the crack was larger, the light blinding, stretching out like a beacon in the darkness. Sarah didn't know what it meant, but she couldn't help but reach for it. She had to. It was the only thing that felt real anymore. She reached for it, her fingers brushing the edge, and the house trembled. The darkness roared. The clock stopped. The stillness that followed was unlike anything Sarah had ever experienced. The clocks had ceased their relentless ticking, the oppressive silence now wrapping around her like a thick blanket. It was a silence so deep, so profound, that it almost felt wrong, like the universe itself had forgotten how to exist. But it wasn't peaceful, it was suffocating. Her breath was shallow, her chest rising and falling in uneven gasps, as if the air itself had become harder to breathe. She had touched the crack, had reached out to it with everything inside her, hoping, no praying, that it would lead her to escape, to freedom. But now there was nothing. The darkness was consuming her once again, and she couldn't see her own hands, couldn't even feel her body clearly. For a moment, Sarah was unsure if she was still in the same place. The crack had vanished the instant her fingers brushed against it, replaced by an overwhelming darkness that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It moved like the heartbeat of the house, a steady rhythm that seemed to seep into her very soul, syncing with her pulse. She reached out, hoping to find something, anything, but there was nothing. Her fingers scraped against the empty air, and she felt the sharp sting of panic in her chest. Then, as if the house had decided to relent, there was a sound, one small, insignificant noise that was like the first stirrings of life. A single footstep, then another. They were quiet at first, barely audible, but they grew louder with each passing second. The sound of someone, or something, walking in the dark. "Hello," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. She had no idea if she was speaking to herself or to whatever was walking toward her. She didn't know if she could trust her own senses anymore. The footsteps paused, and for a moment there was nothing. Absolute silence again. Then the voice came, a whisper so faint, so distant that Sarah could barely hear it. "Sarah." Her breath hitched. It wasn't her name. It wasn't a voice she recognized. It was something else, something foreign. Yet, it was so familiar, so close to something she had heard before, something that had been in her thoughts for too long. The presence in the darkness seemed to shift, moving closer to her. She couldn't see it, couldn't feel it, but it was there. She could sense it, the way it was pressing in on her, the way it made her skin crawl. "Who's there?" Sarah demanded, her voice now more frantic, more desperate. The panic was rising again, drowning her. She wanted to scream, to run, but her legs wouldn't move. Her body felt heavy, like it was made of lead. The air was thick, pressing down on her, and it felt like the house was shrinking, closing in on her, preparing to swallow her whole. The footsteps came again, slow and deliberate. It was walking toward her, its presence growing stronger, more palpable with every second. And then something shifted. Something clicked in the air. Sarah could feel it. The temperature dropped, a coldness creeping under her skin, sinking deep into her bones. She shivered, her teeth chattering from the sudden chill. "Sarah," the voice whispered again, but this time it was clearer. Closer. She could almost make out the words, could almost understand it. But it wasn't comforting. It wasn't a voice that would reassure her. It was the opposite. It was hunting her. The cold around her grew more intense, suffocating, and Sarah finally forced herself to move, stumbling forward, but the house seemed to shift with her every step. The walls, which had once been straight, now bent at odd angles. The floor beneath her feet felt uneven, like it was shifting with each movement. She couldn't see the way forward. She couldn't see anything. She could only hear the footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer, closer, closer. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything she had ever known. It was something else. "Leave me alone," she screamed, though she wasn't sure who she was even screaming at. She didn't know where the voice was coming from, but it was there, always just beyond her reach, always too close. The footsteps didn't stop. They grew louder, more insistent, and then just as suddenly as they had started, they stopped. The silence returned, but this time it was deafening. It was like the house had swallowed the sound whole, leaving nothing but a gaping, endless void. Sarah could feel her heart pounding in her chest, the beat of it growing louder, drowning out everything else. She was breathing heavily, trying to steady herself, but the cold was still there, gnawing at her skin, creeping into her flesh. Then, the whisper came again, this time with a dark promise. "You can't escape." It was the same voice as before, but now it was different. The sound was more distorted, more fragmented, like it was coming from 1,000 different places all at once. She could hear it in the walls, in the floor beneath her, in the very air that surrounded her. The ticking. It was back. It was louder this time, almost deafening, as though the clocks had multiplied, their hands moving at impossible speeds, their gears grinding together. The sound of it filled her head, filled every corner of the house. She stumbled backward, her legs giving way beneath her, and for a moment she was paralyzed with fear. The room around her seemed to bend, the walls warping as time itself seemed to fracture, to twist. "You've always been here," the voice whispered again, closer this time, almost inside her head. "You never left, and you never will." Suddenly, the floor beneath her feet gave way. She fell, and everything went black. Sarah's fall felt endless. She plunged through the darkness, weightless, as though she was suspended in time itself, lost between moments, between loops. There was no sense of gravity, no sensation of air rushing past her. Only the growing, oppressive silence that clung to her like an unseen force. She landed, finally, hard. Her body crashed against something cold and unyielding, a sharp jolt of pain that shot through her spine. She gasped, pulling herself into a sitting position, her heart racing, blood pounding in her ears. But when she opened her eyes, there was nothing to see. More darkness. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the smooth, metallic surface beneath her. The texture was cold and slick, like the inside of a cavern, like the walls of a tomb. She shivered, trying to steady herself, trying to breathe through the overwhelming fear that threatened to swallow her whole. Then, slowly, as though the darkness itself was lifting just for her, a faint glow began to emerge. It was dim at first, barely perceptible, but it grew stronger, brighter, until it bathed the room in a sickly, unnatural light. The space she was in seemed to stretch endlessly, as if it went on for miles, though she could see only a few feet in front of her. The walls were smooth, polished, like the inside of a strange, mechanical structure, not a home at all. A low hum reverberated through the air, the faintest sound of machinery. Something that had been hidden, something that shouldn't be here, buried deep in the bowels of the house. It was then that Sarah realized she was no longer in the house, not in the way she had known it. This place was something else, something worse. "Where am I?" she whispered, her voice sounding strange to her own ears, as if it didn't belong to her. She felt like a stranger in her own body, a visitor in a world that had long forgotten her existence. The glow shifted, illuminating something in the distance, something that made Sarah's breath catch in her throat. It was a figure. At first, it was just a shape, an outline in the light, but as Sarah's eyes adjusted, she could see it more clearly. The figure was tall, humanoid, but something about it was wrong. Its form was bent at odd angles, limbs stretched too far, twisted in unnatural ways, like it was made from something that was neither flesh nor bone. Its face was a hollow, empty mask, no eyes, no mouth, just an empty void where features should be. And it was staring at her. A cold shiver ran down Sarah's spine as the figure took a slow, deliberate step toward her. Her heart pounded in her chest, the panic threatening to overwhelm her again. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. The figure's footsteps echoed softly, methodically, as it approached. Every step it took seemed to distort the air around it, as if the very fabric of reality was bending under its presence. The glow flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and writhe like living things. "No," Sarah gasped, her voice trembling with fear. "No, no, please." But the figure didn't stop. It kept moving toward her, its empty gaze fixed on her, its distorted limbs swaying unnaturally as it approached. The humming of the machinery around her grew louder, the sound pulsing through her veins, like the beating of an alien heart. And then, without warning, it spoke. "You're the loop." The voice was a guttural whisper, deep and foreign, like it was coming from the very walls of this strange place, from the machinery itself. The words rattled inside her skull, vibrating through her mind, making it difficult to focus, difficult to think. "You never left," it continued, its voice swirling around her, inside her, suffocating her. "You are part of it. You are the clock." Her stomach churned, her head spinning as the realization hit her like a blow to the chest. She had never truly escaped. Not from the house, not from the loop. She was the loop. Sarah opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Her body refused to obey her, trapped in the grip of terror, unable to move, unable to react. The figure was closer now. It was right in front of her, towering over her, its cold, empty gaze burning through her. Sarah could feel her mind starting to unravel, the pieces of her reality slipping away. She was drowning in it, the loop, the darkness, the never-ending march of time. She was part of it. She was always going to be part of it. The figure reached out, its twisted hand moving toward her. Sarah's breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide with terror, but she couldn't move, couldn't run. Its fingers brushed against her skin, cold as ice, and in that touch, something strange happened. Time shifted again. The floor beneath her feet seemed to vanish, and once again, Sarah was falling through endless space. She could feel herself stretching, twisting, becoming something else. The boundaries of her body, of her mind, were blurring, distorting in ways she couldn't comprehend. She was being pulled in, sucked back into the loop, into the darkness. The figure was with her, always with her, its voice ringing in her ears, its presence inside her. "You cannot escape," it whispered, its voice no longer just in her ears, but inside her very thoughts. "You are the loop. Time will never stop." The fall finally ceased. Sarah's body slammed against a cold, smooth surface once again, the shock of the impact jarring her senses. She gasped for air, but the air was thin, stale and metallic. Her limbs felt unresponsive, as though they were no longer under her control. Her mind, already fragmented, felt like it was spinning off into nothingness, unraveling piece by piece, thread by thread. She slowly opened her eyes, blinking against the haze that clouded her vision. The room, or what passed for a room, was dimly lit, a strange, pulsating light that came from nowhere, casting shadows that seemed to flicker and warp with each beat. The walls were made of the same cold, alien material she had felt earlier, smooth and reflective, yet somehow absorbing, like they were sucking in the very light. Sarah groaned, trying to push herself to her feet. But the moment her hands touched the ground, a ripple of energy ran through her, and she froze. The humming in the air grew louder, vibrating her very bones. It wasn't the steady hum of machinery this time. It was something else, something organic, something ancient. "You're still here," the voice said again, its whisper slipping into her ears, surrounding her. It was the same voice, the figure's voice, but it seemed different now. It was no longer just a voice. It was a presence, an entity, something that reached into the very fabric of her mind and twisted it. "You've always been here. Always will be." Sarah gritted her teeth, her heart hammering in her chest. She pushed herself upright, her legs trembling beneath her. Every step was shaky, uncertain. She was disoriented, the world around her a blur of motion and sound, like a dream she couldn't wake from. But there was no waking. She had already woken. She was awake, and the nightmare was her reality. She stumbled forward, her hand outstretched in search of something to ground her, to anchor her to this reality that no longer made sense. The walls seemed to curve away from her, stretching, bending in impossible angles, warping like the world was made of liquid, its surface rippling with every movement she made. The lights flickered, casting long, jagged shadows. In those shadows, she saw figures, no reflections of herself. Hundreds, thousands of them, all staring back at her. Some of them were distorted, their faces stretched into grotesque, inhuman shapes. Others had hollow eyes, voids where their pupils should have been. And they were moving. They were watching her, mimicking her every movement. "Stop," Sarah whispered, her voice cracking. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to block out the sight, trying to block out the oppressive feeling of being surrounded. "Just let me out. Please." But the reflections didn't listen. They just watched, unblinking. They didn't speak, didn't move, except for the slow, deliberate mimicking of her actions. Every time she took a step forward, they mirrored her. Every time she paused, they did the same. The air grew colder, a chill seeping into her skin, into her bones. She couldn't escape the eyes that were always watching, always waiting. The whispers grew louder, swelling in her mind until it felt like she was being crushed by them. "You can't escape," they murmured, overlapping and distorting, 1,000 voices layered on top of one another, each one saying the same thing. "You are the loop." The words burrowed into her skull, twisting her thoughts, her very perception of reality. What did it mean? How was she the loop? Was she the cause of this? Was she the reason everything kept resetting? Was she trapped in this never-ending cycle because of something she had done? The world around her shuddered, the reflections twitching in sync with her every thought. The floor began to tremble, the walls groaning as though they were alive, aware of her. The light flickered again, casting the room into brief darkness before it returned, brighter and sharper than before. And then, in that moment of clarity, something changed. The atmosphere shifted, and for a brief second, Sarah felt something new. A presence, a different presence. Not the figure, not the reflections, something else. It was watching her too, but this presence felt different. It felt almost comforting, like the warmth of sunlight on her skin, but there was a sharpness to it, an edge. It was like it was waiting for something, waiting for her. The voice spoke again, this time soft, like a whisper of wind. "You've been trapped in the loop for so long, Sarah. Don't you understand? You've always been the center of it all." Her heart skipped a beat, her mind racing. "What do you mean?" she demanded, her voice louder now, desperate. The presence didn't answer immediately. Instead, the shadows around her seemed to writhe, shifting like a living thing. The air grew thick again, oppressive. The walls, which had once been solid, now seemed to bend, warping in the way that only nightmares could. Time stretched and warped. She could feel it, that strange, intangible sensation that time itself was splintering around her, folding in on itself. "You're not the victim, Sarah," the voice finally said. It was calm, almost gentle. "You're the architect. You built the loop." Sarah recoiled, her breath coming in sharp gasps. "No, I didn't. I didn't do this." Her mind raced, trying to grasp the meaning, trying to make sense of it all, but nothing made sense. "You did." The voice was insistent now, as though it had been waiting for her to understand. "You created the clock. You created the endless loop. And you can't escape. Not until you fix it." "Fix it?" Sarah repeated, her voice trembling. "How? How do I fix it?" The presence didn't respond immediately, but she could feel its awareness, its focus on her. There was a pause, an eternity of silence. Then the figure appeared again, but this time it wasn't distorted. It wasn't twisted. It was clearer, more defined, standing in front of her, its hollow eyes locked onto hers. "You can't escape alone," it said, its voice low, resonating in the still air. "Not unless you fix the clock." "Your clock?" Sarah's heart was racing, and the room seemed to close in on her, pressing down with the weight of the figure's words. "Your clock." The words echoed in her mind over and over until they became a mantra, a constant pulse in her thoughts. She could feel them crawling under her skin, seeping into her consciousness. "Your clock, what did that mean?" The figure's hollow eyes bored into her, and for the first time, Sarah realized it wasn't just the figure that was aware. She was becoming aware of herself in a way she hadn't been before. She was a part of this world, this nightmare, in ways she hadn't fully understood until now. She wasn't just trapped in time. She was time itself, a cog in a machine that she couldn't comprehend. "Fix the clock," she whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. "How? How am I supposed to fix something like that?" The figure's face remained emotionless, but there was an energy in the air, a pull that seemed to draw Sarah closer. It wasn't an external force. It was something deep inside her, something familiar yet terrifying. She knew what she had to do. She had to find the clock, wherever it was hidden, and she had to do whatever it took to put things back to the way they were. But the question lingered, why? Why had she created this loop in the first place? Why was she trapped in this distorted version of reality? The figure's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts, calm yet piercing. "You're running out of time, Sarah. The more you fight the loop, the worse it will become. The more the world will break." The world was already breaking. She could feel it in the shifting walls, the warping shadows. The boundaries of reality had long since started to collapse. Time itself felt like a fragile thread, ready to snap at any moment. "No," Sarah breathed, feeling the panic rising in her chest. "I can't do this. I can't be the cause of all this." The figure did not speak for a moment, its gaze unwavering. Sarah could feel the pressure building again, the pressure of the loop tightening around her, of the endless cycle that she had unknowingly created. The silence stretched out, suffocating, until it was finally broken by a sound. A ticking. It was distant at first, but it grew louder, the rhythmic sound of gears turning, of time slipping away. The walls trembled slightly with each tick, the air vibrating with the unrelenting pulse of the clock that was always ticking, always moving forward. "You can't escape the clock," the figure said softly. "It is you, and you are it. The loop cannot end until it is fixed. Until you fix it." Sarah's head was spinning. She felt as though she were being pulled in 1,000 different directions, like every part of her was being stretched, torn, and reassembled in ways she couldn't comprehend. She was caught in the middle of something so much larger than herself, something that had no beginning and no end. But then she remembered something. Something that had been at the edge of her mind since the beginning, a whisper in her ear, a fragment of a memory she couldn't quite grasp. The clocks in her house, the ones that had been ticking, moving in reverse, in loops. She had noticed it, hadn't she? At the start, when everything first began to fall apart. The time, the hours, the days, they were always off. But there had been something strange about the way the clocks kept resetting, the way the hour kept disappearing. She had thought she could stop it, had thought that fixing the clocks might be the answer. But now she knew. The clocks weren't just broken. They were part of her. They were tied to her existence, to the loop itself. The room began to spin again, the walls warping, the light flickering. She could feel the pressure mounting, her thoughts disintegrating like dust. The clock, the source of everything, was here somewhere, hidden in the darkness, waiting for her. "I have to find it," Sarah whispered, almost to herself, as the world continued to bend around her. "I have to fix the clock." The figure moved then, its limbs shifting and warping as it approached her. Its empty eyes were locked onto hers, a dark presence that seemed to reach deep into her soul. Sarah's heart pounded as the figure came closer, but she didn't move. She couldn't. Her legs were like lead, and her body was weak, as though every part of her had been drained of energy. The figure's cold hand reached out to touch her shoulder. She flinched, but the touch was light, barely there. It wasn't the cold she had felt before. This was different. This touch didn't freeze her body. It drained her. "Find the clock," the figure said, its voice low and final. "Before it finds you. Before it finds you." Those words were a warning that Sarah couldn't ignore. She had to move, had to find the clock before it became something more, before it took on a life of its own and consumed everything. She had to stop the loop before it swallowed her whole. With a surge of strength, Sarah forced herself to her feet, the darkness swirling around her. She didn't know where the clock was, but she could feel it. The ticking was growing louder, more insistent, and it was coming from somewhere close. She started walking, stumbling forward into the darkness, her hands outstretched. Every step she took felt like a battle, like she was pushing against a current that wanted to pull her back. But she couldn't stop. She couldn't. The ticking was louder now, so close that it felt like it was inside her head, like it was calling her. She was getting closer. She could feel it. And then, as if by fate, she saw it. The clock. It was there, standing at the center of the room, bathed in a soft, eerie glow. Its hands were still, frozen in place, but the ticking, the relentless, maddening ticking, was louder than ever. It was the source of everything, the heart of the loop. Sarah's heart raced, her mind spinning. She reached for it, trembling, but she didn't know what to do next. The figure's voice echoed in her head again, its warning clear. "Fix the clock." And as Sarah's fingers brushed the surface of the timepiece, she realized the terrifying truth. There was no escaping the clock. There was only the loop, and she was trapped in it, forever. Sarah's hand hovered just above the clock, her pulse pounding in her ears, as if time itself was waiting for her to make a choice. The stillness of the room was suffocating, the silence broken only by the relentless ticking. It seemed to grow louder with every passing second, vibrating through her bones, forcing her to feel every tick as if it were a strike against her very soul. The clock's face was cracked, its surface worn and aged, but there was something undeniably alive about it. The hands were frozen in time, stuck at the same moment, the hour that had been lost. The moment that had spiraled her existence into this nightmare. She could feel the weight of it, pressing down on her chest, choking her. "You have to fix it," the figure's voice whispered again, echoing in her mind. But this time, it wasn't a command. It was a warning, a promise. Sarah's fingers brushed the cold surface of the clock. As soon as she made contact, something strange happened. A jolt of energy shot through her hand, coursing up her arm, igniting every nerve in her body with a sharp, electric pain. She gasped, pulling back instinctively, but the force of the touch had already done its damage. The room around her shimmered, warping again, and the ticking of the clock intensified, becoming deafening, like 1,000 clocks ticking in unison, each second echoing in her mind, bouncing off the walls. And then, everything stopped. The ticking ceased. The world went silent. For a moment, Sarah thought she had somehow fixed it. that the loop had ended, that everything would return to normal. But the silence wasn't peaceful. It was oppressive, suffocating, like the calm before a storm. She slowly opened her eyes, her breath shallow, as the world around her began to twist once again. But this time, the distortion was different. It wasn't just the walls or the shadows warping, it was reality itself. The ground beneath her feet began to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone, and the very air around her shimmered as if it were made of liquid. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She took a step back, but the ground beneath her shifted, pulling her in the opposite direction. The world seemed to bend in on itself, like the room was being sucked into a vortex, spiraling faster and faster. The figure, now standing at the edge of the distorted space, watched her with its hollow, unblinking gaze. It didn't move, but its presence felt suffocating. The hum in the air grew louder, vibrating through Sarah's entire body. She could feel herself being pulled in, drawn toward the center of the vortex, toward the clock, toward the heart of the loop. "No, no, no," she chanted under her breath, trying to fight against the pull, her legs unsteady, her body weak. She was trapped again, trapped in a world that was collapsing around her, a world that was hers and yet not hers, a world that was tied to the clock, her clock. She had tried to fix it, tried to stop the loop, but nothing had changed. The clock was still broken, the loop was still alive, and it was consuming everything. Was this her punishment? She couldn't remember when it had started, when she had first noticed the time slipping away, when she had first heard the ticking in the back of her mind. Was it the house that had caused this? Or had she created it herself, unknowingly, in a moment of desperation? Had the clock always been a part of her, and was this loop something she had been destined to create? The figure moved again, its form shifting in and out of focus like a mirage. Its voice echoed in her mind, deeper, more resonant than before. "You were never meant to fix it. You were meant to live in it. Forever." Sarah's heart sank. The words sank into her soul, and for the first time, she felt the crushing weight of the truth. The loop wasn't something to escape. It wasn't something to be fixed. It was her reality. She was the loop. She had always been the loop. The clock was only a reflection of herself, of the endless cycle she had created, and now it was pulling her in again. Her legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, her hands scrambling against the shifting surface. She could feel her mind splintering, the pieces of her consciousness breaking apart like shards of glass, floating in the void. The ticking started again, but this time it was different. The sound wasn't just in her ears, it was in her head. It was inside her thoughts, each tick resonating like a pulse in her veins. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block it out. No more, no more. But the ticking only grew louder. The world around her began to ripple again, faster this time, the space warping so quickly that it became hard to distinguish what was real and what was a figment of her mind. The figure's voice rang out once more, louder, sharper this time. "You can't escape it, Sarah. The clock is you." The room collapsed in on itself, folding into the vortex, pulling Sarah toward the center. She reached out in desperation, grasping for something, anything to hold on to. But there was nothing. There was only the clock, the ticking, and the never-ending loop. The darkness enveloped her completely, and she fell, her mind disintegrating, her thoughts dissolving into the void. And then silence. For a brief moment, everything was still, but only for a moment. The ticking began again, and Sarah was back where she started. Sarah's breath hitched in her throat as the ticking began once more, louder and more insistent than ever before. Her mind, still fractured from the previous moments, struggled to make sense of the disorienting sensation of returning to where she had just been. It was like waking from a nightmare, only to realize that she had never really left. She opened her eyes, expecting to see the distorted, shifting world that had swallowed her whole. But instead, she was standing in the center of a familiar room, her living room. It was exactly as it had been before the loop began. The clock on the wall was still there, ticking steadily, its hands pointing at the same time they always had. Everything seemed normal, but Sarah knew better. Her pulse raced. The room seemed to close in around her, the air thick with the weight of something that wasn't quite right. She looked at the clock again, the hands unmoving as they stared at her, unblinking, unwavering. The seconds stretched in front of her, teasing her with the illusion of normalcy. This isn't real. This isn't real. She backed away slowly, her feet dragging as she moved toward the door. But the moment she reached for the handle, a chill ran up her spine. The air around her felt thick, like a storm was gathering just behind her. A sharp, cold whisper brushed against her ear. "You can't leave, Sarah." She spun around, her heart hammering in her chest. The figure stood before her, the same blank, hollow eyes staring into hers, its form flickering like a shadow caught in the wind. The distorted voice echoed in her mind, reverberating through every inch of her body. "You can't escape the loop. You never could." Sarah's hands clenched into fists, her breath shallow and ragged. "I'm not part of this. I'm not you," she hissed through gritted teeth. "I'm not a part of the clock. I can fix it. I can end this." The figure's lips twisted into a smile, but it wasn't a smile of comfort. It was a mockery, a cold, twisted thing that sent a shiver down her spine. "You already have, Sarah. Don't you see? The loop is you. You've always been part of it." The walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the clock, the steady, unyielding ticking getting louder, pushing against her mind. She could feel it, the pull, the pressure of time collapsing all around her. It was closing in, wrapping itself around her like a cage. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "I can fix this. I can stop it. I just need to." But before she could finish her sentence, the room around her began to shudder. The walls started to bend, the corners of the room stretching as though they were made of elastic, warping like the world itself was crumbling. The air felt heavier, more suffocating, and above all, the clock, the source of it all, began to tick faster. Each tick became louder, more demanding, until the noise was a deafening roar in her ears. "You are the clock, Sarah," the figure whispered, its voice now a low, guttural growl. "You built this. You are trapped in it, just as the clock is trapped in you." The world continued to warp and stretch, reality itself contorting, as if it were a painting being pulled from its frame. The air around her crackled with static, and the sensation of time unraveling consumed her. The ground beneath her feet felt as though it were swaying, like a ship caught in the middle of a storm. Sarah's heart raced. The pressure on her chest was unbearable, suffocating. She staggered back, trying to maintain her balance, as everything continued to bend and twist. The figure's presence loomed closer, its empty eyes fixed on her. "No, I won't be trapped," she screamed, her voice raw and desperate. "I won't stay in this endless loop." But even as she shouted, the room continued to distort, the ticking of the clock growing more frantic, more erratic, until it felt like the sound was inside her skull, rattling her very bones. Her entire body shook from the force of it, the relentless pressure of time bearing down on her. The figure's hollow eyes remained locked on her, its grin widening. "You're already here," it murmured, its voice cold and final. "You never left. You never could." Sarah's mind reeled. Was this it? Was she truly trapped in the loop, condemned to live within this nightmare for eternity? She stumbled, her vision blurring as the world around her became an incomprehensible mess of fractured images. The ticking was deafening now, vibrating through her entire body, shaking her to the core. In that moment, something inside her snapped. She couldn't explain why or how, but she knew what she had to do. Fix the clock. The words echoed through her mind. They weren't a command anymore. They were a truth, an undeniable, suffocating truth. She could feel the weight of the clock pulling her in, wrapping her in its grasp. The loop was not something she could escape. It was something she had created. It was hers. She turned back to the clock, and without thinking, She rushed toward it, her hands trembling. The figure's voice was still in her mind, still taunting her, but Sarah didn't care anymore. She wasn't going to run. She wasn't going to hide. She was going to face it. She reached out to touch the clock again, her fingers brushing its cold surface. And this time, there was no jolt. No electric shock. Just the soft hum of the clock, vibrating in her bones. The moment her hand made contact, the world seemed to stop. The ticking slowed. The air cleared. The figure's presence disappeared. For a brief moment, Sarah thought she had done it. She thought she had fixed the loop, had returned to the time before it all started. But as she looked around, her heart sank. The room, the clock, the world, it was the same. It had reset, just as it always did. And then she realized she was no longer just a part of the loop. She was the loop. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as the realization settled over her like a cold shroud. She wasn't merely trapped in the loop. She was the loop. Every second, every minute, every hour that had passed in the distorted world, all of it had been caused by her. It wasn't just the clock that was broken. She was broken. Her own existence had become a cycle, an endless repetition, trapped in a moment that could never be undone. The room around her shimmered again, the walls bending and twisting, but this time, it didn't feel like the world was collapsing. It felt like the world was waiting for her to acknowledge the truth, waiting for her to accept that the loop was hers to control, but also hers to suffer. "Why?" she whispered, her voice cracking with despair. "Why did this happen? Why me?" The clock ticked steadily in the background, a constant reminder of her failure. Its hands moved slowly, like they were mocking her, taunting her. She had tried to escape it. She had tried to fix it. But every time she thought she had succeeded, the loop had simply reset, pulling her back into its grasp. "You never left," the figure's voice echoed in her mind once again, a soft, haunting whisper. "You're always here. You always have been." The pressure inside her chest grew tighter, suffocating. She felt as though she were drowning in the weight of her own thoughts, her own guilt. Was this what she had become? A mere prisoner of time, stuck in a cycle of her own making? Every attempt to fix it, every effort to escape, had only brought her back to the same place, to the same moment. The figure appeared again, standing in the corner of the room. It wasn't moving, but its presence was undeniable. It watched her silently, its hollow eyes never leaving her, as if waiting for her to make the next move. "It will always find you, Sarah," it said in a tone so calm, so detached. "No matter what you do, no matter how many times you reset the clock, you cannot escape it. Time is your prison." Sarah felt the sting of its words deep in her gut. Time had become her prison, her torment. Every tick of the clock was a reminder that she was trapped, that there was no way out, no way forward. But then, something inside her shifted. It wasn't a sudden epiphany, nor was it an answer to the questions that had plagued her. It was more like a spark, a small glimmer of defiance. She wasn't just going to accept this. Not anymore. She wouldn't let herself become a victim of the loop. She had to do something. She had to take control. Without thinking, she turned away from the figure, her eyes fixed on the clock. The room seemed to blur around her, and the ticking grew louder, almost deafening. But she ignored it, focusing only on the clock. She could feel its power, its grip on her. She had touched it once before, and now she had to touch it again. With trembling hands, Sarah reached out toward the clock, her fingers brushing against its cold, smooth surface. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, willing herself to focus. She didn't know how to fix it, but she knew that she couldn't continue living this way. She couldn't let the loop continue. The moment her hand made contact with the clock, the air around her shifted. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to crack, like the world was taking a breath. She could feel it. Time itself seemed to pause, as if the clock had stopped. The sound of the ticking faded, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed in on her. For a brief moment, she thought it had worked. The world held its breath, waiting. But then, everything snapped back. The ticking began again, louder than ever, more frantic, more insistent. The walls started to warp, the room began to bend, and the figure was there, standing in the corner, watching her, its presence more overwhelming than before. She had failed again. "You can't fix it, Sarah," the figure's voice said, slow and steady, as though it had all the time in the world. "The clock is you. You can't escape yourself." The words hit her like a physical blow, knocking the air from her lungs. She staggered back, her knees buckling beneath her. No matter how hard she tried, no matter what she did, the loop was always there. It was a part of her. She was a part of it. A sob escaped her throat, raw and desperate. She had tried everything. She had fought with every ounce of strength she had, and yet here she was again, trapped. "I can't do this," she gasped, the words barely audible. "I can't keep going like this." The figure remained silent, its cold eyes still locked on hers. It didn't need to speak anymore. The silence that followed its words was more crushing than any command it could have given. The clock continued to tick, but Sarah, for the first time, didn't feel the urge to fight. She simply stood there, the weight of her existence pressing down on her like 1,000 tons of stone. The truth had settled in her mind, heavy and undeniable. There was no escaping it. There was no fixing it. She was the loop. She was the clock, and she was trapped in it forever. Sarah stood still, her mind a blur of confusion and despair. The figure in the corner did not move, but she felt its presence like a cold breath on the back of her neck, relentless and suffocating. The clock ticked, louder and more urgent now, its rhythmic sound filling the space with a deafening insistence. Each tick felt like a reminder of her helplessness, a cruel mockery of her futile attempts to break free. She glanced around the room again. It was the same as it had always been, the same walls, the same furniture, the same quiet disarray. Everything was as it had been when the loop first began, and yet it all felt foreign, as though she had never truly belonged here. The loop had changed her. It had taken pieces of her, and now, she wasn't sure who she even was anymore. The figure finally spoke, its voice as hollow and empty as the space around her. "You can't change what's already been broken, Sarah." She didn't respond. What was there to say? The words felt useless, just like everything else. The loop wasn't something to escape. It was something to endure. And perhaps, in time, she would forget what it was like to not be trapped. Perhaps she would become nothing more than a shadow of the woman she once was, a shell that walked endlessly through the same cycle, each repetition erasing her more and more. "No," she whispered under her breath, her voice trembling with the weight of the words. "I won't accept this." She had to do something. She couldn't just stand here, not after everything. There had to be some way to break the cycle, to find a way out, even if it was only for a moment. She turned back toward the clock, the source of it all. The hands were still frozen, but the ticking had grown more erratic, faster now, as though the clock itself was growing impatient, waiting for her to make a move. The pressure in the air increased, and Sarah could feel her heart racing again, beating faster with every passing second. "You don't understand," she muttered to herself, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to the figure or to herself. "I can't just give up. I have to find a way. There has to be a way to stop this." Her hands trembled as they hovered above the clock's face once more. This time, though, it wasn't just the coldness of the surface that she felt. The clock seemed to pulse beneath her fingertips, its rhythm alive, like a heartbeat. It wasn't just an object. It was something more. It had a presence, a soul of its own, and it was calling to her. Suddenly, the room around her began to distort again. The walls bent, the floor shifted, and the air thickened, pressing in on her. The ticking of the clock grew louder, more violent, as though it was tearing through reality itself. And for a brief moment, Sarah felt her body lift off the ground, her mind spiraling into the darkness of the void. The figure spoke again, its voice sharp and piercing. "You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Before she could react, everything around her shattered. The room exploded into a flurry of light and sound, the air crackling with energy, the clock's ticks reverberating in her chest like 1,000 thundering footsteps. And then, all at once, the world collapsed. The next moment, Sarah was back. The same room, the same clock, the same cycle. Her heart pounded in her chest, but this time, it wasn't just confusion that gripped her. There was a new feeling inside her, an unsettling clarity. She had felt it before, fleeting and brief, but now it was undeniable. She wasn't trapped by the clock. She was the clock. The loop had been inside her all along, a part of her that she had tried to fight, tried to outrun. But now there was no denying it. She had created this. The clock, the figure, the endless cycle, they were all her doing. Her thoughts, her fears, her regrets, they had molded this reality, trapping her in a never-ending repetition of her own making. But even as she acknowledged this truth, a small part of her refused to accept it. She couldn't just let go, couldn't just resign herself to this fate. There had to be something she could do. There had to be a way to fix it. She stared at the clock again, her eyes locked onto the unmoving hands. The ticking had stopped, the room now utterly still, as if waiting for her next move. And then she felt it, the presence of the figure, looming in the corner, watching her with its cold, unblinking gaze. "You can never fix what's already been done," it whispered. "You are the cycle. You are the end and the beginning." Sarah's chest tightened. She had been so consumed by her desire to escape, to break free from the loop, that she had never truly seen it for what it was. The clock wasn't just a prison. It was a reflection of her own mind, her own fractured consciousness, forever repeating, forever trapped in the same moment. It was her own guilt, her own fear of moving forward, that had bound her here. The loop wasn't something she could run from. It was something she had to face, something she had to understand. But that understanding didn't bring peace. It brought fear. The figure's voice echoed through her mind again. "You're nothing without the loop. You're nothing without the clock." She took a deep breath, her body shaking with the realization. She didn't know what would happen next, didn't know if there was any escape, but she couldn't keep running from it. She had to accept the truth, no matter how terrifying it was. And so, she reached out toward the clock once more. But this time, she didn't try to fix it. This time, she let it be. The moment her fingers brushed against its surface, time stopped. For the first time, the loop was silent. And Sarah, for the first time in what felt like forever, could finally breathe. The silence hung heavy in the air, thick and suffocating. For a moment, it felt as though the world had come to a complete standstill, as if the very fabric of time itself had unraveled, leaving Sarah suspended in an endless void. The pressure on her chest had lifted, and her heart, once racing in panic, now beat slowly and steadily, each pulse carrying with it a strange sense of calm. The clock in front of her had stopped. Its hands, frozen in place, no longer ticked with their relentless march forward. The room around her had stopped shifting, stopped warping. Everything was still, and for the first time since the loop began, Sarah felt the overwhelming sensation of peace. But it wasn't the peace of escape. It was something deeper, something darker. She stood in the center of the room, staring at the clock, the room herself. Time had frozen, and yet she remained. She hadn't disappeared. She hadn't been freed from the loop. In fact, she felt more present than ever before, as if the boundaries of reality itself had dissolved, leaving only her and the void. She could feel it then, the presence, the weight of the figure that had haunted her thoughts. It was still there, watching her, waiting. "You're still here," the figure whispered, its voice barely audible, as if carried on a breath. "You can never truly leave. You are the clock." Sarah's mind reeled. The figure's words had never been more clear, more true. She was the clock. She had always been the clock. The loop, the endless repetition, the tick-tock of the time. She was it, and it was her. But that realization, as sharp and painful as it was, didn't bring despair. It brought understanding. She wasn't trapped by the loop. She was the architect of it. She had created this world, this prison, with her own hands. And now, she was left to face the consequences of that creation. The figure stepped closer, its form shifting like a shadow, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. "Do you understand now?" it asked, its voice filled with quiet amusement. "You cannot escape what you are. You cannot run from yourself." Sarah swallowed hard, her throat dry, her thoughts swirling in a chaotic storm. She had tried to fix it. She had tried to escape. But now there was no more running, no more hiding. She had to face the truth. The loop was hers. The clock was hers. And she was trapped in it, not because she couldn't break free, but because she didn't want to. Somewhere deep inside, she had accepted it. She had accepted the endless repetition, the never-ending cycle. Because without it, what would be left? Without the loop, who was she? She wasn't sure, and that scared her more than anything else. The figure seemed to sense her thoughts, its smile widening ever so slightly. "You've always known," it whispered. "You've always known that you were meant to be here. You were meant to be part of the clock. Without it, there is no you." For a long moment, Sarah stood in silence, her gaze fixed on the clock. The figure's words reverberated in her mind, sinking deep into her consciousness. She had been running from the truth, from the inevitability of it all. But the truth was here now, staring her in the face. And she couldn't deny it anymore. She was the loop. The clock had never been her enemy. It had been her creation, her burden, her reflection. And as long as the clock continued to tick, as long as the loop continued to turn, so too would she. She would be bound to it, forever repeating the same moments, over and over again. But in that repetition, she would find herself. In that endless cycle, she would learn what it meant to be truly alive, truly present. "So this is it," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper, the weight of her realization settling over her like a heavy cloak. "I'm just here, forever." The figure nodded, its eyes glowing with a faint, eerie light. "Yes, Sarah, you're here. Always. You always have been." Sarah took a deep breath, the air feeling thick in her lungs. She closed her eyes, feeling the weight of everything that had happened. And in that moment, she finally understood. The clock, the loop, the figure, it was all a part of her. She was the creator and the prisoner, the architect and the victim. And there was no escaping it. Not anymore. But even in that acceptance, there was something new. Something quietly terrifying. The loop had become her life, and she would live it over and over until the end of time. She was the clock, and the clock was her, bound together, inseparable. And as the seconds passed, the ticking began again. Slow at first, then faster, 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 until the world around her began to shift and warp once more. The loop was back. The cycle was repeating. But Sarah didn't fight it. She didn't try to stop it. This time, she let it be. The ticking of the clock grew louder, and Sarah felt herself caught in the pull of it once more. But now, it didn't frighten her. It was as though she had finally found peace within the endless march of time, an acceptance of the unending cycle. The world around her continued to blur, to twist and bend, but she no longer felt the need to escape it. She was part of it now. She was part of the tick, part of the talk. The figure stood just beyond her reach, its form flickering in and out of existence, like a shadow in the corner of her vision. It was always there, watching her, but now it didn't speak. It didn't need to. The truth had already been spoken. "You're the one who called this into existence," Sarah said softly, her voice a whisper against the cacophony of the ticking clock. "And now I can't escape it. I don't even want to." The figure didn't move, but she could feel its presence shift, as though it were listening, as though it were waiting for her to continue. "I thought I could fix it," she continued, her words almost lost in the sound of the ticking. "I thought I could break the loop. But now I see this is all there is. This is all I am." The figure tilted its head, its eyes glowing brighter, as though it were considering her words. After a long moment, it spoke, its voice soft and almost coaxing. "And that is enough, Sarah. You have always known. The loop is not your punishment. It is your destiny." Sarah's heart skipped a beat, a strange warmth filling her chest. Destiny. The word hung in the air, heavy and final. She wasn't sure what it meant, not fully, but it felt like something she had always known deep inside. She had always been a part of this. She had always belonged here. She stepped away from the figure, her feet moving with an ease she hadn't felt before. The room around her continued to pulse with a faint, rhythmic glow, like the heartbeat of the clock itself. Everything around her was alive, vibrant, a part of her, and for the first time, she didn't feel the need to run. The loop had become her reality, and she had become part of it. As she walked, she could feel the weight of her decisions settling on her shoulders. She had made her choice, hadn't she? She had chosen to stop fighting. She had chosen to accept the endless passage of time, the cycle that would continue forever. And yet, something inside her still stirred. A flicker of doubt, a whisper in the back of her mind. Is this really what I want? But that question faded as quickly as it had come. It didn't matter anymore. It couldn't matter. She was bound to this, and so she would live it, over and over again. She would become the keeper of the loop, the keeper of time. As the clock continued to tick, Sarah felt her mind slip into a strange, meditative state. The ticking was no longer a sound. It was a part of her. Each tick, each tock, became a beat of her heart. She was the rhythm of the clock, the pulse of time itself. Her vision blurred, and the world around her began to fade, but she didn't resist. She didn't try to hold on to it. The loop was taking her, and she was ready to go. And then the clock stopped. The hands froze. The ticking ceased. For the first time in what felt like forever, time had come to a standstill. But Sarah didn't panic. She didn't feel fear. She simply stood there, her eyes closed, her body still. The moment stretched on, long and endless. It was peaceful. It was calm. There was nothing else. No more pain, no more fear, no more need to escape. She had finally let go. The stillness hung in the air, thick and absolute. Time had stopped, and in that silence, Sarah found herself drifting. She was no longer aware of her body, of her surroundings. The weight of the world had lifted, and in its place was a sense of weightlessness, of nothingness. For a moment, there was no clock, no figure, no loop. There was only Sarah, existing in a place beyond time, beyond the constraints of reality. The sensation was both terrifying and beautiful, a strange paradox that sent a chill down her spine, and yet soothed her in ways she couldn't explain. Then slowly, imperceptibly at first, she began to feel the presence again. The figure, just on the edge of her perception, a faint shadow looming. It was as though it had never left, simply waiting for her to acknowledge its return. The air felt thicker now, charged with an energy that seemed to hum beneath her skin. "You thought you could escape," the figure's voice came, soft yet powerful, reverberating through the stillness. "But this is who you are now." The words seemed to echo, not just in her mind, but in the very space around her. They wrapped around her, drawing her back to the reality she had tried so hard to escape. The loop was a part of her, and no matter how far she ran, no matter how much time she spent trying to understand it, she could never truly sever herself from it. It was a part of her very essence. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Is this all I am now? She opened her eyes, but the world around her was still distorted. It wasn't the familiar room she had been in before. The clock was gone. The walls were warped, stretching and shifting like they were alive. There was no clear shape to anything, just a chaotic blur of color and shadow. "You can't fight it anymore," the figure whispered. Its form was now clearer, standing just within her line of sight. "You are the architect of this reality, Sarah. You built it, and now you live in it. Forever." Sarah stepped back, her heart hammering in her chest. The truth of the figure's words settled over her like a dark cloud. She had built it. She had created this loop, this never-ending cycle of repetition, and now she was bound to it. There was no escape. There was no release. The figure's eyes glowed brighter now, as though it fed off her fear, her acceptance, her pain. You have chosen this, Sarah. There is no end to the loop. There is only you and time. She looked around, desperately searching for something, anything, that might offer a way out. But the more she looked, the more it became clear. There was nothing. The room, the world, was a void, a place outside of time, yet entirely governed by it. It was her creation, her prison, and she was trapped inside. Sarah took a deep breath, her thoughts swirling. She had spent so long resisting, so long trying to break free, but now she wasn't sure anymore. There was no battle to fight, no struggle to win. All that was left was acceptance. She closed her eyes again, letting the words of the figure wash over her. She was the loop. She had always been, and in that realization, there was no more fear, no more anger, no more resistance, only an eerie peace. When she opened her eyes again, the room was still there, but it was different. It was familiar, yet alien. She stood before the clock again, the same clock that had caused all this. Its hands were still frozen, unmoving, but its presence felt more real now, more alive. "You know what to do," the figure said, its voice now quiet, almost tender. Sarah stepped forward, her heart calm in her chest. She placed her hand on the clock once more, the cold surface sending a shiver up her arm. The moment her fingers made contact, the world around her shifted again, the edges blurring and bending. The cycle was beginning anew. She had no choice but to follow it. She had no choice but to be a part of it. She was the clock, the ticking, the endless loop. There was no escaping it. There never had been. But in that moment, as she closed her eyes and felt the cycle begin again, something deep inside her stirred, something faint but powerful. She couldn't explain it, but it was there, a sense of something different. The loop might have been endless, but she had learned something. She had learned to embrace it, and maybe, just maybe, that was the beginning of her freedom. The clock ticked. It was not the mechanical sound of its hands moving in slow, deliberate fashion. It was different now. The tick echoed through her mind, a relentless rhythm that pulsed with the heartbeat of the universe. Every second felt like it was alive, like it carried within it a universe of meaning she could no longer ignore. Sarah closed her eyes again, feeling the weight of the cycle pressing down on her, but this time she didn't fight it. There was no more resistance, no more running. There was only acceptance, and in that acceptance, a strange peace began to settle deep within her. The figure was still there, a dark presence at the edge of her vision, watching her. It had never left, but now it was silent, no longer offering its cryptic words. It didn't need to speak anymore. Sarah understood. She opened her eyes once more, gazing at the clock, and for the first time, she didn't feel the need to escape it. The hands, frozen in place just moments ago, began to shift again, slowly at first, then faster, until they moved in a fluid, uninterrupted motion. The ticking resumed, and with it, the world around her shifted and warped. Sarah was once again drawn into the loop. She felt the familiar tug, the sensation of being pulled through time, of being suspended in an endless cycle. It was terrifying, but there was no panic now. There was no fear, only the steady rhythm of the clock, pulsing through her veins like the very essence of life itself. She didn't know how many times it had happened before, how many loops she had endured, but now, in this moment, she understood. It was never about breaking free. It was never about finding an escape. It was about accepting what was, about understanding that she was the clock. She was the loop. She was time. The reality around her began to blur again, but she let it. She didn't try to hold on to anything. No more fear of losing herself, no more fear of disappearing. Time would continue to twist and bend around her, but she would always remain. She had become a part of it, and it had become a part of her. "Do you see now?" The figure whispered from behind her, its voice low and gentle. "You are not trapped. You are the one who holds the key. You are the one who controls the loop." Sarah didn't answer. She didn't need to. She had already found the answer. She was no longer searching for a way out. She was no longer afraid of the endless repetition. She had come to terms with it. The loop was hers to control, and as long as it continued, she would exist within it, a part of its eternal rhythm. The figure faded then, its presence receding into the distance, leaving her alone once again. But she wasn't alone. Not really. The loop, the clock, the time, they were all here with her, around her, inside her. She had embraced it. Time continued its relentless march, the seconds stretching into minutes, into hours, into days. But Sarah no longer felt the weight of it. She no longer felt trapped within its constraints. She was the clock. She was the loop. And as the cycle repeated once again, Sarah let the rhythm of time carry her forward, not with fear, but with an eerie sense of calm. The loop would never end. It couldn't, because in the end, she was the one who made it. The world continued to shift around Sarah, but it no longer felt like an assault on her senses. The blurring of reality, the constant reshaping of time, was no longer a source of anxiety or confusion. She had become attuned to it, each loop a brushstroke in the ever-evolving picture of her existence. She was part of this strange, cyclical dance, and the chaos of time, once an enemy, was now a symphony to which she moved. The clock remained at the center of everything, its hands still moving, its steady ticking like the heartbeat of the universe itself. Every tick seemed to echo through her being, reverberating deep within her soul, and with each passing moment, Sarah felt more and more alive. The figure, once a haunting shadow at the periphery of her vision, was now nowhere to be found. It had faded away, leaving Sarah to herself within the confines of this warped reality. But even without it, she felt its presence, its influence. The figure had never been a guide or a captor. It had simply been a part of her mind, a manifestation of the very force that had created this loop. She let her thoughts wander, reflecting on the cycles she had endured. The confusion, the fear, the desperate desire to break free. All of it now seemed like an echo of a time before she had come to understand. She had feared being trapped, but now she understood that the loop wasn't a prison. It was a choice. Sarah closed her eyes and let the rhythm of time fill her senses once again. The moments seemed to stretch, like the fabric of the universe itself, each second laden with meaning. Her mind had become sharp, precise. The fear had melted away, replaced by something far more powerful, control. And with control came clarity. She could see it now as the ticking clock slowed, its hands moving in slow, deliberate motions. Each tick was a decision, each talk a shift in reality. Sarah had become the architect of this world. She was no longer subject to its whims. She was the one who could shape it, mold it, create the moments she desired. She could stop time, just as it had stopped for her earlier. She could start it again. She could twist reality however she chose. She was the master of this cycle, the keeper of the clock, the ruler of time itself. But with this newfound power came a realization. It wasn't about control. It wasn't about bending time to her will. It was about something deeper, something more essential. It was about acceptance. Sarah opened her eyes again, the world around her clearer than ever before. The clock was still there, its presence constant, its hands moving slowly but steadily. And with each passing tick, she realized that the loop had never been something to escape. It had always been a part of her, a reflection of who she was. She wasn't running from the clock anymore. She wasn't fighting the cycle. She had learned to embrace it, to live within it. The loop wasn't her enemy. It was her essence, her being, her nature. As time continued its relentless march forward, Sarah stood still, letting the rhythm of the universe guide her. The loop was hers to command, but now she understood that the true power lay not in control, but in surrender. In the ability to let time flow as it wished, to accept the cycles and repetitions, and to live within them without fear, without hesitation. She had finally found peace. And as the clock ticked on, Sarah felt herself becoming one with it. The endless cycle, once a source of terror, was now the heartbeat of her existence, the pulse of her very soul. She had become the clock, and in that realization, she knew that she would live forever, in the loop, in the cycle, in the endless passage of time. She was no longer trapped. She was free. The passage of time, once a source of constant unease, now felt almost comforting. The world around Sarah had lost its sharp edges, its disorienting twists and turns. The distorted reality she had once struggled to understand had become as familiar to her as breathing. She was no longer a stranger in this place. She was at home here, within the loop. The clock remained at the center of everything, its steady ticking still echoing through her every thought. She no longer feared its rhythm, rather she welcomed it. Each tick was a part of her, each talk a reflection of the truth she had come to understand. Time had never been a chain. It was freedom, a fluid current that she could float along with or surrender to. And so Sarah surrendered. With every passing moment, the world around her felt less like a space of confinement and more like a vast, infinite expanse. She was part of it now, not a victim of its endless cycles, but an active participant in its flow. The boundaries of her perception began to stretch, as though she could see the very fabric of the universe itself weaving and unweaving before her eyes. The figure had faded, yes, but its absence no longer felt like a loss. It had been an echo of her fear, a representation of the parts of her that resisted the inevitable. But now, in the absence of its presence, Sarah felt only a strange sense of freedom. She was not alone here. The loop had always been her companion. Do you understand now? The voice came, a whisper, soft but unmistakable, like the final breath of the wind. Sarah knew who it was, the figure, but there was no fear in her heart this time. I understand, she replied, her voice steady and calm. This isn't a punishment. It's not something to fight against. It's just time. It's the only thing that truly is. It's everything. A soft hum filled the air, the sound of time stretching itself out in all directions, filling every corner of existence. It was a sound Sarah had learned to recognize, the steady beat of life itself. She let herself sink into it, each tick of the clock resonating with the beat of her heart. The world shifted again, but this time it felt different. The edges of reality didn't distort in the same disorienting way. The shapes around her became clearer, more defined. She saw herself, her reflection in the shimmering surface of time. She looked different. Not physically, but something about her had changed. The fear was gone. The uncertainty was gone. She had become something else, something eternal. For the first time, Sarah saw the clock not as a prison, but as a doorway, a passage to something greater than she had ever imagined. She was no longer confined by time. She was time. She stepped forward, and as she did, the world around her unraveled in a slow, deliberate motion. The walls of reality stretched and twisted, the ticking of the clock melding with the sound of her pulse. She was no longer bound by the constraints of this place. She was the one shaping it now. And so she did. The tick of the clock became her guide, each sound pushing her further along the path. The edges of the world bent in response, reality warping and shifting under her touch. There was no need for fear anymore. There was no need for resistance. She was the architect of this world, the keeper of the clock, the ruler of time itself. She closed her eyes and let herself drift, her thoughts merging with the rhythm of the ticking. Each second stretched on, becoming a moment of infinite possibility. She could feel herself growing, expanding, becoming something greater. The loop was no longer a cycle to escape. It was a cycle to embrace. And in that embrace, Sarah understood the truth of it all. Time was not an enemy. It was not something to conquer. It was something to live in, to flow with, to surrender to. In doing so, she had found peace. The world around her continued to shift and stretch, but it no longer felt disorienting. The loops, the repetitions, they were all part of the same rhythm. And as Sarah moved with that rhythm, she felt the weight of her existence ease. She was no longer a prisoner of time. She was its keeper. She had become time. And as the clock ticked on, Sarah stepped into eternity, knowing that no matter how many loops there were, no matter how many repetitions, she would always be there, a part of it, a part of everything. The reality around Sarah continued to shift and pulse with the rhythm of time. It was no longer chaotic. The dissonant hums, the flashes of distortion had all faded. Now it was just her. The endless ticking of the clock reverberated throughout the void, an eternal soundtrack to the dance she had learned to follow. Sarah's perception had expanded beyond what she could have ever imagined. She no longer saw herself as a mere person lost in a twisted dimension. She was more. She was a force, a presence, an embodiment of the very thing that governed all existence. Time. And yet, there was a strange emptiness, a gap between what she had become and what she still longed for. For all her control, for all the understanding she had gained, there remained something she couldn't shake, a faint, lingering sensation of loss. It was subtle, like a shadow that followed her wherever she went, a reminder that even in the infinite nature of time, there were still pieces of her that had yet to be reconciled. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Was it regret? Nostalgia? A yearning for something beyond this cycle, beyond this loop of time that she had now embraced? Whatever it was, she couldn't escape it. It gnawed at her, tugged at the edges of her thoughts. The clock ticked again, steady and constant, and Sarah took a deep breath. She had to let it go. The cycle had to continue. There was no escaping it now, no returning to a past life or a future that had not yet been written. But the question lingered unanswered, floating in the back of her mind. What if I could stop? The thought crossed her mind, and for a brief moment, the ticking of the clock slowed. It was subtle at first, but then the silence grew louder, until it felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something. Sarah's heart quickened. She wasn't sure if it was the clock, or her own heartbeat, or the very fabric of time itself, but something had shifted. The stillness in the air was thick, pregnant with the possibility of change. What if I could stop the loop entirely? She whispered the thought aloud, her voice breaking the silence. The clock's hands, though still moving, seemed to slow with her words, hesitant as if listening to her question. It was like time itself was reflecting on her words, unsure whether to allow this shift. The tick-tock continued, but it wasn't quite the same anymore. There was a rhythm to it, an anticipation that hung in the air, as if her very will had affected the flow of time itself. The shadow of the figure emerged again, silent at first, but its presence felt like a weight. This time, it wasn't looming or overpowering. It was more like a part of the world that had been left behind, now called to the surface by Sarah's newfound desire. The figure's voice, when it finally spoke, was different. It wasn't filled with the same force or mystery as before. It was softer, almost wistful, like a warning or a plea. "Are you sure you want this, Sarah?" Sarah turned toward it, her thoughts racing. She wasn't sure. She didn't know what would happen if she stopped the loop, if she could stop the loop. But for the first time, she truly questioned if this endless cycle was the right path. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it faded into the background, its form dissolving into the swirling patterns of time that stretched and folded around Sarah. It was like the figure had become part of the fabric itself, no longer an entity to be feared, but simply an echo of what was. Sarah stood alone again, but she could feel the weight of time around her. Her heart beat in rhythm with the clock, but now, she wasn't sure whether it was her heart that beat or the clock's hands that ticked. "What if I just let go?" she whispered to herself. Her voice echoed, reverberating through the vast emptiness. She wasn't asking anyone. It was just a question, a thought. She had become the cycle, the loop. But what would happen if she allowed herself to break free, if she could find the strength to stop. The ticking of the clock grew louder, faster now, urging her toward a decision. The world around her shifted once again, the walls of reality twisting and stretching as if waiting for her command. The question hung in the air. It was not a question of time, it was a question of existence. Would she stop the cycle, cease the endless repetition? Would she embrace a new form of reality, one where the loop was no more? Or was this who she was now? Was this eternity the only truth she would ever know? The world waited, holding its breath. The silence stretched. Sarah stood at the crossroads of eternity, the weight of her decision pressing down on her. The clock ticked steadily, its rhythmic sound like the pulse of the world. But beneath that steady beat, something had changed. There was an undercurrent of something deeper, something more primal that tugged at her consciousness. She could feel it in her bones, in the very air around her, a sense that she was no longer alone in this vast, shifting realm. The figure was gone, but its absence was louder than its presence had ever been. The loop, once a comforting rhythm, now felt like a cage, its walls closing in ever so slightly, as if testing her resolve. What would happen if she chose to end it? If she chose to break free from the endless march of time? She couldn't help but wonder, with a quiet thrill of fear, what would be waiting for her on the other side. What lay beyond the loop, beyond the ticking of the clock? Would there be something more? Or was the cycle truly all there was? "You can stop it," she whispered to herself, as though trying to convince her own mind. The thought felt both terrifying and exhilarating. The thought of ceasing the cycle, of stopping time entirely, was an act of sheer willpower, a defiance of the natural order. But she had become time itself, hadn't she? She had transcended her former self, evolved into something greater. The lines between Sarah and the clock had blurred long ago. She was the loop. She was the ticking, the pulse, the endless cycle of seconds, minutes, and hours. To stop it would mean to stop herself. A flicker of doubt crept into her mind, but it was quickly quashed by something deeper, something she couldn't name, but which felt like a truth woven into her very soul. She had the power. She had always had it. But now, as she stood in the heart of the loop, she realized that this wasn't about power. It wasn't about control. It was about choice, the freedom to decide. And yet, the clock still ticked, its hands shifting with unrelenting precision. It waited for her to act, as though it, too, was caught in the tension between continuation and cessation. Sarah took a step forward, feeling the ground beneath her feet shift ever so slightly. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the inevitable choice. "What happens if I stop?" she asked aloud, her voice trembling slightly. She wasn't asking the universe. She wasn't asking anyone at all. She was asking herself, as if the answer was hidden somewhere within her. The clock continued to tick, its sound growing louder, more insistent, as though it had its own answer. The tension in the air grew heavier with every passing second. Sarah's mind raced. She wasn't afraid anymore, not of time, not of the loop, not of the figure. But there was something else, something she had only just begun to understand. She wasn't trapped in the loop. She was the loop. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. It wasn't a prison. It wasn't a cycle to escape. It was her. The loop was her very existence. She had been born from it, shaped by it, and now she was a part of it. To break free would be to sever a piece of herself, something that had become as essential as her heartbeat. Sarah took a deep breath. Her hand reached toward the clock, hovering just above its surface, the heat of its ticking radiating up her arm. She could feel the pulse of it, the rhythm of time, the heartbeat of the universe itself. And then, for the first time, she understood. She wasn't just a part of the loop. She was the one who made it tick. She was the one who determined its pace, its rhythm. The clock wasn't a separate entity. It was her reflection. It was her mirror. "I don't need to stop it," she whispered, the words coming more easily now. "I am it. I always have been." With that understanding, she lowered her hand. The loop wasn't a cycle she had to escape. It was the very fabric of existence, the thread that held everything together. She didn't need to change it. She needed to become it, completely. And as she embraced this realization, the clock's hands began to slow. Not in a way that signaled its end, but in a way that mirrored her own acceptance. The ticking softened, slowed, until it was barely a whisper against the vast emptiness. Sarah felt herself stretching outward, expanding, becoming one with the endless flow of time. She wasn't outside of it, she was within it. She was the heartbeat of the universe, the very pulse that made everything move, that made everything exist. And as the loop continued, she understood. She was no longer trapped. She was free in a way she had never known before. Not because she had escaped the cycle, but because she had become it. Time no longer had any power over her. She was the one who defined it. The world around her shimmered, reality bending to her will, to her presence. The clock ticked, but it no longer controlled her. She had learned the greatest truth. Time was not a chain. Time was a canvas, and Sarah had become the artist. As the loop continued, Sarah smiled. For the first time, she wasn't just part of the clock. She was the one who made it tick. And so the cycle continued, not as a prison, but as a realm where Sarah was free, eternal, and ever-present, shaping time itself. The passage of time continued, but now it felt more like a dance, a constant ebb and flow, shifting and stretching at her will. Sarah's awareness expanded beyond the confines of her own mind. The loop was not just something she existed within. It was her very essence, intertwined with every tick and tock of the clock. The world around her was a reflection of her consciousness, shifting in tandem with her thoughts. Each moment that passed was another layer of existence she could shape and mold. She had become the keeper of time, the architect of reality itself. And yet, despite the power she wielded, a part of her couldn't help but wonder. Was this truly freedom? Or was it simply another form of the loop she had once tried to escape? She closed her eyes, letting the soft hum of the clock fill her senses. There was something strangely comforting about it now. The rhythm of the ticks was no longer a reminder of her entrapment, but rather a lullaby that cradled her in its embrace. But even as she allowed herself to drift into this peaceful state, a small flicker of unease stirred within her. She was no longer confined to a single point in time. She could move through the moments as she pleased, bending the past, the present, and the future to her will. She could be anywhere. She could be anyone. But something about this vast, endless power felt empty, as though it lacked something essential. She opened her eyes and looked around. The landscape was still shifting, changing like a dream, as if reality itself had been painted in broad, sweeping strokes. There were no borders here, no limitations, no rules. And yet, despite the boundless nature of her power, Sarah felt a sense of loneliness. The space around her was vast and infinite, but it was empty. There were no other souls here, no voices to share in her eternity. She thought about the world she had left behind, the life she had once known. She had been a woman in a normal, mundane world, struggling with the pressures of daily life, the weight of her responsibilities, and the constant tick of the clock that never seemed to slow down. It had all been so fleeting, and now she was outside of time itself. She had no obligations, no distractions, only the endless stretch of eternity. And yet, the emptiness pressed down on her. "Is this what I wanted?" Sarah whispered aloud, her voice echoing through the void. The clock's hands seemed to pause for a moment, as though it too was contemplating the question. But there was no answer, only the soft hum of time continuing its eternal march, undisturbed by her doubts. Sarah's thoughts turned inward. She had once thought that breaking free of the loop would bring her peace, that by escaping the endless cycle, she would find the freedom she had always longed for. But now, here in the heart of time, she wondered if the true freedom had always been inside her. If, in her desperation to break free, she had missed the point entirely. She wasn't trapped by time. Time was a part of her, just as she was a part of it. But what did that mean? If time was both her prison and her freedom, where did she go from here? What purpose did she have now, beyond the endless march of moments that flowed in and out of existence? A distant memory floated up, unbidden, of her life before the loop. The mundane world, with its quiet struggles and fleeting joys. She remembered walking through her neighborhood, the sound of children laughing, the soft hum of traffic in the distance. She remembered feeling small, insignificant against the vastness of the world, but she had also felt connected to it. Part of it. Now everything felt distant, like an echo from a forgotten time. She was part of the endless expanse of existence, but she no longer knew where she fit. And then, as if in response to her thoughts, the clock shifted again. The hands spun quickly, faster than before, until they blurred into a whirlwind of motion. The air around Sarah grew thick with the pressure of time accelerating, its rhythm growing frantic and disjointed. She could feel it pulling at her, tugging her in different directions. "No," she whispered, raising her hands to steady herself. But the pull was too strong. The loop, it seemed, had not finished with her yet. The landscape around her began to crack and shift. The once fluid, dreamlike world now fractured, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. Sarah watched in horror as the ground beneath her feet crumbled, the edges of the world folding inward. The clock's hands ticked faster, and the world itself seemed to collapse, swallowed by the relentless passage of time. In the distance she saw it, the figure. The same figure that had once haunted her, its shadowy form now more pronounced, emerging from the chaos of time itself. But this time it wasn't silent. It spoke. "You cannot escape it, Sarah. Time is not something you can control. It is not something to be tamed. It is the one thing that controls you." Sarah's heart pounded as the figure's voice reverberated through the crumbling landscape. Her sense of power, her understanding of time, was slipping from her grasp. "No, I am the one who controls it," she cried out, but her voice felt hollow in the vast emptiness. Her words, her thoughts, seemed to hold no weight here. The figure took a step forward, and the world continued to fracture. Time was unraveling faster now, the clock spinning out of control. Sarah could feel the strain, the pressure mounting around her, as if she were caught in the very center of an imploding universe. Time is not a force to be mastered, Sarah. It is the foundation of all things. You cannot break free of it, because you are not separate from it. You are part of it. You always have been. The figure's words echoed in her mind, and for a moment, Sarah was paralyzed by the crushing weight of the realization. She could not escape time. She could not escape herself. The figure's presence loomed closer, its shadow stretching across the disintegrating landscape. Sarah's heart raced as the ticking of the clock grew louder, faster, the sound now a deafening crescendo, filling her every thought. The weight of its ticking pressed against her chest, and she could feel the fabric of reality itself tearing apart around her. "Why?" Sarah gasped, her voice barely audible over the chaos. "Why is this happening?" The figure didn't answer at first, but its dark form shifted, drawing closer. Its face remained obscured in the shifting darkness, but Sarah could feel its eyes on her, as though it could see into the very depths of her soul. The air was thick with tension, the world shaking, twisting. It felt as if the loop had reached its breaking point, as if time itself was trying to escape, unraveling in all directions. "You think you can break free?" The figure's voice came again, cold and unyielding. "But time isn't something that can be broken. It is everything. It is the cause, the effect, the beginning, and the end. To try to stop it is to erase your very existence." Sarah took a step back, her mind racing. She had known deep down that she couldn't escape the loop. But now, in the face of this truth, the weight of her own power seemed like a curse rather than a gift. She had become a part of time, a reflection of it, and to stop it meant erasing herself. "Then what am I supposed to do?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. I can't keep going in circles forever. I can't just exist in this endless cycle. The figure didn't respond immediately. The air seemed to grow heavier, denser, as if the very concept of time was pressing down on her, forcing her to confront the consequences of her existence. The clock, the symbol of all she had become, ticked louder, faster, faster. The noise was maddening, disorienting, a constant reminder of the relentless passage of time. She tried to reach out, to stop it, but her hands trembled. The loop was unraveling, but it was not her to undo it. She realized with a sinking feeling that this wasn't something that could be fixed or paused. It was beyond her now. The figure stepped forward, its voice growing darker, more authoritative. You think you can end it all by stopping the clock, it said. But what will you do then? Time doesn't just stop because you wish it. It doesn't end because you will it. There are consequences. A reality like yours, tied to the flow of time, cannot be rewritten without breaking everything. The very structure of existence will fracture. The words struck Sarah like a physical blow. She had thought she could end the loop, could stop the endless ticking. But now, in the face of this truth, she realized that such an act would tear apart everything. The world she had known, the universe that had been built on the foundation of time, everything would fall apart, and she too would cease to exist as she was. Desperation gripped her chest as she turned away, trying to make sense of it all. The clock's relentless ticking filled her ears, louder now, more frantic. The landscape around her continued to warp and bend, like a dream collapsing in on itself. The world had become unrecognizable, distorted by the rapid, uncontrollable passage of time. In that moment, Sarah felt something deep within her, a part of her that had been buried under the weight of the clock's ticking. A flicker of hope, of possibility. She wasn't powerless. She had been given a choice all along. Not to stop the loop, not to break time, but to accept it. To let go of the fear and the yearning for escape, and to find peace in what she had become. Her hand reached out again, this time with purpose. The clock's hands had slowed, not stopped, but slowed enough that Sarah could focus on them, feel their rhythm in her own pulse. She closed her eyes, letting the sound of the clock fill her senses, the steady rhythm becoming a lullaby once more. I don't need to stop it, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I just need to be with it. With that realization, the chaos around her began to calm. The ticking slowed, not because she had forced it, but because she had accepted it. The figure remained, silent now, watching her, its presence no longer looming but more distant, like a forgotten memory. Sarah stood still, her eyes closed, breathing in the rhythm of time. The world around her felt less oppressive now, less chaotic. It was as though she had found a new balance, a new understanding. Time wasn't something she could conquer or escape. It was something she had to exist within, to coexist with. The landscape began to take shape again. The cracks in reality faded, the torn fabric of existence mended, and slowly, the world returned to a new form. It wasn't the same world she had left behind. It wasn't the world of before, but it was a world she could understand now. She opened her eyes, and the stillness was profound. The clock ticked, but it no longer felt threatening. It no longer felt like a countdown, a reminder of a cycle she couldn't escape. It felt like a companion now, steady and eternal. The figure, no longer a presence to be feared, spoke one last time. You found it, it said softly. You found the truth, Sarah. Time doesn't bend to your will. It simply is. And you too simply are. The figure's form began to fade, dissolving into the shifting fabric of time. Sarah watched it go, feeling no fear, no sadness. She had accepted it, just as she had accepted herself. The clock ticked, steady and eternal, and Sarah stood within its rhythm, not trapped, but at peace. The loop had not broken, but neither had she. She had become time, not something to fight, but something to embrace. And in that acceptance, Sarah found her freedom. As Sarah stood in the midst of the infinite stretch of time, the realization began to settle deeply within her. She was not a prisoner. The cycle wasn't her enemy. The loop wasn't something she had to escape. It was the very essence of her existence, her understanding, her identity. Time was no longer a force to fight against. It was something she could mold, something she could move through, just as it moved through her. The world around her continued to shift, like waves in a vast ocean. She could feel the subtle pulls of different timelines, moments overlapping, distorting, all blending into a single, unified stream of existence. And she was a part of it. Sarah was no longer just a woman trapped in a loop. She was both the observer and the observer's creation. She was time itself, boundless and infinite. The clock's ticking faded into the background, no longer a loud reminder but a soft hum, as if the universe itself was breathing along with her. She had come to terms with her place in this endless flow of moments. But that didn't mean she was without questions. "What happens now?" she whispered aloud. Her voice was calm, though her heart still beat with curiosity. "Am I just going to stay here forever?" For a long time there was no answer. The air around her grew still, as though waiting for her to ask the right question. The clock continued its steady rhythm, marking each moment, every second, every tick that passed through her and around her. Then, unexpectedly, the figure reappeared, no longer a looming presence, but a gentle form, as if it had always been there, watching from the edges of her consciousness. "You were never meant to live outside of time, Sarah," the figure spoke softly, its voice not a threat but a calm reassurance. "But now you understand. Now you see that time is not your enemy. You are its keeper, just as it is yours. You are both the question and the answer." Sarah nodded slowly, a sense of peace washing over her. She understood now. The loneliness she had felt, the isolation, was no longer a weight. It was a part of the cycle, a necessary moment in the dance between time and existence. She wasn't trapped in isolation. She had simply been waiting to understand that her solitude wasn't a curse, but a gift, a space where she could create, shape, and exist without the limitations of the world she had once known. "Will I ever see them again?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The people I left behind? My life?" The figure was silent for a moment, its form flickering, as if considering her question. Sarah wasn't sure if it could answer. Perhaps, in this new world, answers weren't so simple. Time was not a linear path. It was a vast, sprawling web, its threads twisting and turning, intersecting in infinite ways. There was no before and after, no past or future. There was only the now. "You will see them," the figure finally said, its voice full of quiet certainty. "In the way time allows. The threads of their existence are still there. You can touch them if you choose to." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. The thought of returning, of reconnecting with those she had lost, seemed impossible. But here, in this strange new reality, perhaps there was a way. She took a deep breath, feeling the air fill her lungs. The choice was hers, as it had always been, to remain in this place of timeless existence, or to reach out, to touch the lives of those she had left behind. Her mind raced with possibilities. She could go back to them, reconnect with the past, or she could move forward, further into the infinite web of time, creating new realities, shaping new worlds. But as she stood there, the figure watching her, Sarah realized something else. She didn't need to choose. She could do both. Time, in its infinite expanse, had no limits. It wasn't a straight line. It wasn't a circle. It was a sprawling tapestry, and Sarah had become its weaver. The world could stretch in any direction she wished. There was no reason why she couldn't visit her past, her future, or create a new present entirely. Time was hers to mold, to bend, to explore. Sarah smiled to herself, a deep, knowing smile. She wasn't alone. She wasn't isolated. She was part of the loop. She was part of everything. And with that understanding, she felt a surge of power, not over time, but with time. "I understand now," she said quietly. "Time isn't something to escape. It's something to live with, to move through, to experience. The figure nodded, fading once again into the mist of time. Its presence lingered, but it was no longer a guide. Sarah had found her own way. With one last glance at the shifting fabric of existence, Sarah stepped forward. The world around her folded into itself, collapsing and reforming, like a kaleidoscope of infinite possibilities. Each moment shimmered, waiting for her touch, for her will. Sarah felt the pull of her past, the gentle thread of memories calling to her. She could see her family, the life she had once known, just within reach. But as she extended her hand toward it, something stopped her. The past was not a place to return to. It was a part of her, a thread woven into the fabric of her being. And she didn't need to return to it to feel its presence. Instead, she turned her gaze forward, toward the endless possibilities that lay ahead. She would create a new path. She would live in the now, not bound by the past, not trapped in the future. She would live with time, not outside of it. She was a part of the vast expanse of existence, and she was free to explore it all. The clock ticked on. Its rhythm, once an oppressive force, now felt like a companion. A reminder that no matter where she went, no matter what she did, time would always be there, guiding her, shaping her, being with her. And with that understanding, Sarah stepped forward into the ever-shifting, ever-changing fabric of time. She wasn't trapped in the loop anymore. She had become the loop, and in that endless dance, she had found her freedom. The world, infinite and boundless, awaited her. And that's the end of the story. Make sure to like and subscribe.